Before there were bones, there were shells. Before memory, there were layers of silt that pressed down through time, compacting breathless moments into stone. The ocean was not always the blue cradle we know today. Once, it was stranger, hotter, heavier with minerals. Its currents did not whisper, but churned like great gears beneath a sky no human ever saw, and within it moved the first flickers of life, not in packs, not in purpose, but in slow pulses of instinct that shaped the course of everything that would follow. Far below the tides we now walk beside, entire ecosystems bloomed and vanished, long before the first land plant reached for light. Coral colonies drifted, forests of crinoids swayed like chandeliers in the dark, spiraled shells curled into perfect equations, then fossilized under pressure we still can't replicate. The creatures were real, their stories were not written, but etched into limestone, trapped in shale, buried beneath ancient seabeds. And now, with quiet eyes and breath slowed to a whisper, we return to them. You are not here to be startled, you are here to drift, to sink gently, layer by layer, through forgotten water. Every name you'll hear was once alive, named not in myth, but in science. Every mystery you encounter has a fossil, a paper trail, or a whispered debate in some academic hall. But here we won't debate. We'll simply observe, feel the press of time, trace the outline of a trilobite's path across stone like it was left just for you, because in a way, it was. Before we begin, tell us, where are you listening from, and what time is it there right now? Let us know in the comments below. Now, close your eyes, and let the ocean's past unfold. A fossil once mistaken for a fern lay buried in stone, not plant, not shell, but a perfect coil of teeth, no jaws, no bones, just a spiral, pressed into rock like a symbol someone forgot how to read. It would be years before anyone understood what it belonged to, and when they did, the shape still made no sense. A jaw that spun inward, teeth that never fell out, just curled tighter into a buzzsaw grin. The creature was helicoprion, and it swam through the shallows of the Permian Sea, long before dinosaurs, before flowers, before birds first cut the sky. The waters it haunted were warm, mineral-rich, and often choked with silt. Visibility low, light fractured. It did not need to see far. Its spiral teeth likely served one purpose, slicing soft prey with mechanical ease, like ribbons drawn into darkness. No modern animal has jaws like it, no shark, no eel. The spiral vanished with the extinction that came before the Triassic, and yet, every fossil still hums with design. A spiral grown from hunger, a tool refined by time, then gone. The ocean remembers many things, but some shapes it does not repeat. The ocean once held no fish, no shells, no jaws, only drifting forms, soft, eyeless, tentative. Then something changed. Around 540 million years ago, life didn't crawl forward, it exploded. In a span barely longer than a sigh in geological time, the sea filled with shapes no one had seen before. Bodies armored, in chitin, eyes stacked in clusters, limbs that moved like paddles, wings, or knives. The Cambrian bloom had begun, and with it came a revolution that would ripple forever. Anomalocaris glided like a nightmare, a meter long, with two curling arms near its mouth, and plates that rippled down its back. It was among the first true predators. Beneath it scuttled trilobites in slow processions, pressed to the seafloor like buttons in the sand. Above, strange forms floated with fans, fronds, or none at all, each testing the edges of evolution, building the language of limbs, segmentation, and survival. No single fossil tells the story, but the Burgess Shale, high in what is now the Canadian Rockies, preserves them in exquisite detail. Soft bodies, pressed so finely into rock that even their organs can be read like ink. Each layer a snapshot of ancient breath. Each ripple, a boundary crossed. The Cambrian didn't just create new species, it invented movement, vision, hunt and escape. Before this era, the ocean dreamed. After it, the ocean remembered. Long before kelp reached towards sunlit shallows, the seafloor bloomed with forests made of animals. Crinoids, creatures that looked like plants, that fed on drifting particles, rose from the ocean bed on stalks, their feathery arms stretched upward, filtering the water like silent chandeliers, anchored but alive. Rooted, yet aware. These weren't plants, they were echinoderms, cousins of starfish, built to sway in rhythms older than sound. Some stretched taller than a man, others formed carpets no current could sweep away. Their crowns opened and closed like breath, catching plankton and light with equal grace. As reefs grew and continents shifted, the crinoid meadows adapted, climbing higher, branching wider, until they covered entire seafloors like waving cathedrals. Nothing hunted them then. Nothing tore their arms from sockets. They grew, undisturbed, for millions of years. Even after mass extinctions scoured the world, their shapes remained. Fossils of crinoid stems spiral through limestone like tiny coins or stacked vertebrae. Some lie so dense they form entire rock layers, the broken floor of a vanished forest. Their silence was not absence, it was strategy. While others swam or hunted or fled, the crinoids stood still and waited, and in the slow game of evolution, that was enough. Between layers of ancient seabed and slabs of compressed silt, the coiled outlines of ammonite's surface, like fingerprints left in deep time. Their shells were perfect spirals, sectioned and sealed, each chamber grown in sequence as the animal expanded outward. No two species looked exactly alike. Some were smooth, like moonstone. Others were ridged, spined, or twisted into curls, so tight they folded back on themselves. Each one balanced, buoyant, suspended in the ocean, like a thought half-spoken. Ammonites thrived in numbers that stagger the imagination. Shallow reefs, open seas, and twilight zones all held them. Predators chased them. Prey drifted past them. They adapted, diverged, and multiplied, from the Devonian to the day the dinosaurs fell. Then, just as suddenly as they had risen, they were gone. A single extinction wave swept them from the water. Their shells rained down in silence, layer by layer, across the seafloor. Today those remains lie embedded in black shale, rock rich with carbon and memory. Cracked open, the fossils shine with mineral rainbows. Iron pyrite, opal, the sea's final gifts to its lost voyagers. Some look as if they could still float, as if their spiral logic might still lift them upward, one last time. The ocean forgets many things, but in the ammonite's coil, it wrote something permanent. Footprints don't always belong to feet. Some are carved by armored bellies dragging across wet sand, or rows of legs ticking along in perfect rhythm. In the sandstone beds of ancient oceans, long before vertebrates rose, paleontologists found tracks, not of singular movement, but of migrations, parallel lines, repeating grooves. Endless trails pressed into stone like script. They belonged to trilobites, and they told stories no bones ever could. Each trilobite moved low and close to the sediment. Some crawled, some burrowed, some gathered in groups. There are slabs of stone that show hundreds crossing the same direction, like a road paved in intention. Others show confusion, circling, halting, colliding, as if something stirred the silt and panicked the line. No eyes remain, no antennae, only the paths. Trilobites were ancient even in their own time. For over 270 million years, they witnessed every rise and fall beneath the sea. More than 20,000 species emerged, each with slight variations, rib counts, spines, sizes. But the trace fossils they left are the most human of all. Hesitation, a record of passage. When you walk across wet sand and see the impression of your steps behind you, imagine a trilobite beneath another skyless sea, doing the same, quiet, certain, and unaware it was writing something that would last forever. Reefs weren't always made of coral. In the warm shallows of the late Cretaceous, strange mollusks called rudists built the ocean's cities. They looked nothing like the reefs we know, not branching or blooming, but upright, twisted, flared like broken pipes, one end rooted in sediment, the other opened wide to feed. They grew in dense clusters, stacking, leaning, locking together, and slowly, without fanfare, they claimed the seafloor. Rudest reefs stretched across ancient seas, now buried beneath Europe and the Middle East. While dinosaurs thundered across land, these reefs thrived in silence. Fish darted through their towers. Water filtered in endless rhythm. Their design was awkward but enduring, more stable than coral, more resistant to change. For millions of years, nothing replaced them. Then came the end. A single impact changed everything. Light faded, temperatures fell. The rudists, like their land-bound neighbors, vanished. Their reefs became rubble. Their bodies became limestone. Today, their fossils lie inside mountains, carved into marble, ground into gravel. Few know their names. But their bones shaped the coasts. Their silence filled the gaps coral could not. The reef outlasted the thunder, but not the dark. Long before sharks became the sleek hunters we know, their ancestors drifted through a dimmer sea. The Silurian period, over 420 million years ago, held no coral reefs, no marine reptiles, no fast-swimming prey, just thick tides of plankton, spiny fish, and shadows that moved without urgency. Among them glided the early sharks, jawed, finned, but quiet. Less predator, more presence. Shapes built for the long drift, some were little more than cartilage and teeth. Their skeletons rarely survived fossilization, but their scales, tiny, ridged, armored, linger in stone. Worn by time, scattered in patterns across ancient seafloors, they trace the paths of creatures that never needed to rush. One genus, Climaceus, bore sharp spines down its sides. Another, Megalograptus, glided with fringed fins and barely a ripple. These sharks hunted slowly, if at all. They were watchers, opportunists, sleeping minds in a sleeping world. No bones, no roar, just silence and motion. Their survival wasn't built on speed, but on stillness. In waters that rolled thick with suspended light, stillness was a kind of mastery. Modern sharks remember fragments of them, in teeth, in instinct. But the Silurian sharks were something else entirely, older than fear, wiser than need. They moved through a sea that had no memory yet, only rhythm. Beneath what is now a Canadian mountain ridge, the floor of a vanished sea, once held secrets too soft to last, and yet they remained. In the Burgess Shale, the ocean preserved creatures, made not of bone, but of tissue, fragile, translucent, and almost unreal. Their shapes looked improvised. Limbs that ended in filaments, eyes in strange arrangements, bodies without symmetry. Evolution had not yet settled on rules. Among them was Hallucigenia, with spines on its back and legs like threads. Opabinia wore 5 eyes, and a long grasping nozzle, where a face might be. These forms were not errors, they were attempts. Early drafts written in cartilage and intention. Most left no descendants, but the rock kept their outlines. The silence of the Burgess Shale is not just absence, it is stillness. No scavengers disturbed the bodies, no current scattered them. Fine silt fell gently, time thickened, and the ocean for once remembered everything. Today their fossils shimmer like pressed ash, too delicate to touch, too precise to forget. Glass-bodied lives, caught between invention and extinction. The Devonian seas did not begin with giants. They built toward them slowly, layer by layer, until the water filled with jaws, not just bones or cartilage, but armor, plates, and teeth that bit with purpose. This was the era when fish became hunters, when evolution sculpted mouths into weapons, when the sea began to bleed. Among the strangest were the plecoderms. Their heads were shielded in bone, their mouths framed in slicing edges that worked like shears. Dunkleosteus, the largest of them, could crush through armor with a single bite. Its jaws didn't have true teeth, instead, sharpened plates that honed themselves with every closing. Fast, silent, irreversible. These predators ruled the Devonian deep, but around them swam smaller experiments. Fish with true enamel teeth, the early blueprints of what would become sharks and bony fish. The Devonian was a forge. It didn't just host life, it pressured it into sharper forms. Fossils from this era lie scattered in shale and limestone, often just teeth, dark, ridged and durable. Long after flesh and fin dissolve, teeth remain, memory etched in enamel, the story of a sea that once learned how to bite and never forgot. When all land was one, the ocean had room to turn slowly. A single vast continent, Pangaea, stretched across the globe, and around it flowed an unbroken sea. No barriers, no narrow channels, just endless blue coiling against rock. The currents were slow, wide, spiraling systems of heat and salt. They moved not in days, but in epochs. They shaped everything that lived in their shadow. Sediment on the ocean floor remembers those turns. Microscopic grains settled in patterns, curved, layered, twisted, into spirals that mimic weather from a time no human ever saw. Even fossils carry the mark. Shells of drifting plankton show slight imbalances in growth, depending on where they floated in the gyre. Their calcium recorded temperature, their orientation recorded flow. Thousands of years of current, written in spiral shells the size of dust. These currents were not storms, they were sculptures, shaping coasts, lifting nutrients, guiding the spread of life across a silent world. And when Pangaea cracked, they fractured too. New oceans formed, the spirals unraveled, but deep in stone, in rocks split open by careful hands, the ocean's turning is still visible. Soft arcs in hard time, a memory in motion, frozen. Long before coral shimmered in tropical reefs, its ancestors lived deeper, quieter, and slower. These ancient corals didn't chase color or compete for light. They grew in still waters, often in the dimmer margins of prehistoric seas. But inside their stony walls, something extraordinary was happening, a quiet act of recording. As the corals grew, they built their skeletons in rings, much like trees, and within those rings, they carried the rhythm of sunlight. Each band preserved a trace of seasonal change. How much light reached the water, how warm the ocean grew, how long the days lasted. Over time, those rings became data. Fossilized corals from hundreds of millions of years ago still hold them. When split and studied, the patterns show a different Earth, one with shorter days, faster spins, and moons pulled closer. Coral did not speak, it didn't move, but it remembered. Through chemistry and time, it held on to the memory of ancient skies. Paleontologists now read those rings like scripture, each line a whisper from the past, a count of days, of tides, of light that no longer falls. The coral died, the memory stayed, and in limestone libraries beneath the sea, it waits still. The Devonian seas did not begin with giants. They built toward them slowly, layer by layer, until the water filled with jaws, not just bones or cartilage, but armor, plates, and teeth that bit with purpose. This was the era when fish became hunters, when evolution sculpted mouths into weapons, when the sea began to bleed. Among the strangest were the plecoderms. Their heads were shielded in bone, their mouths framed in slicing edges that worked like shears. Dunkleosteus, the largest of them, could crush through armor with a single bite. Its jaws didn't have true teeth, instead, sharpened plates that honed themselves with every closing. Fast, silent, irreversible. These predators ruled the Devonian deep, but around them swam smaller experiments. Fish with true enamel teeth, the early blueprints of what would become sharks and bony fish. The Devonian was a forge. It didn't just host life, it pressured it into sharper forms. Fossils from this era lie scattered in shale and limestone, often just teeth, dark, ridged and durable. Long after flesh and fin dissolve, teeth remain, memory etched in enamel, the story of a sea that once learned how to bite and never forgot. The bottom of the ocean is not fixed. It moves, bends and sometimes disappears. Beneath the waves, entire mountain ranges have vanished. Not through erosion, but through subduction. The earth swallows its own crust. Plates slide beneath one another, dragging ancient seafloors deep into the mantle. erasing landscapes older than language. But in some places, fragments return. High in the Himalayas, in the Alps, even in the Andes, you can find ocean fossils, shells, corals, ammonites, all embedded in stone, thousands of meters above sea level. These are not misplaced. They are survivors, pieces of seabed lifted skyward as continents collided. Once they lay in silence beneath a prehistoric ocean. Now they crown mountains. Geologists read these rocks like confessions. They trace the slow descent of ocean crust into heat and pressure, and the violent uplift that followed. In every fossil pressed into a cliff face, there's a story of burial and return, of silence, then revelation. The ocean does not only drown, it also swallows, and sometimes it gives back, in jagged cliffs and broken ridges, where ancient seabeds dream above the clouds. Far below the surface, too small to see without a lens, tiny creatures once ruled the sea. Plankton, drifting, weightless, numberless, filled the ancient oceans in clouds. Their bodies were soft, but many built shells from calcium or silica, shells shaped like stars, spirals, lattices, some geometric, some delicate beyond belief. And when they died, they fell, layer upon layer, those shells collected on the seafloor, a slow snowfall of structure. Over millions of years they became chalk, limestone, and flint. The white cliffs of Dover, towering above the English Channel, are made almost entirely from the remnants of these ancient plankton. Not stone, but memory. Billions of whispering bodies compacted into something solid. Each shell tells more than a shape. Their chemistry records the temperature of the ocean. The carbon they carry marks mass extinctions, volcanic eruptions, shifts in climate. They are not just fossils, they are data. In the quietest parts of the sea, that storm still continues. Plankton drift, shells fall, the ocean writes. Slowly and visibly, it builds its archive in silence, and if you listen close, every limestone wall is whispering the same thing. I remember. Some fossils do more than hold shape, they hold light. In rare cases, deep beneath layers of sediment and time, ancient remains emit a faint luminescence, not from magic, but from minerals. Phosphates, fluorites, and trace metals seeped into bone and shell, altering the chemistry while preserving the form. And when exposed to black light or low wavelengths, they glow, soft greens, ghostly blues, a shimmer that pulses like breath. These aren't myths. Paleontologists working in pitch-dark labs have documented it. A crinoid stem that glows along its ridges, a trilobite's spines outlined in faint blue. Sometimes, even shark teeth radiate faint light, their enamel laced with traces of rare earth elements. It's not the fossil itself that shines, but what filled it. No one planned this. It's a side effect of time, of burial, of water laced with strange atoms, of pressure too subtle to name. But the result is unmistakable. A fossil that glows like it still remembers the deep. C1 is to hold a contradiction, dead matter shining, history flickering, time caught between presence and absence. And in that glow, you feel the ocean watching, not as it was, but as it never truly stopped being. The ocean before the Cambrian was quiet, not empty, but slow. Life moved without jaws, without eyes, without structure. Then something shifted, not in a day, not even in a century, but fast enough to leave a mark. In less than 20 million years, evolution erupted. The Cambrian blooms scattered new body plans across the sea, like stars flung into darkness. Limbs, shells, teeth, eyes that saw for the first time. It was the sea's great invention, and its great gamble. Creatures no larger than a thumb invented motion. Wirwaxia crawled with armor made of plates. Anomalocaris swam with segmented flaps and compound eyes that glittered like mosaics. Pikaia, with its flexible rod of support, hinted at the future spine. Nothing before had moved this way. Nothing had ever hunted, or fled, or built a skeleton from scratch. The sea changed, and it remembered how. Fossil beds from China to Canada still hold their outlines. not as bones but as shadows, thin, soft-bodied records trapped in ancient mud. Entire ecosystems caught mid-breath. The Cambrian bloom wasn't just a burst of life, it was the ocean dreaming in complexity for the first time, and some of those dreams never ended. Beneath the waves of the Cambrian Sea, a predator unlike any before glided silently. Anomalocaris, meaning strange shrimp, was nearly a meter long, a giant in a world of small, soft creatures. Its body rippled like a ribbon, with wide flaps that allowed it to dart and hover. At the front, two grasping appendages reached out like spears, tipped with spines to snare prey. Its compound eyes, perched high and wide, scanned the murky depths for any sign of movement. No creature could escape its gaze. No shell was thick enough. Anomalocaris sliced through the water, and the soft bodies of its victims with equal ease. Trilobites, worms and other small animals became part of its diet. It was the ocean's first great hunter, efficient, relentless, and enigmatic. Fossils tell part of the story, but mystery lingers. Early reconstructions confused its parts for different animals. Only with time did scientists piece together the whole, a predator perfected for stealth and speed in a world where most could barely move. Its reign was brief but revolutionary. In its shadow, evolution accelerated. Eyes sharpened, armor thickened. The dance of hunter and hunted began, a game that would shape the oceans forever. Trilobites were the ocean's first true pioneers, armored and adaptable. Their segmented bodies, divided into head, thorax and tail, were encased in hard exoskeletons that left the best preserved fossils of the Cambrian seas. Some were tiny, others stretched several inches long, covered with spines or smooth shells, designed to protect and streamline. These creatures moved slowly but deliberately, crawling across ancient seafloors in search of food and shelter. Their compound eyes, among the earliest in the animal kingdom, gave them panoramic vision, a vital tool for spotting predators and prey. Many species could roll into balls, like modern pill bugs, protecting their soft undersides from harm. Trilobites thrived for hundreds of millions of years, surviving multiple mass extinctions, before finally fading away at the end of the Permian. Their fossils remain abundant and diverse, appearing in rock layers worldwide. Through them, the story of early marine ecosystems unfolds, one of adaptation, survival, and quiet exploration. Beneath every fossilized shell lies a tale of an armored explorer that once navigated a world both alien and familiar. The Cambrian seafloor was a landscape unlike anything today's oceans hold. Far from familiar coral reefs or sandy beaches, this ancient world brimmed with bizarre forms, frilled, spiked, and sometimes almost abstract. Creatures without bones or shells drifted or crawled across the mud in strange configurations, their bodies sculpted by early evolutionary experiments. Hallucigenia walked on thorny spines, its soft limbs waving above like fragile threads. Opabinia sported 5 eyes and a grasping nozzle that could reach prey hiding in sediment. These animals had no clear relatives among modern species, their designs hinting at a sea still learning to create. Fossil beds from this era, especially the Burgess Shale, preserve these ghostly outlines in extraordinary detail. Soft tissues, usually lost, are visible. Tentacles, nerves, even traces of internal organs. They capture a moment of rapid invention, when life was still a work in progress. The seafloor wasn't just a place to live, it was a laboratory, an artist's palette, where evolution painted in broad, strange strokes. As the Cambrian seas matured, life began to arm itself. Shelled creatures appeared, small but fortified. These early exoskeletons were not just protection. They were an evolutionary breakthrough, a hard line between life and the threats that lurked in the dark. Tiny mollusks, brachiopods, and early arthropods developed shells of calcium carbonate or chitin, crafting miniature fortresses around their soft bodies. The appearance of shells changed the dynamics of the seafloor. Predators now had to contend not only with speed and stealth, but with armor. Some shells bore spines or ridges, designed to deter attack. Others were smooth, blending with the sediment, like stones. These first protective suits paved the way for more complex life, enabling longer lifespans and new niches. Fossil records reveal a sudden increase in shelled species, a pattern known as the Cambrian explosion. It marked a turning point, where survival depended on innovation as much as chance. The ocean floor became a battlefield of defense and offense, with shells shaping the future of marine life. In every fossilized shell lies the echo of that ancient arms race, a story of fragility wrapped in strength. Before shells covered the sea, soft-bodied creatures ruled in subtle, unseen ways. Their forms were fluid, adaptable, and fleeting. Many left no trace, except where conditions allowed for rare preservation. The Cambrian seas were home to these pioneers, animals that moved with grace, stretched limbs into the unknown, and tested the limits of early life. Yet, as predators emerged, the soft bodies grew vulnerable. Hard shells began to evolve, a response to threats, a shield against the growing dangers of the ancient ocean. These shells were not merely armor, but tools of survival, allowing creatures to explore new environments and behaviors. Fossil evidence shows this transition clearly, from delicate imprints of soft tissues to the sudden appearance of durable shells. The Cambrian period witnessed an arms race that shaped future marine ecosystems. The balance shifted from vulnerability to protection, from fleeting existence to lasting legacy. The story of soft bodies yielding to hard shells is a reminder. Evolution's first rule is adaptation, written slowly but irrevocably in stone. The Cambrian period laid the foundation for life as we know it. Though hundreds of millions of years have passed, many modern marine animals trace their lineage back to this ancient bloom. Crustaceans scuttle across ocean floors, segmented and armored, much like their distant trilobite cousins. Cephalopods flash colors in the depths, a legacy of early tentacled predators. Even the simplest shells echo patterns born in the Cambrian's rush of innovation. The genetic blueprints written then guide the growth of today's corals, mollusks, and sponges. The diversity seen now, countless species, forms, and behaviors, sprang from that primordial sea's experiments. Though the ancient creatures disappeared, their influence remains woven through ocean currents and coral reefs. Each wave that breaks on a beach carries whispers of that past, each tide a pulse of life's long memory. The Cambrian legacy is not fossilized alone, it lives in every breath, every fin, every shell. As you drift through these prehistoric facts, know that the ocean you hear is part of a story millions of years in the making. Beneath the sunlit surface, the ocean pulses with life and movement, but beyond the reach of light, in the silent depths, time seems to slow. Here creatures adapted to darkness drift in endless quiet. Many have changed little since prehistoric ages, preserving ancient forms in a world removed from chaos. The deep sea is a museum of survival, where soft-bodied animals float without pressure, and scavengers glide with slow purpose. Fossils recovered from deep trenches reveal creatures with bioluminescence and shapes that mimic shadows. Their ancestors swam when Earth was young, before land plants turned the atmosphere green. Pressure and cold shape every movement. Here evolution proceeds at a pace measured in centuries, not decades. The ocean floor stores memories in sediment, undisturbed for millions of years. Each fossil, each trace, is a whisper from a time when oceans were still discovering themselves. In the silent depths, the past and present blend. Life moves softly, holding secrets locked beneath the waves, waiting for the curious to uncover them. The Cambrian seas were suddenly filled with vision. Eyes appeared in countless shapes and sizes. Compound eyes like kaleidoscopes, simple lenses, even stalked eyes that rotated independently. These were the first creatures to see, not just sense, the world around them. Sight was a weapon and a shield, a spark that changed how life behaved. Anomalocaris boasted some of the most complex eyes of the era, capable of detecting predators and prey in murky waters. Trilobites used their eyes to navigate, avoid threats, and find mates. The evolution of sight fueled new strategies: camouflage, speed, ambush, rewriting the rules of survival. Fossils preserve the impressions of eyes, rare and delicate, but invaluable. They remind us that light became more than energy, it became information. And with vision, the ocean's story gained a new chapter. Before Jaws, life fed slowly, but the Cambrian brought predators, creatures equipped with grasping limbs, slicing appendages, and powerful bites. Evolution accelerated as prey developed defenses in response. The grasping arms of Anomalocaris were among the first hunting tools, designed to snatch soft-bodied animals. Early jaws evolved in fish ancestors, enabling bites that could break armor. Hard shells and spines followed as countermeasures. This escalation shaped the food web. Hunting became active. Survival depended on speed and strength as much as size. The ocean became a battlefield of limbs and teeth, a dynamic dance set to the rhythm of life's unfolding. Most creatures left no trace. Their soft bodies dissolved, but in rare sites like the Burgess Shale, mudslides buried entire ecosystems instantly, preserving delicate tissues. These fossils reveal creatures that defy classification, showing life's creative experimentation. From spiny worms to jelly-like animals, these soft-bodied wonders provide a fuller picture of Cambrian diversity. They challenge assumptions and remind us of evolution's endless inventiveness. The Cambrian explosion was more than a burst of species. It was a transformation of ecosystems, behaviors, and interactions. New niches appeared, complex food webs formed, evolution gained speed and direction. This turning point set the stage for future life, defining the rules of survival and adaptation still seen today. The oceans became vibrant arenas where creatures competed, cooperated, and changed. Hard skeletons were evolutionary game changers, offering protection, support, and tools for movement. Skeletons appeared independently in multiple lineages. Calcium carbonate and phosphate became essential building materials. This innovation allowed larger sizes, longer lifespans, and new ecological roles. Skeletons are the bones of Earth's memory, the structures that endure beyond flesh. While animals diversified, sponges and algae silently shaped habitats. Sponges filtered water and built reefs. Algae produced oxygen and food. Together they laid foundations for ecosystems. These often overlooked architects were crucial. Their roles continue, unchanging and vital, in today's seas. As the Cambrian waned, many lineages vanished or evolved beyond recognition. The seas changed. New predators and prey emerged. Yet the legacy of this period remains. Fossils capture a moment of rapid change, a dawn of complexity. The ocean remembers, even if the stories are incomplete. Imagine vast underwater forests, but instead of trees, columns of living creatures stretch skyward from the ancient seafloor. Crinoids, sometimes called sea lilies, anchored themselves with stalks, waving feathery arms to catch drifting plankton. Their forms resembled delicate chandeliers swaying gently in ocean currents, creating underwater meadows that thrived for hundreds of millions of years. Some crinoids grew as tall as a human, their arms branching intricately to filter food from the water. Fossils reveal stacks of tiny discs, segments of their stalks, that hint at once dense forests carpeting ancient seas. These creatures survived mass extinctions, adapting slowly as oceans changed around them. Though their numbers have diminished, crinoids still exist in the depths today, silent reminders of a time when forests grew not from soil but from stone. Their quiet presence speaks of endurance, patience, and the slow pulse of life beneath waves. Sea scorpions, known as eurypterids, once ruled prehistoric waters as apex predators. Their armored bodies and powerful claws made them formidable hunters in shallow seas and estuaries. Some grew up to 2 meters long, gliding gracefully with segmented limbs adapted for swimming and crawling alike. Thriving during the Silurian and Devonian periods, these creatures shaped marine ecosystems long before the dominance of fish. Their presence altered food webs, forcing prey species to evolve new defenses and behaviors. Despite their success, sea scorpions declined by the end of the Paleozoic era. Environmental changes and competition gradually erased their reign. Their fossils, scattered across sedimentary rocks worldwide, offer glimpses of a time when armored giants prowled the ocean depths. Their story is one of power, adaptation, and inevitable change, etched forever in stone beneath silent waves. Long before modern corals painted reefs with color, ancient marine organisms constructed vast underwater cities. Stromatoporoids and early corals formed the foundation, layering calcium carbonate to create rigid frameworks. These silent architects worked slowly but relentlessly, building reefs that sheltered countless species. Their structures shaped ocean currents, provided homes and influenced sediment patterns. Through mass extinctions and shifting seas, these builders adapted or vanished, leaving behind fossilized skeletons in limestone and shale. Studying these ancient reefs reveals ecosystems both fragile and resilient, a dance of growth and decay that echoes in today's vibrant coral gardens. The reefs stand as monuments, not only of life's endurance but of the quiet forces shaping the ocean's ancient landscapes. The Devonian period was a time of giants beneath the waves. Early fish evolved into massive forms, some resembling modern sharks, others unlike anything today. Unspoken, a placoderm armored in thick plates, grew over 6 meters long with jaws capable of crushing bone. It dominated shallow seas as an apex predator. Alongside it, giant lobe-finned fish explored new niches, some venturing toward land. Their fins hinted at limbs to come, marking steps in the journey from water to earth. These giants reshaped ecosystems, hunting and competing in an increasingly complex web of life. Their fossils, often teeth and armor plates, reveal a violent and dynamic ocean world, one of power, adaptation, and survival on a colossal scale. Sharks began their long reign in the Devonian seas, evolving from armored fish into sleek, agile hunters. Early sharks like colossal had streamlined bodies and sharp teeth, adapted for speed and precision. They lacked the heavy armor of their ancestors, but made up for it with flexibility and efficient jaws. These early sharks were not the towering predators of later eras, but were nonetheless formidable. They filled diverse ecological roles, from swift hunters to scavengers. Their teeth, often the only parts fossilized, tell stories of diet and behavior, revealing a gradual mastery of the ocean's depths. The rise of sharks marked a turning point, evolution favoring speed and agility over brute armor, a legacy that continues beneath today's waves. Devonian seas were alive with coral gardens, unlike any before. Rugose and tabulate corals formed sprawling colonies, building complex reefs that sheltered fish, mollusks, and other marine life. These coral structures created habitats that encouraged biodiversity and offered protection against predators. Unlike modern corals, many Devonian species had hard, calcified skeletons that fossilize well, preserving their intricate shapes. These gardens flourished in warm, shallow waters and were among the earliest examples of complex marine ecosystems. The coral reefs of the Devonian period shaped ocean life for millions of years, laying foundations for future reef systems. Their remains, now embedded in ancient rocks, whisper tales of a vibrant underwater world lost to time. Long before modern lobsters scuttled across the ocean floor, their ancient ancestors roamed Devonian seas. These early crustaceans were smaller, armored, and often hidden within reef crevices. Their segmented bodies and jointed limbs allowed for precise movement, making them effective hunters and scavengers. Fossil evidence shows a diverse range of forms, from shrimp-like creatures to crab precursors, each adapting to specific niches. Their shells provided protection but required molting for growth, a vulnerable yet necessary process. These pioneers helped shape benthic ecosystems, playing roles in nutrient recycling and serving as prey for larger predators. Their evolutionary success paved the way for the vast diversity of crustaceans we see today, a testament to resilience and adaptation beneath the waves. Before jaws carved new paths in evolution, jawless fish dominated the seas. These early vertebrates, such as ostracoderms, were armored with bony plates and moved slowly along the seafloor. Without jaws, they fed by suction or filtering, relying on primitive mouths and gill structures. Though limited in mobility and feeding options, jawless fish laid the groundwork for future vertebrate evolution. Their skeletal innovations provided protection and support, helping them survive in predator-filled waters. Fossils of these creatures, though rare, reveal fascinating details: armored heads, sensory pits, and sometimes spines. They remind us that even the simplest forms can open doors to complexity. The dawn of jawless fish marks the quiet beginning of a lineage that would eventually lead to the vast array of vertebrates, including ourselves. The Devonian seas gave rise to placoderms, some of the first fish to sport armored plates, covering their heads and thoraxes. These armored giants were formidable predators, with powerful jaws and thick, bony shields protecting their bodies from attack. Among the most famous was Dunkleosteus, a behemoth capable of biting through almost anything with immense force. Placoderms thrived in diverse marine environments, from shallow reefs to deeper waters. Their complex anatomy allowed new hunting strategies and defense mechanisms, influencing the evolution of fish around them. Though they disappeared by the end of the Devonian, their legacy remains in the vertebrate lineage. Placoderms represent a pivotal chapter where armor and aggression combined to reshape ancient seas. Toward the end of the Devonian period, the seas faced turmoil. Massive environmental changes, including drops in sea levels and shifts in climate, triggered one of Earth's great extinction events. Many species vanished, coral reefs collapsed, armored fish like placoderms dwindled, and entire ecosystems were reshaped. The causes remain debated, but evidence points to widespread anoxia, oxygen-depleted waters, that suffocated marine life. Volcanic activity and changing ocean chemistry may have played roles too. This extinction paved the way for new forms of life to emerge in the following periods. Though devastating, the Devonian extinction was a turning point, clearing space in the ocean's tapestry and allowing evolution to explore new directions. Life beneath the waves had been transformed. Fragile yet persistent, it began anew. The aftermath of the Devonian extinction left the oceans fragile but fertile. In the early Carboniferous, life stirred slowly toward recovery. Coral reefs, once shattered, began to rebuild with new species adapted to shifting conditions. Rugose and tabulate corals formed dense colonies, creating habitats that welcomed fish, crustaceans, and other marine creatures back into the fold. Fish diversified beyond their predecessors, with early sharks gaining strength and variety. Their sleek bodies and sharpened teeth marked a shift toward more active predation. Crustaceans thrived, their exoskeletons offering protection as they explored new ecological roles on the ocean floor and among reefs. Seagrasses and algae spread across shallow waters, stabilizing sediments and feeding a growing array of herbivores. The interplay between flora and fauna created a complex, balanced ecosystem, a testament to resilience in the face of upheaval. Fossil records reveal this slow renewal, layer by layer, species by species, painting a picture of an ocean healing itself. The Carboniferous seas, though born from crisis, became a cradle for innovation, setting the stage for marine life's future evolution. The Carboniferous seas gave birth to coral reefs that would shape marine ecosystems for millions of years. Unlike their Devonian predecessors, these new corals formed more complex and diverse structures. Rugose and tabulate corals, with their hard skeletons, built towering colonies that created shelter and breeding grounds for countless species. These reefs thrived in warm, shallow waters, where sunlight fueled the growth of symbiotic algae living within coral tissues. This relationship allowed reefs to flourish, building massive limestone structures that still form the basis of modern reefs today. Coral reefs acted as ecological hubs, supporting fish, mollusks, crustaceans, and sponges. Their intricate formations influenced water flow and sediment deposition, shaping coastal environments. Over time, coral reefs became more resilient to environmental changes, adapting to fluctuations in temperature and sea level. Yet, they remained vulnerable to mass extinctions and climate shifts, cycles repeated through Earth's history. The rise of modern coral reefs marked a turning point, ecosystems growing in complexity and interdependence. These reefs, both ancient and enduring, connect past oceans with the present, reminding us of life's delicate balance beneath the waves. Early bony fish, or osteichthyons, emerged in the Carboniferous seas, marking a significant evolutionary leap. Unlike their armored predecessors, these fish developed internal skeletons, made primarily of bone rather than cartilage. This innovation allowed for greater flexibility, lighter bodies, and new modes of swimming. Their scales evolved to be thinner and more protective, enabling faster movement and better defense. Early bony fish diversified rapidly, adapting to various ecological niches, from shallow reefs to deeper waters. Some developed primitive lungs, foreshadowing the eventual move from water to land. Fossils reveal a wide range of body shapes and sizes, showcasing the experimentation that shaped modern fish. Their evolution paved the way for countless species, including the ancestors of all terrestrial vertebrates. In the grand tapestry of life, early bony fish represent a crucial thread, one that links the ancient seas of the Carboniferous to the vast diversity of aquatic life present today. As shallow reefs thrived, a parallel story unfolded in the ocean's deeper realms. Light diminished quickly beyond the sunlit surface, forcing life to adapt or retreat. Creatures that once depended on vision and speed developed new strategies to survive in perpetual twilight. Bioluminescence became a vital tool. Glowing bodies attracted mates, lured prey, or warded off predators. Slow metabolism allowed survival on scarce food, while specialized eyes captured the faintest flickers of light. Many deep-sea animals evolved elongated limbs or soft bodies, navigating complex terrains with touch rather than sight. Fossils of deep-sea species are rare, yet some deposits reveal enigmatic forms preserved in fine sediment. These ancient adaptations laid foundations for modern abyssal ecosystems, where life continues in darkness. The shift to deeper seas represents life's resilience, finding light where none shines and thriving beyond the reach of sun. The Paleozoic oceans shaped the blueprint of marine life for eons. From the Cambrian bloom of diverse body plans to the Devonian age of giants and the rise of early reefs, this era laid foundations that still echo beneath today's waves. Extinctions reshaped life repeatedly, but each time the ocean recovered, evolving greater complexity and diversity. Fossils from this time tell stories of innovation, armored fish, reef-building corals, the dawn of jaws, and the shift to new habitats. They reveal the ancient dance between predator and prey, growth and decay, survival and loss. Though long vanished, the creatures of the Paleozoic left a legacy etched in stone and memory. Their ancient oceans were not static backdrops but dynamic worlds, full of life pushing boundaries, creating ecosystems that endure in new forms. In the quiet rhythm of tides and currents, the legacy of these seas continues, a reminder of life's endless capacity to adapt, transform, and persist. Deep within layers of black shale, far beneath the waves and the shifting tides of time, lies an archive of whispered stories, a memory pressed into stone by countless generations of ammonites. These coiled creatures, ancient and enigmatic, spiraled through prehistoric seas for hundreds of millions of years. Their delicate shells both fortress and record. The black shale that holds their remains is more than sediment. It is the ocean's diary, inked in calcium carbonate and darkened by the passage of eras. Ammonites emerged long before the age of dinosaurs, thriving in oceans vastly different from those we know today. The seas of the Paleozoic and Mesozoic were dynamic realms, warmer, richer in minerals, and shifting as continents drifted apart and collided. Amid this restless dance, ammonites evolved intricate shell shapes, from smooth, elegant spirals to tightly coiled whorls studded with ridges and spines. Each shell was a masterpiece of nature's design, balancing buoyancy, protection, and mobility. Within these spirals, chambers formed in succession, like the pages of an unread book, sealed off as the creature grew outward. By filling some chambers with gas, and others with fluid, ammonites controlled their depth in the water, drifting with currents or propelling themselves through the depths. Their delicate architecture was both functional and fragile, an evolution honed by survival and shaped by the ocean's relentless pressures. Fossilized ammonites tell stories beyond their form. Their shells preserve chemical signatures, ratios of isotopes, that reveal ancient ocean temperatures, salinity, and even shifts in atmospheric composition. Layers of shale enriched with ammonite fossils have been studied as climate archives, each shell a snapshot in a vast chronicle of Earth's changing seas. The colors that shimmer faintly on some fossilized shells are minerals infused over millennia, transforming calcium carbonate into opal or pyrite, a subtle glow that hints at the hidden life within the stone. Mass extinctions, waves of loss that swept across oceans and continents, could not erase the ammonites immediately. Their persistence through multiple crises marks them as survivors, witnesses to upheaval and renewal. Yet the final blow came with the asteroid impact that ended the Cretaceous, silencing the spiraled chorus of ammonites and reshaping the ocean's living tapestry forever. Today, when black shale is split with careful hands, the delicate whorls of ammonite fossils emerge, fragile yet enduring. To hold one is to touch a piece of the ancient sea, to glimpse a creature that once navigated a world lost to time. The black shale memory is not just geology, it is a connection to life's deep past, a reminder that beneath the surface of stone lies the pulse of oceans long vanished, but never forgotten. The ocean's depths cradle many mysteries, but few are as elegantly preserved as the ammonites locked within black shale. These fossils are not mere remnants, they are echoes, fingerprints left by an ancient lineage that ruled the seas with a spiral-shaped grace. To understand their stories, to travel across time, tracing the rhythms of prehistoric oceans and the creatures that called them home. Ammonites belong to a group of mollusks related to modern squids and octopuses, but their signature spiral shells set them apart, floating homes intricately divided into chambers. Each new chamber was a refuge, sealed off as the animal grew larger, a practice that allowed fine control over buoyancy. By regulating the gas and fluid within these compartments, ammonites moved vertically through water columns, avoiding predators and seeking prey with remarkable efficiency. Their locomotion was graceful, a slow dance through currents, guided by the coiling geometry of their shells. The variety of ammonite forms is staggering. Some sported tightly coiled shells, smooth and streamlined, while others bore elaborate ridges, spines, and flared edges, each adaptation hinting at their ecological niches. In some species, the shells grew so large that their body chambers could span a foot or more, massive enough to house formidable creatures that dominated their watery realms. Their ornamentation was no mere decoration. Spines deterred predators, while ridges reinforced the fragile shells against crushing pressures. Evolution sculpted their forms not only for survival but for mastery of the marine environment. Ammonite fossils are abundant in black shale deposits, a fine-grained sediment that settled slowly in oxygen-poor environments. This lack of oxygen limited decomposition, allowing soft tissues to leave faint impressions and hard shells to preserve with exceptional detail. Black shale acted as a silent scribe, etching ammonite stories into layers of rock that time would never erase. Each shale bed holds countless ammonites, forming mass deposits that offer snapshots of entire ecosystems. Paleontologists examine these fossils like pages in a vast ledger, each spiral a chapter of adaptation, evolution, and extinction. The chemical composition of ammonite shells reveals secrets of ancient oceans. Variations in isotopes of oxygen and carbon captured within the shells indicate fluctuations in sea temperature and chemistry. By analyzing these subtle clues, scientists reconstruct paleoclimates, charting how global temperatures rose and fell over millions of years. These tiny creatures, no larger than a hand in many cases, carry within them records of ice ages, warming periods, and shifts in ocean circulation. Their shells, like time capsules, bridge the gap between prehistoric life and modern science. Ammonites also play a crucial role in stratigraphy, the science of dating rock layers. Because many ammonite species evolved rapidly and had widespread distribution, they serve as index fossils. Finding a specific ammonite in shale can pinpoint the age of that rock with remarkable precision. This utility has made ammonites indispensable in piecing together the geological timeline, helping scientists order Earth's history with greater clarity. Despite their success, ammonites were not immune to the vicissitudes of time. They survived multiple mass extinctions, but ultimately succumbed to the cataclysm at the end of the Cretaceous. The asteroid impact that ended the reign of the dinosaurs also extinguished ammonites, forever silencing their spiral song. Yet their shells continued to fall, rain-like, to the ocean floor, forming thick layers that would fossilize into black shale and limestone. The physical beauty of ammonite fossils continues to captivate. Polished specimens display iridescent colors, remnants of aragonite, the same mineral that composes mother of pearl. Some ammonites exhibit remarkable iridescence caused by microscopic layering within their shells, shimmering with hues of green, blue, and gold. This play of light, known as ammonite when found in gem-quality form, transforms ancient fossils into jewels of the earth. These stones link past and present, a tangible connection to creatures that swam the oceans long before humans walked the land. In the vast museum of life, ammonites occupy a unique place. They symbolize the grandeur of evolution's endless experimentation, a lineage that combined art and function in spirals of extraordinary complexity. Their extinction marks a boundary in Earth's history, the closing of a chapter filled with rich marine diversity. Yet the black shale memory endures. For those who seek it, every fossil is a doorway into deep time, a chance to touch the ocean's ancient pulse. The spiral shell, delicate and resilient, remains a silent witness to a world lost beneath layers of sediment and silence. As the shale is carefully split in labs and quarries, ammonite fossils emerge like ghostly relics. Their spirals invite contemplation, not only of their biological form, but of the vast cycles of life and death that shaped Earth. To hold one is to hold a fragment of the ocean's soul, a reminder that beneath the silence of stone lies a story forever turning. Beneath the shifting tides of ancient oceans, black shale formed in quiet depths, where light barely reached, and currents slowed to a whisper. In these shadowed depths, ammonites, those spiraled architects of the sea, found both their grave and their legacy. The fine sediment, settling layer by layer, became a perfect seal, preserving the delicate curves of their shells, and in rare moments, the faint impressions of soft tissues long vanished. Ammonites were masters of adaptation, their shells evolving in shape, size, and ornamentation to meet the ever-changing challenges of prehistoric seas. Their spirals were more than structural marvels. They were instruments of survival, balancing buoyancy and speed. The black shale holds ammonite fossils in such abundance that entire rock formations owe their existence to these creatures' silent march through time. Each fossil in the shale whispers of ancient climates, the oxygen levels, temperatures, and chemical currents that shaped ecosystems. Isotopic signatures within their shells have been read by scientists like coded messages, revealing periods of warming, cooling, and even mass extinctions that swept through the oceans. Yet, ammonites were more than survivors. They were indicators. Their rise and fall mark chapters in Earth's history, serving as signposts for geologists and paleontologists. Their extinction at the close of the Cretaceous stands as a testament to the fragility of life amid cosmic forces. As modern hands carefully pry shale apart, ammonite fossils emerge, timeless spirals etched in black stone, carrying memories of oceans long silent but never forgotten. The black shale beneath ancient seas is more than sediment. It is a silent archive, a library of deep time where ammonites, those spiraled sentinels of the past, have left their enduring marks. This fine-grained rock formed in the ocean's quietest, darkest reaches, depths where oxygen was scarce, scavengers absent, and currents too gentle to disturb the settling mud. Within these pristine conditions, countless ammonite shells found their final resting place. Preserved in exquisite detail, their fossilized coils offer us a portal into a prehistoric world. A world shaped by slow currents, shifting continents, and the relentless pulse of evolution. Ammonites themselves were marvels of biological engineering. Related to modern cephalopods such as squids and octopuses, ammonites took to the seas with coiled, chambered shells, each chamber a refuge carefully sealed off as the animal grew. This architecture was not accidental. It was a complex system for controlling buoyancy. By varying the gas and liquid inside successive chambers, ammonites could ascend or descend through water columns with grace and precision, navigating depths where light faded and pressures rose. Their spiral shells, sometimes smooth, sometimes ridged, sometimes adorned with spines, were perfectly balanced, designed to withstand the crushing forces of the deep. The diversity among ammonite species was immense. Fossil beds reveal forms ranging from tightly coiled, streamlined shells that cut through water like knives, to wildly ornamented spirals covered in ridges, bumps, and hooks. These elaborate designs were likely defensive adaptations, deterring predators in a sea where giant fish, marine reptiles, and other formidable hunters prowled. Some species grew massive, their body chambers large enough to house creatures nearly a meter in length, while others remained small and nimble, drifting near the surface or crawling along ancient reefs. Their varied forms testify to the dynamic ecosystems of prehistoric oceans, where evolutionary pressures shaped every curve and contour. Within the black shale, ammonite fossils appear in astonishing abundance, sometimes in mass deposits numbering in the thousands. These layers offer a rare window into ancient marine communities, snapshots of life frozen in sediment. The sediment itself, rich in organic material and deposited in oxygen-deprived environments, limited decay, and preserved even the most fragile features. Occasionally, impressions of soft body parts, tentacles, muscle scars, and ink sacs emerge, rare glimpses of creatures long extinct. Beyond their biological form, ammonites carry chemical stories embedded in their shells. Scientists study variations in oxygen isotopes, trapped within the carbonate layers to reconstruct ancient ocean temperatures and climates. Shifts in carbon isotopes reveal changes in marine productivity and atmospheric composition. These tiny chemical traces serve as proxies for Earth's environmental history, helping to map periods of warming and cooling, ocean acidification, and mass extinctions. The black shale, therefore, functions as a geological chronicle, with ammonite shells as pages recording the ebb and flow of prehistoric life and climate. Ammonites played a vital role in stratigraphy. Their rapid evolution and widespread distribution allowed geologists to date rock layers precisely by identifying ammonite species within them. The appearance and disappearance of particular species mark distinct intervals in the geological timeline. Through these fossil markers, the black shale memory contributes to our understanding of Earth's deep history, linking disparate formations across continents and oceans. Despite their evolutionary success and resilience through multiple crises, ammonites met their demise in the final cataclysm that ended the Cretaceous period. The impact of a massive asteroid disrupted ecosystems globally, wiping out not only the non-avian dinosaurs but also many marine species, including ammonites. Their extinction marked the end of a spiraled lineage that had thrived for over 300 million years. In the aftermath, their shells continued to fall to the seafloor, forming thick deposits that became the black shale formations studied today. The fossilized shells of ammonites have long captivated humanity beyond science. Polished specimens reveal iridescence, known as ammonite, where microscopic layers within the shell diffract light, producing shimmering hues of green, blue, and red. These natural gemstones link past and present, turning ancient sea creatures into jewels treasured for their beauty and mystery. In many cultures, ammonites have been symbols of eternity and renewal, their spirals echoing the cyclical patterns of nature. Modern paleontology continues to unravel ammonite mysteries. Advanced imaging techniques, isotope geochemistry, and sediment analysis shed light on their life habits, migration patterns and extinction dynamics. Still, many questions linger. How exactly did ammonites navigate their complex oceanic environments? What role did their soft tissues play in survival strategies? How did their interactions with predators and competitors influence their evolutionary paths? The black shale memory of ammonites is not static. It invites exploration, imagination, and reverence. Each fossil is a dialogue between past and present, a silent witness to oceans that no longer exist, but whose rhythms still resonate. Through these spiraled shells, the ocean speaks of time's vastness and life's fragile persistence. It reminds us that beneath layers of stone and silence lie stories waiting to be told, stories shaped by currents, survival, and the inexorable turn of the spiral. To hold an ammonite fossil is to hold a fragment of the ocean's ancient soul, a connection to creatures that navigated seas under alien skies. Their legacy endures not only in rocks but in the patterns of life that followed, in the spirals found everywhere from galaxies to seashells. The black shale memory remains a testament to the enduring dance between life and time, a silent testament etched in stone, forever turning. Long before the seas whispered stories to human ears, long before the rise of fish, reptiles and mammals, the ocean floor bore witness to one of the earliest and most enduring chapters of marine life. The trilobites, those armored pioneers of the Paleozoic, etched their presence not only in fossilized shells, but in ancient pathways worn into sandstone, corridors of life preserved beneath a veil of time and sediment. These highways speak volumes about movement, survival, and the quiet persistence of a lineage that thrived for hundreds of millions of years. Trilobites belonged to a group called arthropods, sharing kinship with modern insects, spiders and crustaceans. Yet, unlike their terrestrial cousins, trilobites ruled the marine world with segmented, armored bodies. Their exoskeletons were composed of calcite, often brightly ornamented with spines, ridges or smooth plates, an ancient design combining protection and flexibility. These creatures varied widely in size, from tiny millimeter-long wanderers to species several inches long, some boasting complex eyes composed of thousands of lenses, the earliest known sophisticated visual organs in the animal kingdom. But the fossils of trilobites go beyond their bodies. In sandstone beds around the world, paleontologists have uncovered preserved tracks, trails and burrows, direct evidence of movement. These trace fossils, often found alongside trilobite shells, are not random. They form intricate patterns, resembling highways etched across the seafloor. Some show parallel lines, as if hundreds or thousands of trilobites traveled in procession, while others reveal loops, zigzags, and complex turns, hinting at behaviors ranging from migration to foraging. These fossilized trails are more than mere footprints. They are a record of ancient life, navigating a world both alien and surprisingly familiar. The sandstone that preserves them was once a soft seabed, rippled by currents and waves. Trilobites crawled over and through it, their legs kicking up sediment, their bodies pressing into the mud. Over time, these impressions hardened and were buried by layers of sand and silt, only to be revealed millions of years later as stone, a memory of movement frozen in time. Studying these pathways, scientists glimpse the daily lives of trilobites. Some traveled solo, leaving simple singular trails. Others moved in groups, forming lines or clusters. Certain trails suggest resting spots, where trilobites paused or burrowed beneath sediment. Some trails abruptly end, indicating sudden predation, burial by sediment, or molting, a vulnerable time when trilobites shed their exoskeletons to grow. These trilobite highways also shed light on the environment itself. The patterns of ripple marks, grain size and sediment layering help reconstruct the ancient seafloor's conditions, whether shallow coastal waters, tidal flats, or deeper continental shelves. Trilobite trails indicate currents, tides, and even storms, as some tracks show signs of being partially erased or overlaid by sediment flows. One of the most famous examples of such fossil trails comes from the Cambrian and Ordovician sandstone formations in North America and Europe. Here, Entire surfaces of bedding plains bear hundreds of trails crossing in multiple directions, like ancient streets beneath vanished seas. These pathways provide clues not only to trilobite behavior, but also to the complex ecosystems they inhabited, a world where trilobites interacted with early worms, mollusks, and other marine invertebrates. The intricate eyes of some trilobite species reveal yet another dimension to their lives. Compound eyes with thousands of lenses allowed them to detect movement and light in all directions, navigating their surroundings with remarkable skill. This visual acuity likely played a role in avoiding predators, ancient sea scorpions, cephalopods, and fish ancestors that hunted with stealth and speed. Yet despite their armor and eyesight, trilobites were not invincible. Mass extinctions and environmental shifts periodically thinned their numbers, but their resilience allowed them to rebound time and again. For nearly 300 million years, trilobites flourished, only to disappear forever at the end of the Permian, the planet's greatest extinction event. Holding a trilobite fossil today is to hold a fragment of a world both strange and enduring. Their segmented bodies, detailed eyes, and the fossilized highways they traveled evoke a time when life was experimenting with form and function, carving niches in ancient seas. Each fossil and trail is a testament to adaptation, persistence, and the ceaseless march of evolution. The sandstone veil that holds these traces is a reminder of the ocean's slow hand, building, burying, and preserving. It connects us to a time before complex vertebrates, before the first forests or land animals, when the trilobite highways were the arteries of life. As you imagine the trilobites scuttling across those ancient seabeds, consider the vastness of time that separates us. Consider the silence that follows, the stone that bears witness, and the delicate, spiraling story held in every fossilized footprint. Beneath that sandstone veil, life moved with purpose, leaving behind a memory that still whispers beneath the waves of history. The story of trilobites is not only told by the shapes of their fossilized shells, but also by the intricate pathways they carved across ancient seabeds. Beneath a veil of sandstone and silt, these trace fossils reveal the secret lives of creatures that thrived hundreds of millions of years ago. Imagine a vast ocean floor, not a barren expanse, but a bustling highway system carved by tiny arthropods. Each step a moment frozen in time, a silent testimony to survival, movement, and interaction. Trilobites, often regarded as the first complex marine arthropods, roamed the oceans from the early Cambrian to the late Permian period. Their hard exoskeletons, segmented bodies, and compound eyes are well known, but their footprints, called ichnofossils, tell a deeper story. These trails, preserved in sandstone and shale, capture the rhythms of ancient life, migrations to feeding grounds, evasions from predators, and the cyclical behaviors of molting and resting. The sandstone beds where these trails are found were once the soft, muddy bottoms of shallow seas. Here, trilobites scuttled, their many legs moving in precise coordination, legs sometimes brushing sediment aside, sometimes digging shallow furrows. As they moved, they left impressions, rippled tracks, zigzagging trails, and occasionally circular paths, indicating pauses or feeding behaviors. Some slabs reveal hundreds of overlapping trails, resembling busy roadways beneath the waves, crisscrossing in a timeless dance. Analyzing these tracks reveals more than behavior. They offer a glimpse into the environment itself. The sedimentary features, such as ripple marks and mud cracks, suggest dynamic settings, tidal flats, lagoons or continental shelves, influenced by currents and waves. Trilobite highways therefore serve as ecological records, mapping the interaction between organisms and their habitats. The presence of parallel trackways suggests that some trilobites traveled in groups, perhaps migrating to spawning or feeding areas. The reasons for such mass movements remain speculative, but parallels can be drawn to modern marine arthropods like horseshoe crabs, which gather in swarms for reproductive purposes. The fossilized trails also show evidence of social behavior, such as coordinated movement and following, indicating that trilobites were more than solitary wanderers. Certain trails abruptly end near burrow-like depressions, interpreted as molting sites. Trilobites, like modern crustaceans, periodically shed their exoskeletons to grow. During these vulnerable moments, they likely sought shelter within sediment, safe from predators and environmental hazards. Trace fossils of these molting events, sometimes accompanied by discarded exoskeletons, give valuable insight into their life cycles and survival strategies. The sophistication of trilobite eyes plays into this story of movement. Their compound eyes were among the earliest examples of complex visual systems, featuring thousands of lenses arranged on curved surfaces. This arrangement provided wide fields of view, motion detection, and depth perception crucial for navigating the seafloor and avoiding danger. Some trilobite species had eyes with calcite lenses, a mineral choice unique among animals, providing clarity and protection. Predators such as anomalocaridids, early-jawed fish, and even other trilobites posed threats. The trace fossils reveal rapid changes in movement, sharp turns, sudden halts, that suggest evasive maneuvers. These behavioral clues speak to a constant interplay of hunting and hiding, an ancient predator-prey dynamic, encoded in rock. The vast temporal range of trilobites, spanning over 270 million years, means their trace fossils document profound environmental changes. From the warm shallow seas of the Cambrian, through periods of oceanic anoxia and fluctuating sea levels, trilobite highways adapted, reflecting shifts in sedimentation, climate, and biodiversity. Studying variations in track morphology across geological time helps paleontologists track evolutionary trends and responses to extinction events. Remarkably, trilobite trace fossils also illustrate the impact of their own movement on the environment. Some trails show evidence of sediment disturbance that likely affected microbial mats, early ecosystems of bacteria and algae coating the seafloor. Trilobites may have influenced nutrient cycling by stirring sediments and feeding on microbial communities, playing a subtle but important role in early marine ecology. Fossilized trilobite highways are found worldwide, in locations ranging from the Burgess Shale in Canada to the Devonian sandstone beds of Morocco. Each site adds unique details about the species present, the sedimentary conditions, and the broader paleo environment. Some trackways preserve fine details such as the impressions of legs and antennae, capturing moments that feel almost photographic, despite their ancient origins. The preservation of these trace fossils required an extraordinary set of circumstances: rapid burial by fine sediments, low oxygen conditions to limit decay, and minimal disturbance by currents or scavengers. The very sandstone that once was soft sediment now serves as a time capsule, holding stories written in footprints and trails. Beyond their scientific importance, trilobite highways invite a sense of wonder. They connect us to a world where life's earliest complex forms ventured forth, exploring, surviving, and shaping their environment. They remind us that beneath the vast silence of stone lies a vibrant narrative of life's enduring struggle and creativity. Today, researchers continue to uncover new trilobite trackways, employing modern technologies, such as 3D imaging and sediment analysis, to extract ever more detail. Each discovery enriches our understanding of these ancient arthropods, their behaviors, and the ecosystems they inhabited. As you imagine these ancient highways, endless pathways etched by countless legs beneath waves long vanished, you sense the continuity of life's journey. The trilobites walked a road that led to all complex life that followed, a journey recorded forever beneath the sandstone veil. Under the ancient ocean's vast expanse, trilobites carved a story not just of survival, but of intricate interaction with their environment, a narrative written not only in their fossilized shells, but in the silent highways they created beneath layers of sandstone. These fossilized trails, known as ichnofossils, offer a glimpse into the behavior, ecology, and movement of some of the earliest complex creatures that shaped the seafloor's landscape hundreds of millions of years ago. Trilobites, with their segmented armored bodies, were among the first animals to develop hard exoskeletons, a feature that contributed to their evolutionary success over nearly 300 million years. Their bodies were divided into 3 lobes, hence the name trilobite, and were covered in a tough calcified shell that protected them from predators. Equipped with compound eyes made of calcite crystals, trilobites had an extraordinary ability to detect movement and light from various angles, allowing them to navigate and survive in their marine habitats. While the preserved remains of their exoskeletons are invaluable, it is the preserved trails and burrows, their ichnofossils, that tell us how trilobites lived and moved. These traces range from simple linear paths, indicating crawling behavior, to more complex meandering trails and burrows that suggest feeding, resting, or evasion tactics. Some slabs of sedimentary rock reveal parallel lines of trackways, indicating that trilobites may have traveled in groups or herds, migrating perhaps towards spawning grounds or new feeding areas. Others show solitary tracks that abruptly end or sharply change direction, possibly reflecting encounters with predators or environmental obstacles. The environment in which these trails were made was dynamic and shifting. Sandstone beds with ripple marks and cross-bedding structures preserve evidence of ancient tidal currents and wave actions. Trilobite trails intersecting with ripple marks indicate that these creatures adapted to a variety of substrates, from firm sand to muddy bottoms, each requiring different locomotion and behavior. Some trilobite species were well adapted to burrowing into soft sediment, creating tunnels that protected them from predators or environmental extremes. Others scuttled across open substrates in search of detritus or small prey. Molting was a critical part of trilobite life. Like modern crustaceans, trilobites grew by shedding their exoskeletons in a vulnerable process known as ecdysis. Trace fossils often show concentrations of discarded shells near burrow entrances or resting spots. Some tracks abruptly end near these molting sites, suggesting trilobites sought shelter during this period. The discovery of molting-related echinofossils helps reconstruct the timing and locations of these essential life events, highlighting how behavior influenced survival. Predation was a constant threat. The presence of anomalocaridids, giant Cambrian predators with spiny appendages, and early jawed fish created a dangerous world beneath the waves. The complexity of trilobite trails, including sudden changes in speed and direction, provides clues about escape responses. Some trails suggest rapid bursts of movement, zigzag patterns, or burrowing behaviors triggered by predation attempts. These interactions shaped evolutionary pressures that drove the development of thicker exoskeletons, spines, and complex eyes. Trilobite trace fossils also provide insights into broader ecosystem dynamics. Their movement disturbed microbial mats that covered many seafloors, influencing nutrient cycling and sediment stability. By bioturbating sediments, trilobites played a role in oxygenating seafloor layers and facilitating other life forms' survival. Their trails sometimes overlap with those of other creatures, including worms and mollusks, indicating a diverse and interactive community. The preservation of trilobite trails required precise conditions. Rapid burial by fine sediments in low oxygen environments prevented decay and disturbance. Black shales and sandstones from the Cambrian, Ordovician, and Devonian periods contain abundant examples, each capturing moments in time when life's rhythms were frozen. These fossil sites are invaluable for paleontologists, providing behavioral data that body fossils alone cannot convey. Modern technologies have revolutionized the study of trilobite ichnofossils. High-resolution 3D scanning and photogrammetry allow detailed analysis of track morphology, leg placement, and gait. Experimental studies using living arthropods replicate trilobite locomotion, testing hypotheses about their movement efficiency and environmental adaptation. Sedimentological analyses reconstruct paleo-environmental conditions, contextualizing the ecological niches trilobites occupied. The geographical distribution of trilobite highways is global. Sites from North America, Europe, Asia, and Australia reveal a wide array of species and behaviors adapted to diverse environments, from shallow reefs and tidal flats to deeper offshore settings. Each location contributes unique data about the evolutionary trajectory of trilobites and their responses to environmental change. Trilobites ultimately disappeared in the Permian-Triassic extinction event, the largest mass extinction in Earth's history, yet their fossilized highways remain, silent yet eloquent, chronicling a lineage that shaped marine life's foundation. Their movement patterns echo through time, connecting ancient seas to the present, and reminding us of life's resilience and complexity. The study of trilobite trace fossils transcends science. It is a journey into the origins of behavior, ecology, and adaptation. Through these ancient paths, we glimpse a world where life first mastered movement, where tiny creatures carved out existence beneath primordial waves. These highways beneath the sandstone veil are more than tracks. They are the footsteps of life itself, preserved for eternity. Beneath the ocean's vast ancient canopy, the trilobite highways extend like veins across the seafloor, a labyrinth etched into sandstone that speaks to the ceaseless motion of a vanished world. These pathways, fossilized and preserved across eons, are more than mere traces. They are a narrative of life's endurance, a testament to the rhythms and rituals of creatures long extinct, yet immortalized beneath the sandstone veil. Trilobites, those early arthropods clad in segmented armor, were pioneers of movement. Their many-legged march across the muddy ocean floors laid the groundwork for the marine ecosystems that would follow. Unlike static fossils frozen in place, their trails offer a dynamic glimpse of behavior, a record of how these animals interacted with their surroundings, with each other, and with the ever-present threats lurking in the Cambrian and Ordovician seas. These fossilized trails, impressions of legs, bodies, and antennae, reveal complex patterns. Some are straight, suggesting purposeful journeys perhaps toward feeding grounds or mating sites. Others twist and turn, meandering like exploratory forays into the unknown. Parallel trackways hint at social behavior, group migrations, or collective evasion from predators, while abrupt stops and sharp turns might capture the moment of a near escape or a sudden retreat into burrows. The environment beneath which these highways were carved was itself a shifting landscape. Sand ripples, mud flats, and shallow marine shelves all hosted trilobite life, each substrate influencing how these creatures moved and behaved. In ripple-marked sandstone, their tracks overlay the sediment's own story, interwoven narratives of water, wind, and life. In some regions, entire bedding plains brim with overlapping tracks, a chaotic tapestry revealing an ancient seafloor teeming with activity. Molting, a vulnerable yet vital process for growth, left its mark along these paths. Trilobites shed their exoskeletons and often sought refuge in shallow burrows, leaving clusters of empty shells near resting places. Trace fossils near these sites illustrate behavioral adaptations, with individuals retreating to safety during ectasis. These moments of stillness contrast sharply with the bustling highways, underscoring the delicate balance between activity and vulnerability in trilobite life. Predation pressure is evident not only in the design of trilobite armor, but also in their escape behaviors. Sudden shifts in track direction and bursts of speed suggest evasive maneuvers, a dance of survival played out in miniature beneath prehistoric waves. Fossil evidence indicates that trilobites faced formidable foes, from early jawed fish to large anomalocoridids, forcing evolutionary arms races that shaped their morphology and behavior. The impact of trilobite movement on their ecosystems was profound. By disturbing sediments and microbial mats, they influenced nutrient recycling and oxygenation of the seabed. Their foraging and locomotion created microhabitats for smaller organisms and contributed to the overall health and diversity of benthic communities. In this way, the trilobite highways were not just paths of individual survival but arteries of ecosystem function. Preservation of these trace fossils required an extraordinary confluence of conditions: rapid burial by fine sediments, minimal oxygen to slow decay, and absence of scavengers allowed the delicate impressions to fossilize. The sandstone itself, once soft and shifting, hardened over millions of years into a durable record, a geological canvas preserving movement as well as form. Modern techniques continue to enhance our understanding of these ancient pathways. Photogrammetry and 3D modeling reveal minute details of leg positioning and gait, while sedimentological studies reconstruct the paleo environments in which trilobites lived. Experimental comparisons with extant arthropods offer insights into locomotion and behavior, bridging millions of years between past and present. Trilobite highways have been discovered worldwide, from North America's Cambrian formations to European Ordovician strata, and even in Australian outcrops. Each site offers a unique glimpse into the diversity of trilobite species and behaviors adapted to local environments. These global occurrences underscore the evolutionary success and ecological importance of trilobites across Paleozoic seas. Their eventual extinction during the Permian mass extinction closed a remarkable chapter, yet their highways remain, enduring monuments to a lineage that shaped early marine life and laid foundations for future complexity. They remind us that life's story is not written only in bones or shells but also in movement, interaction, and the endless quest for survival. In contemplating the trilobite highways beneath the sandstone veil, we are invited to witness a world where life's first complex explorers navigated unknown waters. Their trails connect us across deep time, linking our present to an ancient dance of existence etched into stone. The ancient seas once harbored a kingdom, unlike any known today, a realm ruled not by corals, but by an extraordinary group of mollusks, called rudists. These enigmatic creatures constructed massive reefs during the late Cretaceous period, ecosystems so vast and dense that they rivaled the largest coral reefs of the modern ocean. Often overlooked in popular accounts of prehistoric marine life, rudists' ghost reefs are geological and biological marvels that reveal the ocean's capacity for innovation, resilience, and eventual decline. Rudists belong to the class Bivalvia, making them distant cousins of clams, oysters, and mussels. Yet their shells were radically different, morphologically bizarre, and diverse. Unlike typical bivalves with two symmetrical halves, rudists exhibited an asymmetry where one valve was often elongated, conical, or tubular, anchoring the animal to the seabed, while the other formed a cap or lid. This configuration allowed rudists to grow tightly packed colonies, their shells interlocking and cementing together to form reef structures of remarkable solidity. Some rudist reefs extended over tens of kilometers, creating underwater fortresses that thrived in warm, shallow waters along continental shelves. The seas that nurtured these ghost reefs were dynamic. The late Cretaceous oceans were generally warm, with high sea levels flooding continental interiors, creating broad, shallow epicontinental seas. These conditions favored extensive reef growth, but also presented challenges: fluctuating salinity, variable sediment influx, and periodic changes in water chemistry. Rudists' tolerance to such conditions gave them a competitive edge over corals, which often require more stable, oligotrophic environments. This resilience enabled rudists to dominate reef-building niches in regions where coral reefs were scarce or absent. Paleontological evidence highlights the extraordinary diversity and complexity of rudist reef communities. Fossils from regions spanning the modern Mediterranean, Gulf of Mexico, and the Middle East reveal that rudist reefs were home to a myriad of associated organisms: gastropods, echinoids, small fish, and various invertebrates that sought shelter among the dense shell labyrinths. These reefs acted as hotspots of biodiversity, fostering complex trophic interactions and supporting ecosystems comparable in scale and function to contemporary coral reefs. The rudists themselves varied widely in size and form. Some species measured mere centimeters, while others reached lengths exceeding a meter. Their shells exhibited remarkable architectural variety. Some grew as long curved cones anchored vertically, others formed cup-shaped structures with flared rims. The growth patterns, shell microstructure, and cementation between individuals reflect intricate evolutionary adaptations for maximizing space, stability, and defense against predation. Physiologically, rudists filtered seawater to extract plankton and organic particles, much like modern bivalves. Their clustered growth optimized feeding efficiency, while their robust skeletons shielded them from predators and environmental stressors. The sheer size and density of rudist colonies influenced local water flow, sediment deposition, and nutrient cycling, effectively engineering their environment. These ghost reefs were not passive structures, but active ecosystems, shaping marine habitats on a grand scale. Yet, the story of the ghost reef is also one of vulnerability and ultimate extinction. For millions of years, rudists thrived, withstanding fluctuations in climate, sea levels, and ecological competition. Their reign coincided with the rise of dinosaurs on land, and saw vast evolutionary experiments beneath the waves. However, the end of the Cretaceous brought cataclysmic change. The asteroid impact approximately 66 million years ago triggered mass extinctions across marine and terrestrial realms. The ghost reefs, once flourishing bastions, collapsed under these environmental upheavals. The sudden extinction of rudists dramatically altered marine ecosystems. Coral reefs, which had been suppressed by rudist dominance in some regions, re-emerged and gradually filled the vacated ecological niches. This transition reshaped coastal habitats and marine biodiversity for the millions of years that followed, setting the stage for the modern reef systems that captivate today's oceans. In the present day, rudist reefs survive only as fossilized relics. Their skeletal remains, embedded in limestone and shale formations, are key markers for Cretaceous strata worldwide. Quarries in regions such as the Mediterranean basin and parts of North Africa reveal extensive rudist deposits, their strange shell forms jutting from rock faces like frozen sculptures. These fossils continue to fascinate scientists and collectors alike, offering glimpses into a lost marine world. Geologists study these formations not only for their paleontological value, but also for their economic importance. Limestone derived from rudist reefs serves as building material and is integral to various industries. The density and durability of rudist shell deposits contribute to the formation of oil reservoirs, as their porous structures can trap hydrocarbons, making rudist reefs significant in petroleum geology. The ghost reef's legacy is complex. It exemplifies how life adapts and dominates in ways unexpected, reshaping environments and biodiversity. Yet it also stands as a poignant reminder of nature's impermanence, the sudden vulnerability of even the most successful ecosystems to rapid global change. Looking back, the ghost reef offers valuable lessons for understanding resilience and vulnerability in modern reefs. Current coral reefs face unprecedented threats from climate change, ocean acidification, and human impact. By studying rudist reefs, ancient ecosystems that flourished, transformed, and ultimately succumbed, scientists gain insights into how marine communities respond to stress and environmental shifts. The ghost reef's silent stones whisper of ancient seas warmed by sun and stirred by tides, where mollusks wove underwater fortresses of stone, hosting vibrant communities that vanished yet shaped the ocean's course. It is a testament to the ocean's deep past, a world both alien and awe-inspiring, where life's ingenuity found new forms, only to be swept away in the tides of time. Beneath modern waves, remnants of that ancient spirit persist. The ghost reef endures in memory, fossil, and sediment, inviting us to listen and learn from oceans that have known both grandeur and loss. The ghost reef's story is a haunting echo of resilience and transformation beneath the ancient seas. Though the rudists that built these reefs vanished with the Cretaceous extinction, the remnants of their skeletal labyrinths remain as silent monuments in the geological record. These ghost reefs, preserved in limestone and sandstone, tell tales not only of biological innovation, but also of the tumultuous environmental changes that shaped the oceans and their inhabitants over millions of years. Rudist reefs flourished in a world very different from today's oceans. The late Cretaceous seas, roughly 100 to 66 million years ago, were characterized by high sea levels and widespread shallow marine environments. These warm, sunlit waters provided ideal conditions for rudists to proliferate. Unlike modern coral reefs that depend on symbiotic algae and stable conditions, rudists exhibited remarkable tolerance to sedimentation and fluctuating salinity. This adaptability allowed them to colonize regions where coral growth was limited, effectively replacing corals as primary reef builders in many areas. The morphology of rudists was diverse and often bizarre. Some species developed thick, conical shells that anchored firmly into sediment, while others had wide, flaring valves that acted as protective shields or feeding apparatuses. Their shells often interlocked tightly, creating complex three-dimensional structures capable of withstanding wave action and predation. The density of rudist colonies could be astounding, forming bioherms, reef-like mounds that spanned kilometers and rose meters above the seafloor. These ghost reefs provided essential habitat complexity, supporting a rich assemblage of marine life. Fossil evidence indicates that rudist reefs hosted diverse communities of fish, mollusks, echinoderms and other invertebrates. The reefs influenced local hydrodynamics, sediment deposition and nutrient cycling, acting as ecological engineers that shaped their environments much like modern coral reefs. Their presence contributed to the marine food web's stability and complexity, fostering evolutionary diversification. Yet, despite their success, rudists were vulnerable to the global cataclysm that ended the Cretaceous period. The asteroid impact near present-day Chicxulub, Mexico, initiated a cascade of environmental crises, massive wildfires, tsunamis, darkness from atmospheric dust, and rapid climate shifts that disrupted ecosystems worldwide. Marine environments suffered significant losses. Ocean acidification and temperature fluctuations further stressed reef communities. The rudist reefs, so resilient in their prime, could not survive this upheaval. Their abrupt disappearance marks a significant turning point in marine history, the extinction of a dominant reef-building group, and the subsequent resurgence of scleractinian corals that define modern reefs. The collapse of rudist reefs left vast areas of the seafloor barren or restructured, reshaping oceanic habitats for the ensuing Paleogene period. Fossilized rudist reefs are invaluable to science. They provide insight into paleoecology, sedimentology, and evolutionary biology. The study of rudist shell morphology and reef architecture informs on growth rates, reproductive strategies, and environmental tolerances. Geochemical analyses of rudist shells reveal details of seawater chemistry and climatic conditions during the late Cretaceous. Furthermore, rudist reef limestones often serve as hydrocarbon reservoirs, highlighting their economic significance. Rudist reefs have left an indelible imprint on the geological record, yet their strange forms continue to puzzle and fascinate researchers. Their unique evolutionary pathway challenges conventional notions of reef building and adaptation. Unlike coral polyps, rudists were bivalves, and their capacity to dominate reef ecosystems underscores the dynamic nature of life strategies in response to environmental pressures. Modern coral reefs face unprecedented threats from climate change, pollution, and habitat destruction. Studying the rise and fall of rudist reefs provides valuable analogues for understanding reef resilience and vulnerability. The ghost reef's history reminds us that reef ecosystems are dynamic, capable of profound transformation, but also fragile in the face of rapid change. In museums and quarries worldwide, rudist fossils, shells twisted into cones, tubes, and cups, serve as tangible connections to this vanished world. Their preservation in black shales and limestones captures moments of ancient life frozen in stone, inviting reflection on the transient yet enduring nature of ecosystems. The ghost reef, though long gone, remains a symbol of life's adaptability and the ocean's vast hidden history. Through the study of these ancient reefs, we glimpse a world where mollusks crafted underwater cities, where seas flourished with biodiversity shaped by the interplay of biology and geology. The legacy of the ghost reef endures beneath layers of sediment, in the fossil record's memory, and in the ongoing quest to understand the ocean's deep past. It stands as a testament to the cycles of rise and fall, growth and collapse, that define life on Earth. As we peer into the depths of time, the ghost reef whispers its story, one of innovation, dominance and inevitable change, a haunting reminder that even the mightiest of ecosystems are but chapters in the ocean's endless saga. The ghost reef is more than a relic of a lost era. It is a monument to the ocean's capacity for reinvention, and the delicate balance between life and environment. Rudist reefs, dominant through much of the late Cretaceous, exemplify the complexity of marine ecosystems that flourished before the planet's most infamous extinction event. Their presence shaped coastal habitats, influenced sedimentary processes, and supported diverse communities. To explore the ghost reef is to dive deep into a chapter of Earth's history defined by ecological success and catastrophic transformation. Rudists were specialists, yet remarkably adaptable mollusks. Their shells, though bivalved, defied the symmetry common to their relatives. One valve often formed a solid, anchoring base, sometimes tubular or conical, while the other acted as a lid or cover, sometimes flared or ornamented. This asymmetry allowed them to cement themselves firmly to the seafloor, resisting wave energy and sediment displacement. The intricate interlocking of shells created dense frameworks, forming bioherms that were ecologically similar to modern coral reefs, but structurally distinct. The ghost reef's architecture reveals layers of life interacting, ranging from symbiotic relationships to predator-prey dynamics. Fossils of smaller organisms, gastropods, echinoids, and crustaceans are frequently found embedded within rudist reefs, indicating these structures provided shelter and feeding grounds. Some species likely formed mutualistic partnerships, living in the nooks and crannies created by the rudist's shells, while others exploited the reef's complexity for protection from predators. In terms of growth, rudists demonstrated rapid skeletal accretion. Stable isotopic studies suggest their metabolism and calcification processes were efficient, facilitating the construction of vast reefs in a relatively short geological timeframe. Their ability to tolerate higher levels of turbidity and variable salinity distinguished them from many coral species, enabling expansion into environments less hospitable to coral reefs. Sedimentological evidence from rudist reefs highlights their influence on seafloor dynamics. The reefs modified water flow, reduced wave energy near coastlines, and contributed to the trapping and stabilization of sediments. This process played a vital role in the development of carbonate platforms and shaped the physical geography of Cretaceous marine environments. In this way, rudist reefs were key ecosystem engineers, actively shaping habitats and influencing sedimentary cycles. However, the end of the Cretaceous brought rapid and profound changes. The asteroid impact approximately 66 million years ago initiated a series of environmental catastrophes: wildfires, tsunamis, acid rain, and prolonged darkness. The immediate effects on marine ecosystems were devastating. The ghost reefs, once thriving bastions of life, faced sudden declines. Ocean acidification likely compromised shell formation, while collapse of food chains disrupted reef communities. Paleontological evidence shows a rapid decline in rudist diversity and abundance toward the Cretaceous' close. Fossil records indicate a fragmentation of reef structures, with isolated colonies persisting briefly before total extinction. In the aftermath, coral reefs began a slow resurgence, gradually replacing rudists as dominant reef builders. This transition reshaped marine ecosystems and marked a new phase in reef evolution. The study of rudist reefs provides important insights into how marine ecosystems respond to stress and recovery after mass extinction. Their dominance and collapse illustrate the vulnerability of reef ecosystems to rapid environmental change, a lesson increasingly relevant today. Understanding the ghost reef's history helps frame modern concerns about coral reef degradation and ocean health. Globally, rudist reef fossils have been found in many regions: the Mediterranean basin, the Caribbean, parts of the Middle East and North Africa. These fossil deposits have been extensively studied for their geological and paleontological significance. Rudist reefs serve as important stratigraphic markers for Cretaceous sedimentary sequences, assisting geologists in dating and correlating rock layers. Economically, rudist limestone deposits have significance as reservoirs for oil and gas. The porosity and permeability of these reef carbonates can trap hydrocarbons, making them prime targets for exploration. This adds a layer of contemporary importance to the study of ghost reefs, connecting ancient biology with modern resource management. The ghost reef's presence challenges assumptions about reef evolution. Rudists thrived in conditions that would be marginal for modern corals, illustrating alternative evolutionary pathways and adaptability. Their unique biology and ecology expand our understanding of reef ecosystems beyond the coral-dominated paradigms. Despite their extinction, rudists continue to inspire curiosity and scientific inquiry. Fossil collectors prize rudist shells for their unusual shapes and sizes. Museums display these fossils as tangible links to the deep past, captivating public imagination and illustrating the diversity of life that once inhabited our planet. In reflecting on the Ghost Reef, one contemplates the transient yet cyclical nature of life on Earth. Ecosystems rise, flourish and fall, leaving behind records written in stone. The rudest reefs, once vibrant cities beneath the waves, remind us of the ocean's power to nurture and destroy. As modern reefs face unprecedented challenges from climate change, pollution and human impact, the Ghost Reef serves as both warning and inspiration. It exemplifies resilience, adaptation, and the delicate interdependence of life and environment, a chapter of Earth's history that continues to resonate beneath the waves. Through the study of these fossilized reefs, we gain not only scientific knowledge, but also a deeper appreciation of the ocean's mysteries, past and present. The Ghost Reef, silent yet eloquent, invites us to listen to the whispers of ancient seas, the cycles of life and death, and the enduring spirit of the natural world. In the swirling tapestry of Earth's history, few chapters are as enigmatic and profound as the reign and eventual disappearance of the rudest reefs. Colossal marine structures, built not by coral, but by these peculiar, now extinct mollusks. These ghost reefs, remnants of an era long past, still lie buried beneath layers of limestone and shale, silent yet eloquent monuments to a world that outlasted the dinosaurs and vanished beneath the tides of time. The late Cretaceous period, spanning roughly from 100 to 66 million years ago, was an epoch of geological and biological flux. Seas were expansive and warm, flooded vast continental shelves, and nurtured a diversity of marine life. Amid this abundance, rudists emerged as dominant reef builders, constructing vast underwater fortresses from their interlocking shells. Their reefs stretched from the ancient Tethys Sea to the Proto-Caribbean, spanning thousands of kilometers and profoundly shaping marine landscapes. Rudists were bivalves, mollusks related to clams and oysters, yet their morphology was unlike anything seen today. One valve of the shell often formed a thick, elongated cone anchored deep into the sediment, while the other acted as a lid, sometimes flared or adorned with ridges and spines. This asymmetry allowed rudists to cement tightly together, forming dense three-dimensional reef frameworks capable of resisting wave energy and sediment disturbance. Their ability to withstand variable environmental conditions, higher turbidity, salinity fluctuations, and sediment influx, gave rudists a competitive advantage over scleractinian corals, which preferred clearer, more stable waters. The ghost reefs of rudists were not sterile monuments. They were vibrant ecosystems. Fossil assemblages indicate a rich biodiversity associated with these reefs, including fish, echinoids, gastropods, bryozoans, and crustaceans. These reefs provided critical habitat complexity, offering refuge, feeding grounds, and breeding sites. The architectural complexity of rudist reefs also influenced hydrodynamics, modifying water flow and sediment deposition patterns, thereby shaping the seafloor in subtle but lasting ways. Growth rates of rudists were rapid, compared to many modern reef organisms. Isotopic analyses suggest efficient calcification, facilitated by their metabolic adaptations. These mollusks grew quickly to outcompete other benthic organisms, constructing massive reef structures within relatively short geological intervals. Their prolific reproduction and colonial habits contributed to the reef's resilience and expansion. Yet the story of the ghost reef is one of both triumph and tragedy. The end of the Cretaceous brought an environmental catastrophe of unparalleled scale. The asteroid impact that created the Chicxulub crater triggered global climatic upheavals, violent storms, darkness from atmospheric aerosols, ocean acidification, and drastic temperature fluctuations. Marine ecosystems, including rudist reefs, suffered severely. The extinction of rudists was abrupt. Their fossil record shows a marked decline in diversity and abundance in the final few million years of the Cretaceous. The collapse of rudist reefs dismantled critical habitats, reshaping oceanic biodiversity. This loss allowed scleractinian corals, previously outcompeted, to recover and diversify, ultimately becoming the dominant reef builders of the Cenozoic era and the reefs we recognize today. The ghost reef's demise is preserved in the sedimentary record as fragmented, disarticulated shells scattered amidst marl and shale. These deposits provide insights into the extinction's tempo and the environmental stresses preceding it. Studies of these layers reveal shifts in ocean chemistry, changes in sedimentation, and disruptions to food webs that signaled the fragility of even the most dominant marine communities. Beyond its biological significance, the ghost reef plays a vital role in geology and natural resource exploration. Limestone derived from rudist reefs serves as reservoir rocks for hydrocarbons, making these fossil deposits economically important. Their porosity and permeability facilitate the storage and migration of oil and gas, connecting ancient biological processes with modern industry. Contemporary research employs advanced technologies, X-ray tomography, geochemical modeling, and sedimentological mapping, to reconstruct the growth structure and decline of rudist reefs. These studies not only illuminate past biodiversity and ecosystem function, but also offer analogues for understanding modern reef resilience and vulnerability in the face of climate change. The ghost reef's lessons resonate today, as coral reefs worldwide face bleaching, acidification, and habitat loss. The history of rudist reefs serves as both a caution and a source of insight. Ecosystems can dominate, adapt, and rebuild, but catastrophic shifts can irreversibly alter their course. Understanding the ghost reef's rise and fall enriches our perspective on marine conservation and the enduring interplay between life and environment. Visiting fossil sites where rudist reefs are exposed, whether in Mediterranean quarries or North African escarpments, is to stand amid the echoes of a vanished world. The strange conical shells protruding from rock face and rubble challenge our imaginations, compelling us to piece together narratives from forms that seem alien yet profoundly connected to the ocean's living fabric. The ghost reef is a testament to life's ingenuity and its fragility, a monument to ecosystems that, despite enduring millions of years and dramatic shifts, ultimately succumbed to forces beyond their control. Their story is inscribed not only in stone but in the very processes that continue to shape Earth's oceans. As we contemplate these ancient reef builders, we recognize the ocean's deep memory and the intricate dance of evolution, environment, and extinction. The ghost reef calls us to listen to the whispers of the past, the rhythms of the present, and the possibilities of the future beneath the endless blue. Long before the seas teemed with the diversity of fish and marine reptiles, the oceans of the Silurian period, over 420 million years ago, held shadowy predators that silently ruled the dark waters. Among these early hunters were the sleeper sharks, primitive relatives of the sharks we know today. Yet, unlike any modern species, these ancient sharks navigated a world still young and mysterious, where the night of the deep sea stretched uninterrupted, and evolution whispered its earliest tales. The Silurian seas were vastly different from modern oceans. Land was sparse and barren, and the atmosphere was gradually filling with oxygen, setting the stage for complex life. Beneath these calm waters, early jawed vertebrates were only beginning to emerge, and the seas were dominated by soft-bodied creatures, armored fish, and these early sharks whose cartilage skeletons left few fossils behind. However, their tiny scales and teeth, fossilized in shale and limestone, offer glimpses into their existence. These sleeper sharks were not the swift, aggressive hunters we associate with their modern descendants. Instead, they were likely slow-moving, adapted to life in the low-light depths, where food was scarce and energy conservation was vital. Their body structures suggest a lifestyle of quiet ambush or opportunistic scavenging, gliding silently through the shadows to catch prey unaware. One genus, Climaceus, bore long spines along its fins, providing protection and stability in turbulent waters. Others displayed a range of primitive features: simple jaws, rows of small sharp teeth, and elongated bodies, suited to navigating the silty seabed. These adaptations reveal a delicate balance between predator and prey, in a world where speed and stealth were paramount. The fossil record preserves these sleeper sharks, mostly as isolated scales, or teeth, hinting at their widespread presence despite their elusive nature. Their survival through multiple environmental shifts, demonstrates remarkable resilience, yet much about their biology remains a mystery. Soft cartilage rarely fossilizes, leaving only fragmented evidence. In the cold, dark depths of Silurian seas, these sleeper sharks embodied the ocean's slow pulse, the steady, patient beat of life emerging from primordial waters. Their presence heralded the rise of vertebrate predators and set evolutionary paths that would shape the future of marine ecosystems. Exploring the sleeper shark's story allows us to peer into a shadowy past where the ocean was still finding its voice, where silent hunters drifted beneath endless nights, and where life's ancient rhythms began to unfold. The Silurian period, spanning roughly 443 to 419 million years ago, was a pivotal chapter in Earth's marine history, a time when life began to expand its complexity after the devastating Ordovician mass extinction. Beneath the dark waters of this ancient ocean dwelled the sleeper sharks, primitive predators whose silent presence shaped the evolving marine ecosystems. Though their fossil record is fragmentary, their impact resonates through time, offering a glimpse into the early evolution of jawed vertebrates and the genesis of shark lineages. Unlike modern sharks, which are swift, highly mobile hunters adapted to a broad range of marine environments, these Silurian sleeper sharks were smaller, less specialized, and adapted to a slower pace of life. Their skeletons, composed mainly of cartilage rather than bone, rarely fossilized intact, making the study of these creatures a delicate puzzle pieced together through the fossilized remnants of scales, teeth, and finned spines, preserved in fine-grained sedimentary rocks. The scales of Silurian sleeper sharks were tiny, often micrometer-sized plates, covered with intricate patterns, serving as protective armor and hydrodynamic tools. These scales, known as dermal denticles, reduced drag as the shark moved through water and offered a first line of defense against predators and parasites. The patterning and morphology of these denticles provide clues about the lifestyle and environment of these early sharks, suggesting they navigated complex, sometimes turbulent shallow seas, as well as deeper, quieter waters. The teeth of these early sharks, though less formidable than those of their later descendants, were adapted for grasping and slicing soft-bodied prey. Rows of small, sharp teeth lined their jaws, enabling them to seize worms, small crustaceans, and other benthic invertebrates. The presence of multiple tooth rows and continual tooth replacement, a hallmark of modern sharks, already characterized these ancient species, demonstrating an evolutionary continuity that spans hundreds of millions of years. One particularly fascinating aspect of Silurian sleeper sharks is their apparent ability to survive and adapt in low-oxygen environments, a condition common in Silurian marine settings. These low-oxygen dead zones challenged many marine organisms, but sleeper sharks seem to have thrived, or at least persisted in these marginal habitats. This resilience may have stemmed from slow metabolisms, efficient oxygen utilization, or behavioral adaptations, such as reduced activity or nocturnal lifestyles, behaviors inferred from the sedimentary contexts and associated fossil assemblages. The Silurian seas were ecologically dynamic and diverse. Invertebrates such as trilobites, brachiopods, and mollusks flourished alongside early jawless fish. The introduction of jawed fish, including sleeper sharks, added new dimensions to predator-prey interactions, fostering evolutionary arms races that increased biodiversity and complexity. These sharks, occupying intermediate trophic levels, likely influenced the behavior and distribution of prey species, shaping community structures long before the rise of large predatory sharks in the Mesozoic. Fossil evidence places these sleeper sharks across various Silurian marine basins worldwide, from the shallow carbonate platforms of North America to the deeper basins of Europe and Asia. These widespread occurrences underscore their ecological success and adaptability to different marine conditions. Fossil scales and teeth are often found alongside other vertebrate remains, providing valuable context for reconstructing ancient food webs and environmental parameters. Despite their primitive features, Silurian sleeper sharks possessed anatomical innovations that presaged the success of later sharks and rays. Their jaws, while less complex than those of modern species, allowed more effective feeding than jawless fish, marking a significant evolutionary advancement. Sensory systems, though poorly preserved, likely included rudimentary lateral lines for detecting water movement and vibrations, critical for hunting in murky or dark environments. Environmental fluctuations during the Silurian also played a significant role in shaping sleeper shark evolution. Shifts in sea level, climate variations, and changes in ocean chemistry influenced habitat availability and ecosystem dynamics. Sleeper sharks' persistence through these changes testifies to their resilience and capacity for ecological flexibility, a trait that allowed their descendants to eventually dominate marine ecosystems. Studying these early sharks also sheds light on the origins of key vertebrate characteristics. The transition from jawless to jawed fish marked a turning point in vertebrate evolution, and sleeper sharks occupy a crucial place in this narrative. Features such as paired fins, vertebral elements, and tooth replacement patterns trace their beginnings in this period, laying foundations for the immense diversity of fish and ultimately terrestrial vertebrates. The fragmentary nature of the fossil record challenges paleontologists to reconstruct sleeper sharks' biology and ecology with caution and creativity. Advances in technology, such as high-resolution micro-CT scanning, geochemical isotope analysis, and comparative anatomy with extant species, have allowed unprecedented insights. These methods reveal details of scale microstructure, growth patterns, and paleo-environmental conditions, enriching our understanding of Silurian marine life. From an evolutionary perspective, the sleeper sharks symbolize an early chapter in a lineage that has endured mass extinctions, radiated into diverse forms, and persisted for over 400 million years. Their ancient ancestors set the stage for the dominance of cartilaginous fish, influencing marine ecosystems through predation, competition, and habitat modification. The quiet, patient existence of these sleeper sharks contrasts sharply with the aggressive predation often associated with their modern relatives. Their survival strategy seemed rooted in conservation, slow movement, opportunistic feeding, and adaptation to low-energy environments. In a world still emerging from darkness, where ecosystems were fragile and competition intense, such strategies were vital. Imagining the Silurian seas at night, the depths cloaked in shadow, punctuated only by the bioluminescence of plankton and early jellyfish, these sleeper sharks moved like ghosts. Their presence was subtle yet influential, part of the ocean's fabric long before vertebrates took the terrestrial stage. Their story is one of beginnings, the early emergence of jawed predators, the unfolding complexity of marine ecosystems, and the evolutionary innovations that would eventually lead to the sharks that patrol today's oceans. They remind us that life's history is not just one of grandeur and spectacle, but also of quiet persistence and adaptation beneath the waves. In the grand tapestry of Earth's life, the sleeper sharks of the Silurian night occupy a chapter both humble and profound. Their legacy continues, written in the fossil scales and teeth preserved beneath layers of stone, a testament to the ocean's endless capacity to harbor life in its myriad forms. As research continues, uncovering new fossils and applying cutting-edge techniques, the veil over these ancient sharks lifts slowly. Each discovery enriches our narrative of life's origins and the deep history of marine predation. These early sleeper sharks are a reminder of the deep past lurking beneath our feet and beneath the waves, a world as mysterious as it is vital to understanding the story of life on Earth. The Silurian seas were a world of shadows and subtle motion, a realm where light barely penetrated, and silence ruled the depths. It was here, in these murky waters, that the sleeper sharks carved out their ancient domain. Unlike the swift predators we associate with sharks today, these early jawed vertebrates thrived in an environment that demanded patience, adaptability, and an uncanny ability to conserve energy in a world still finding its balance. Fossil evidence paints a picture of these sleeper sharks as small to medium-sized creatures, their bodies sleek yet reinforced by tough scales and spines. The fossil record is dominated by microfossils, tiny, intricately patterned scales, thin spines and isolated teeth that serve as the cryptic signatures of creatures that rarely left complete skeletons. These fragments, recovered from black shales and limestones deposited in deep or low-oxygen marine basins, speak volumes about their prevalence and ecological role. The scales of these sharks, often less than a millimeter in size, are masterpieces of natural engineering. Their ridges and microstructures reduce drag, enabling silent gliding through water. The protective function of these dermal denticles also shielded the sharks from parasites and minor injuries, an early form of biological armor that would evolve in complexity over millions of years. Their diversity hints at a range of ecological niches. Some likely prowled near the seabed, others lingered in mid-water, adapting to the available prey and environmental conditions. Teeth from these early sharks, though primitive compared to later forms, reveal fascinating insights. Typically small and pointed, they were adapted for grasping soft-bodied invertebrates and small fish. The arrangement of multiple tooth rows, coupled with continuous replacement, reflects evolutionary strategies that ensured feeding efficiency, even when individual teeth were lost or damaged. This dental adaptation remains a hallmark of modern sharks, underscoring the deep evolutionary roots of their feeding mechanisms. The Silurian Ocean was an arena of emerging complexity. Early jawless fish still populated the waters, while the first jawed vertebrates, including these sleeper sharks, introduced new dynamics to the food web. Their presence initiated evolutionary pressures on prey species, which in turn developed defensive adaptations such as hard shells and spines. This ancient dance of predator and prey laid the foundation for the intricate ecosystems that would flourish in the Devonian and beyond. Interestingly, the sleeper shark's adaptations also suggest a degree of environmental specialization. Sedimentary contexts indicate that many occupied low-oxygen or anoxic environments, habitats challenging for most marine life. Such conditions would have limited competitors and predators, providing a refuge for these early sharks. Their ability to survive in these marginal zones speaks to metabolic and behavioral adaptations, possibly including reduced activity levels, slow growth rates, and opportunistic feeding. The study of these ancient sharks is a challenging endeavor. The cartilaginous skeletons that compose their bodies rarely fossilize, leaving paleontologists reliant on isolated scales and teeth. Yet, advances in micro-CT scanning, isotope geochemistry, and comparative anatomy have illuminated their biology and evolution. These techniques allow scientists to reconstruct scale morphology, estimate metabolic rates, and infer ecological roles, gradually unveiling the mysteries of these sleeper sharks. One remarkable aspect is the early evolution of sensory systems. Though soft tissues seldom fossilize, comparative studies suggest that sleeper sharks possessed primitive lateral line systems, mechanoreceptors that detect water movement, crucial for navigation and hunting in dimly lit environments. Additionally, early electroception, present in modern sharks, might have had roots in these ancient forms, enabling them to detect prey through subtle electrical signals. The distribution of sleeper shark fossils worldwide, from North America to Europe and Asia, indicates their widespread ecological success. They inhabited diverse marine environments, including shallow shelves, deep basins, and possibly brackish estuaries. This wide range suggests remarkable adaptability, a trait that has contributed to the enduring success of shark lineages through subsequent geological epochs. Silurian marine ecosystems were undergoing profound transformations. The rise of jawed vertebrates, including sleeper sharks, coincided with the diversification of benthic invertebrates and early reef systems. These interactions promoted biodiversity and ecosystem complexity. The evolutionary innovations in locomotion, feeding and sensory perception, introduced by sleeper sharks, catalyzed further adaptive radiations. The extinction dynamics affecting sleeper sharks remain subjects of active research. Environmental perturbations during the Silurian, including fluctuating sea levels, climate shifts and ocean chemistry changes, likely influenced their distribution and evolution. Their persistence through the Ordovician extinction and diversification in the Silurian highlights resilience. But they too eventually gave way to more derived shark lineages in the Devonian. By studying the sleeper sharks of the Silurian night, we gain insights into the origins of vertebrate predation, the early evolution of marine ecosystems, and the complex interplay between life and environment in deep time. Their quiet, patient existence contrasts with the dynamic predation seen in later sharks, offering a unique perspective on evolutionary strategies in early vertebrates. In the dim glow of the ancient seas, these sleeper sharks moved like shadows, silent, efficient, integral to the ocean's unfolding drama. Their legacy is etched not only in the fossil scales and teeth they left behind, but in the evolutionary pathways they opened, leading to the vast diversity of cartilaginous fishes that inhabit the oceans today. As science continues to uncover and interpret their fossil record, the sleeper sharks remind us that life's history is not just a tale of grandeur but also of quiet persistence. They invite us to listen closely to the whispers beneath the waves, to the hidden stories written in stone and sediment, and to appreciate the depths from which modern marine life emerged. The Silurian seas stretched across a world still emerging from the shadows of the great Ordovician extinction. These waters were silent, dark, and filled with ancient mysteries, a world where the first jawed vertebrates prowled cautiously beneath an ocean yet to be fully tamed by evolution. Among these early predators were the sleeper sharks, enigmatic creatures that moved through these dim depths with a quiet persistence, embodying the slow, steady pulse of life's unfolding story. Unlike the sharks of today, fast, aggressive hunters darting with precision, Silurian sleeper sharks were creatures shaped by constraint as much as opportunity. Their skeletal structures, primarily composed of cartilage, offered flexibility rather than brute strength. Their fossilized remains, sparse and often fragmentary, speak of animals adapted to conserve energy, relying on stealth and patience. These early sharks likely inhabited environments with limited resources, where survival depended on careful timing and efficient use of scarce prey. Fossils recovered from fine-grained sedimentary deposits reveal the intricate architecture of their dermal denticles, tiny tooth-like scales that covered their bodies. These denticles were far more than simple protection. They reduced drag and turbulence, allowing these sleeper sharks to glide silently through the water. Their arrangement and morphology varied across species, reflecting adaptations to different habitats, from shallow shelves to deeper basins. The teeth of these early sharks, though simple compared to the formidable jaws of their descendants, were well suited for their ecological roles. Small, pointed, and arranged in multiple rows, these teeth allowed the sleeper sharks to seize soft-bodied prey such as worms and small arthropods. The mechanism of continuous tooth replacement, a hallmark of modern sharks, was already established, ensuring that their feeding apparatus remained sharp and effective throughout their lives. The Silurian Ocean was a mosaic of habitats, reefs constructed by early corals and stromatoporoids, muddy lagoons and open shelves teeming with invertebrates. The sleeper sharks navigated this complexity, interacting with a range of organisms from armored plecoderms to the earliest jawless fish. Their role as mid-level predators influenced the distribution and evolution of prey species, shaping the emerging marine food web. Behaviorally, these sleeper sharks likely exhibited adaptations for low-light environments. Modern deep-sea sharks possess enhanced sensory systems, including electroreception and sensitive lateral lines, allowing them to detect prey and navigate in darkness. It is plausible that their Silurian ancestors began developing primitive versions of these systems, equipping them to hunt in the twilight zones of ancient seas. Evidence suggests that sleeper sharks may have adopted nocturnal or crepuscular activity patterns, conserving energy during the day and emerging to hunt when competition was lower. This behavioral flexibility would have been advantageous in the resource-scarce Silurian oceans, where efficient energy use was critical for survival. Environmental pressures during the Silurian period were significant. Fluctuating sea levels, episodic anoxia, and changes in ocean chemistry presented continual challenges. Sleeper sharks' survival through these stresses indicates resilience, possibly aided by physiological adaptations such as low metabolic rates and tolerance to hypoxia. The fossil record of these sharks is scattered but telling. Microfossils of scales and teeth have been found in various locations worldwide, including the Baltic region, North America, and parts of Asia. Their widespread distribution suggests that sleeper sharks were successful colonizers of diverse marine environments, from shallow coastal waters to deeper basins. The evolutionary significance of sleeper sharks extends beyond their immediate survival. They represent a critical step in vertebrate history, the emergence of jawed predators that would eventually give rise to the vast diversity of cartilaginous fishes dominating today's oceans. Their innovations in jaw structure, tooth replacement, and sensory organs set foundational biological patterns that would be refined over millions of years. Their extinction remains a subject of scientific inquiry. Many sleeper shark lineages did not survive beyond the Devonian, replaced by more advanced sharks with improved predatory capabilities. Environmental changes, increased competition, and ecological shifts likely contributed to their decline. Nonetheless, their legacy persisted through descendants that would evolve into the sharks and rays of later periods. Studying these ancient sleeper sharks provides invaluable insight into early vertebrate evolution and paleoecology. Their fossils, though minute and fragmentary, are keys to understanding the dynamic interplay of life and environment in Earth's formative oceans. Through them, scientists reconstruct not only biological traits but also environmental conditions, temperature, oxygen levels, and ocean chemistry that shaped early marine ecosystems. Technological advances such as synchrotron imaging and geochemical analyses allow unprecedented examination of fossilized scales and teeth. These methods reveal growth patterns, chemical signatures, and microscopic structures that inform on physiology and habitat. Experimental comparisons with modern sharks and rays help interpret these data, bridging hundreds of millions of years. The sleeper sharks of the Silurian night embody a world where life was still in its formative stages, where evolutionary experiments were ongoing, and where the ocean was both a cradle and a crucible. Their slow, deliberate movement beneath dark waters evokes a sense of timelessness, a whisper of persistence amid change. Contemplating these ancient predators invites reflection on the broader story of life, how complexity arises from simplicity, how survival shapes form and function, and how ecosystems adapt over vast spans of time. The sleeper shark's existence reminds us that the history of life is written not only in dramatic transformations, but also in quiet endurance. Today, as modern sharks face threats from human activity and environmental change, their ancient predecessors' story resonates. The adaptations and resilience of these early sharks offer lessons on vulnerability and survival, underscoring the intricate connections between organisms and their habitats. In the dark, silent depths where the sleeper sharks once glided, the ocean continues to hold mysteries. Their fossilized scales and teeth, tiny relics preserved in stone, are fragments of a deep past, a time when life first learned to hunt with jaws, when vertebrates began to shape the ocean's ecological tapestry. As science advances and new discoveries emerge, the sleeper sharks of the Silurian night will continue to shed light on the origins of marine predation and the enduring dance between life and environment beneath the waves. Their story, etched in stone and shadow, remains a testament to the ocean's ancient rhythms and the relentless march of evolution. In the deep silence of the Cambrian seas, an extraordinary group of creatures glided with fragile grace, their bodies as transparent as glass, and their forms unlike anything found in modern oceans. These glass-bodied animals, soft, delicate, and exquisitely preserved, inhabit the fossilized record of the Burgess Shale, a treasure trove hidden for over 500 million years beneath the Canadian Rockies. Their story is one of evolutionary innovation, vulnerability, and the quiet poetry of life, preserved against impossible odds. The Burgess Shale, discovered in 1909, is famed for its exceptional preservation of soft-bodied organisms that elsewhere would have long since vanished. While hard shells and bones commonly fossilize, The Burgess Shale's unique conditions allowed entire creatures, including those without skeletons, to be captured in fine detail. Among these are the glass-bodied animals, whose translucent forms reveal the anatomy, behavior, and ecosystems of the Cambrian explosion, the period when complex life rapidly diversified. These glass-bodied creatures belonged to diverse groups, primitives related to modern worms, arthropods, and other enigmatic forms that defy simple classification. Their fragile bodies offered little protection, making their survival a delicate balance in a world suddenly teeming with predators. Yet their transparency provided camouflage, rendering them nearly invisible in sunlit waters and allowing stealthy movement amid predators and prey alike. One of the most fascinating among these creatures is Pikaia, a slender, eel-like animal with a notochord, a primitive backbone precursor, making it a distant ancestor of all vertebrates. Its translucent body glided gracefully through Cambrian waters, using subtle undulations to propel itself. Picaia's fossilized remains provide crucial clues to the origin of chordates, the group that includes humans. Another glass-bodied marvel, Opabinia, sported 5-stalked eyes and a peculiar flexible proboscis tipped with a claw-like appendage. Its soft, segmented body was almost entirely transparent, making it a ghostly presence in the Cambrian seas. Opabinia likely scavenged or hunted small creatures on the seafloor, its unique morphology a testament to evolutionary experimentation. The Cambrian predator Anomalocaris also possessed parts that suggest transparent tissues, especially around its swimming flaps, blending power and stealth. Its compound eyes, among the earliest in the fossil record, suggest an animal adapted to detecting movement with remarkable acuity, vital in the emergent food web. These creatures' delicate forms were preserved by rapid burial in mudslides that swept them into low-oxygen environments, where decay slowed and scavengers were scarce. The fine-grained sediments encapsulated them, capturing soft tissues, digestive tracts, and sometimes even traces of their last meals. This extraordinary preservation reveals details of musculature, sensory organs, and body segmentation that allow scientists to reconstruct their biology and ecology with unprecedented fidelity. The presence of glass-bodied animals in the Cambrian challenges earlier notions that early animals were simple and rigidly structured. Instead, the fossil record shows an explosion of body plans, many ephemeral and delicate, that explored diverse ecological niches. Transparency, while risky due to fragility, provided evolutionary advantages: camouflage in sunlit waters, energy-efficient locomotion, and sensory adaptations. Despite their advantages, the glass-bodied creatures faced constant threats. Predation pressure from evolving hunters drove adaptations like spines, toughened outer layers, or rapid reproduction. Their extinction or transformation over subsequent periods illustrates the transient nature of many evolutionary experiments, where only some lineages persist while others fade into obscurity. The Burgess Shale's glass-bodied fossils offer profound insights into the dynamics of early ecosystems, complex networks of interaction, competition, and survival. They reveal that even the most delicate forms played crucial roles in nutrient cycling, predator-prey relationships, and the evolutionary arms race. Modern science continues to study these fossils using cutting-edge imaging, geochemical analysis, and computer modeling. These tools help visualize internal anatomy, understand developmental biology, and simulate ecological interactions. By decoding the stories preserved in stone, researchers uncover how life's earliest complex forms shaped the trajectory of evolution. The glass-bodied creature's story is one of fleeting beauty and enduring legacy. Their transparent forms, captured against all odds, remind us of life's fragility and tenacity. They embody a world of innovation, where nature's palette included not only the bold and armored, but also the delicate and elusive. In contemplating the glass-bodied inhabitants of the Burgess Shale, we glimpse the ocean's silent poetry, a realm where light dances through translucent forms, and evolution paints in subtle strokes. Their legacy is a testament to the complexity and wonder of life's beginnings, echoing across hundreds of millions of years to inform our understanding of biology today. As you imagine these fragile creatures drifting through ancient seas, consider the countless lives they touched, the ecosystems they helped build, and the evolutionary heritage they bestowed. The Burgess Shale's glass-bodied wonders are more than fossils, they are windows into the dawn of complex life, silent witnesses to the ocean's first great symphony. The Burgess Shale, nestled deep within the Canadian Rockies, continues to astonish scientists and dreamers alike with its otherworldly revelations. This remarkable fossil deposit has preserved a plethora of ancient creatures in extraordinary detail, especially those whose soft bodies would have long since dissolved into oblivion in other sedimentary contexts. Among these, the glass-bodied animals stand as shimmering phantoms of the Cambrian seas, delicate, translucent beings whose fragile exteriors reveal a chapter of life unlike any other. These translucent creatures inhabited a world awash with evolutionary innovation. During the Cambrian explosion, roughly 540 to 485 million years ago, life diversified at an unprecedented pace, with new body plans and ecological roles emerging in the span of mere millions of years. The glass-bodied animals of the Burgess Shale encapsulate this evolutionary ferment, exhibiting forms and functions that seem at once alien and precursors to modern lineages. Among these ghostly inhabitants was Pichia gracilans, a slender, ribbon-like animal measuring just a few centimeters long. Its transparency made it nearly invisible in the sun-dappled water, an essential adaptation in a realm crowded with predators. What makes Pichia so significant is its possession of a notochord, a primitive backbone precursor, placing it as one of the earliest known chordates. This ancestral connection links Pichia to the entire vertebrate lineage, including humans, making its preservation a cornerstone in understanding our own evolutionary roots. The enigmatic Opabinia regalis was another hallmark of the Burgess fauna, sporting 5 stalked eyes arrayed across its head, and a flexible proboscis ending in a claw-like structure. Opabinia was a bizarre predator that scuttled over the seafloor with eerie grace. Its translucent body allowed it to blend into the murky depths, evading detection while it probed sediments for soft-bodied prey. The juxtaposition of its bizarre anatomy with its glass-like form exemplifies the experimental nature of Cambrian evolution. Anomalocaris, one of the largest predators of the Cambrian seas, also displayed translucent features, especially in its swimming flaps and appendages. This large shrimp-like creature propelled itself with lateral fins, eyes composed of thousands of lenses, and grasping appendages that snagged unsuspecting prey. Anomalocaris embodied the first great wave of predation, sparking an evolutionary arms race that shaped the morphology and behavior of countless other organisms. Preservation in the Burgess Shale owes much to rapid burial by underwater mudslides that swept organisms from shallower waters into anoxic deep basins. In these oxygen-deprived environments, decay slowed dramatically, and scavengers were absent. Fine-grained mud encased soft tissues, enabling fossilization of delicate structures like muscles, digestive tracts, and sensory organs, features almost never preserved elsewhere. As a result, the Burgess fossils provide unprecedented windows into the anatomy and lifestyles of these ephemeral Cambrian creatures. The transparency of these animals was not merely a quirk of appearance, but a functional adaptation. In shallow waters bathed by sunlight, being translucent helped reduce visibility to predators and prey alike, a biological cloak in an environment where camouflage determined survival. The glass-bodied creatures occupied niches that demanded stealth, subtlety, and precision. Their bodies were often gelatinous, supported by internal structures that combined flexibility with minimal energy expenditure. This lightweight design allowed efficient swimming and drifting in currents, enabling these animals to exploit food resources distributed unevenly across the seafloor and water column. The balance between fragility and functionality speaks to evolutionary experimentation at a time when life's forms were fluid and varied. The ecological roles of glass-bodied creatures were diverse. Some were filter feeders, sifting microscopic plankton from seawater. Others were predators or scavengers, capturing soft-bodied worms and smaller animals. The complexity of their interactions reveals that even in its earliest phases, marine ecosystems were intricate webs of energy flow and biological interplay. These creatures also illustrate the limits of fossilization. Many groups known solely from the Burgess Shale lack hard parts, making their discovery and interpretation challenging. Their study has revolutionized paleontology, forcing scientists to rethink evolutionary relationships, the pace of innovation, and the preservation biases of the fossil record. The Burgess Shale fauna collectively challenges the notion of linear, gradual evolution. Instead, it reveals bursts of innovation, dead ends, and evolutionary experiments, many of which vanished without direct descendants. The glass-bodied animals are emblematic of this diversity, representing both the ancestors of modern groups and unique branches lost to time. Their existence also underscores the fragility of ecosystems. Cambrian seas were dynamic but vulnerable, where rapid environmental changes could dramatically alter life's course. The fossil record shows shifts in community composition and diversity linked to climatic events and sea level fluctuations. Modern techniques have transformed our understanding of these creatures. Micro-CT scanning, isotopic analysis, and computer simulations allow detailed reconstructions of morphology, function, and ecology. These tools have uncovered hidden features like internal organs, muscle arrangements, and even gut contents, illuminating behavior and lifestyle with extraordinary precision. The glass-bodied animals of the Burgess Shale remain a source of inspiration beyond science. Their ethereal forms, captured in stone, evoke wonder and humility, reminding us of life's transient beauty and enduring mystery. They represent a primordial ocean, where the first great symphony of complex life played out, a world where transparency was power, fragility was strength, and evolution was an open book. As you imagine these translucent creatures drifting through the Cambrian twilight, consider the millions of years they shaped the oceans, their legacy woven into the fabric of life. The Burgess Shale preserves their silent testimony, inviting us to listen to the ocean's ancient song, a melody of emergence, adaptation, and transformation beneath the glassy waves. Beneath the shadowed veil of ancient seas, where light barely penetrated and silence reigned supreme, dwelled a host of extraordinary glass-bodied creatures, fragile yet vital players in the Cambrian drama. The Burgess Shale, a geological treasure trove, preserved in the Canadian Rockies, captures their story in remarkable detail. These transparent animals offer a rare glimpse into a world undergoing a seismic burst of evolutionary creativity, a time when life's diversity exploded in form and function like nowhere before or since. The glass-bodied creatures of the Burgess Shale were both delicate and diverse. Unlike the armored trilobites or shell-clad brachiopods, these animals possess soft tissues, jelly-like bodies, flexible limbs, and sensory organs vulnerable to decay. Their preservation owes much to the unique sedimentary conditions, rapid burial by underwater mudflows into oxygen-poor basins, where decomposition slowed and scavengers were scarce. The fine-grained mud encapsulated entire organisms, capturing details down to the soft muscles and internal organs, fossils rarely seen elsewhere. Among these spectral beings was Hallucigenia sparsa, an enigmatic worm-like animal covered in spines and tentacles. Its transparent body made it a ghostly figure, a creature of ethereal presence navigating the Cambrian seas with an uncanny combination of defense and delicacy. For decades, its bizarre anatomy baffled scientists, revealing the puzzles of early animal evolution and the experimental nature of Cambrian life. The transparent appendages of Anomalocaris, a formidable predator, glided with power and grace. Its compound eyes, among the first complex eyes in animal history, allowed it to scan the dim ocean depths with remarkable acuity. Despite its formidable reputation, parts of its body, including swimming lobes and feeding appendages, retained translucence, blending stealth with predatory prowess. Among the simplest of these glass-bodied creatures were members of the group Wiwaxia, armored with delicate scales and spines, but possessing a soft, elongated body. Their fossil impressions reveal a balance between protection and flexibility, a testament to early adaptations in locomotion and defense. These creatures embodied survival strategies unique to their environment. Transparency provided camouflage, making them nearly invisible, in the sun-dappled water. Their soft bodies allowed them to navigate complex three-dimensional habitats, among reefs, soft sediments and microbial mats, exploiting resources inaccessible to harder-bodied organisms. The ecological roles of these animals were varied and nuanced. Filter feeders extracted nutrients from the water column, scavengers cleaned the ocean floor, and predators stalked their prey with stealth. Their interactions created a complex web, the foundation of modern marine ecosystems. The Cambrian explosion was not merely an increase in numbers, but a revolution in ecological relationships, diversity of life histories, and evolutionary experimentation. Fossil evidence from the Burgess Shale challenges simplistic views of linear evolutionary progress. Many glass-bodied animals represent unique body plans with no direct modern descendants, evolutionary dead ends, that nonetheless contributed to the rich tapestry of life. Their forms hint at evolutionary experimentation, the testing of biological possibilities, some discarded, others refined over time. The study of these fossils has transformed paleontology. Early discoveries shocked the scientific world, challenging preconceived notions about the pace and nature of evolution. Modern techniques, synchrotron radiation imaging, isotopic analysis, and three-dimensional reconstructions, allow detailed exploration of anatomy, physiology, and even soft tissue chemistry. These tools reveal, for example, muscle arrangements, indicating swimming capabilities, digestive tracts revealing diets, and nervous structures hinting at sensory sophistication. Such insights reshape our understanding of early animal behavior, mobility, and environmental adaptation. The Cambrian seas were dynamic, subject to climate shifts, ocean chemistry changes, and episodic extinction events. The persistence and eventual disappearance of many glass-bodied lineages illustrate evolutionary pressures and environmental fragility. Their extinction and replacement by other groups mark the continual turnover that shapes biodiversity. The ghostly presence of glass-bodied creatures beneath the Burgess Shale's stone is a haunting reminder of life's transience and tenacity. Their fragile forms survived cataclysmic events to be captured in sedimentary time capsules, offering a window into an epoch when life was learning its most complex dances. Their legacy extends beyond scientific discovery. The aesthetic beauty of their fossils, their delicate outlines, intricate appendages, and ghostly silhouettes, inspires awe and wonder. They challenge us to consider the hidden depths of evolutionary history and the extraordinary diversity that has preceded us. In imagining these transparent creatures drifting through Cambrian waters, we sense a world both alien and foundational, a primordial ocean, where life's complexity blossomed in soft shimmering forms. The Burgess Shale's glass-bodied fauna are not just fossils, they are echoes of life's earliest experiments, frozen in time and memory. As we continue to study and discover, the story of these glass-bodied animals unfolds, inviting us to ponder the origins of complexity, the fragility of ecosystems, and the relentless march of evolution beneath the silent waves. Beneath the shadowy waves of the Cambrian seas, life was an orchestra of delicate, glass-bodied creatures whose fragile forms belie their immense importance. The Burgess Shale stands as a timeless stage for this evolutionary performance, preserving an unparalleled record of soft-bodied organisms that once drifted, crawled, and swam in oceans over 500 million years old. These translucent beings reveal a moment when life's tapestry was woven with extraordinary complexity and astonishing innovation. The glass-bodied creatures captured in the Burgess Shale are far removed from the armored trilobites and shelled brachiopods commonly fossilized in sedimentary rock. Their soft tissues, often gelatinous, sometimes filamentous, offer rare and precious glimpses into the biological intricacies of Earth's earliest complex ecosystems. Unlike organisms with hard shells or bones, these creatures were rarely preserved elsewhere, making their fossils invaluable to understanding the Cambrian explosion, the rapid diversification of multicellular life. Among them was Hallucigenia sparsa, a creature so bizarre that it defied scientific understanding for decades. Its transparent body, lined with dorsal spines and paired tentacle-like limbs, created a silhouette as haunting as its name suggests. Initially misinterpreted, Hallucigenia embodies the experimental nature of early animal evolution, an organism both alien and a pioneer, illuminating the rich diversity of Cambrian life. Anomalocaris, the apex predator of its day, combined power with ethereal translucence. Its body, partially transparent, allowed it to slip through the water unnoticed before unleashing its formidable grasping appendages to seize prey. Its compound eyes, some of the oldest known in the fossil record, testify to the importance of vision in early predation and survival. These eyes granted a panoramic view of the world, critical for navigating the complex seafloor landscape. The delicate Oberbinia regalis bore 5 stalked eyes and a long proboscis tipped with a claw. Its translucent body, segmented and flexible, enabled it to glide gracefully across the sediment, hunting and scavenging. Its unusual anatomy reflects the experimental nature of Cambrian body plans, many of which found no direct descendants but paved the way for future evolutionary paths. The preservation of these glass-bodied creatures owes much to rapid burial in fine sediment that swept them into low-oxygen environments where decay was arrested. This fossilization process, exceptionally rare, allows us to peer into internal anatomies, muscles, digestive systems, nervous tissues, and sometimes even reproductive organs. Such preservation transforms fossils from mere impressions to detailed biological portraits. Ecologically, these animals filled diverse roles. Some filtered plankton or organic particles from the water column, others preyed upon smaller animals or scavenged detritus. Their transparent bodies helped them evade predators, blending seamlessly into sunlit waters or shadowy depths. This camouflage was critical in an era when predation rapidly intensified, and survival depended on both offense and defense. The Cambrian explosion was a crucible of biological creativity, and the glass-bodied animals exemplify its spirit. Their myriad forms, tentacles, spines, eyes, and appendages, represent an evolutionary laboratory where natural selection tested countless configurations. Many of these forms were fleeting, evolutionary dead ends, yet their existence expanded the possibilities of life's architecture. Despite their fragility, these creatures influenced their ecosystems profoundly. Their movements through sediment aerated the seafloor, their feeding behaviors shaped microbial communities. They interacted in complex food webs, from prey to predator, contributing to nutrient cycling and energy flow. The Cambrian seas were alive with dynamic processes that set the stage for the proliferation of life through the Paleozoic. Modern science continues to unravel the mysteries of these glass-bodied pioneers. Technological advances in imaging and geochemistry have revealed details invisible to earlier generations of paleontologists. We now see muscle fiber arrangements, digestive tract contents, and sensory organ structures with stunning clarity. These insights deepen our appreciation of the sophistication present in early animal life. The glass-bodied creatures challenge our understanding of resilience. They thrived in a world undergoing rapid environmental changes, fluctuating sea levels, and varying oxygen levels. Their eventual decline and replacement by more robust skeletonized forms reflect the ongoing evolutionary dialogue between environmental pressures and biological innovation. Their fossil record also highlights preservation biases. The Burgess Shale's unique conditions are exceptional. Elsewhere, soft-bodied organisms are lost to time. This reality tempers our understanding of early biodiversity and underscores the preciousness of sites that preserve such detailed snapshots. The ethereal beauty of these creatures transcends science. Their translucent forms inspire wonder, reminding us of nature's artistry and the fragility of life. Their silent, glassy bodies drift through imagination, inviting reflection on the deep past and the origins of complexity. Through the Burgess Shale, we witness a dawn, an age when life emerged from simplicity into intricate diversity. The glass-bodied creatures embody that dawn, their fragile forms carved into stone, eternal and enigmatic. As we explore their fossilized remains, we connect with the ocean's memory, a vast archive of life's earliest experiments and enduring legacies. These creatures, so delicate yet so vital, whisper the story of evolution's boundless creativity, and the enduring mystery of life beneath the waves. Far beneath the shimmering waves of the ancient Tethys Sea lies a haunting landscape, a submerged expanse known among oceanographers and paleontologists as the Bone Orchard. This eerie moniker reflects a vast seafloor strewn with fossilized remains, where the skeletal fragments of countless marine creatures form a macabre garden of bones. The Bone Orchard is not merely a graveyard, but a silent testament to the cycles of life and death that shaped one of Earth's most important prehistoric oceans. The Tethys Sea, stretching between the ancient continents of Gondwana and Laurasia, was a cradle of marine biodiversity during the Mesozoic and early Cenozoic eras. Its warm, nutrient-rich waters nurtured thriving ecosystems, hosting a dazzling array of life, from vast schools of fish and massive marine reptiles to the countless invertebrates that carpeted the seafloor. Over millions of years, as creatures lived and died, their remains accumulated in certain areas of the ocean floor, giving rise to what would become the Bone Orchard. This underwater ossuary is characterized by dense concentrations of fossilized bones, teeth, and shells embedded within sediment layers. These remains are not scattered haphazardly, but often lie in clusters, sometimes forming three-dimensional accumulations resembling orchards, where bones sprout from the seafloor like petrified trees. The Bone Orchard's composition varies, reflecting different periods and ecological events, but always revealing stories of predation, survival, and extinction. One of the dominant contributors to the Bone Orchard was the mass mortality of marine reptiles, including ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, and mosasaurs. These formidable predators ruled the Tethys waters, hunting prey and competing fiercely. Their skeletal remains, often shattered but abundant, provide crucial insights into their anatomy, behavior, and evolutionary history. Fossilized vertebrae, ribs, jaws, and teeth litter the Bone Orchard, sometimes concentrated near ancient breeding or hunting grounds. Beyond the giants, the Bone Orchard contains the remains of countless fish species, some extinct and others ancestral to modern lineages. Their delicate bones and scales, preserved in fine sediments, speak to the diversity of forms and feeding strategies that flourished in the Tethys. The interplay between predator and prey, herbivore and carnivore, is etched into this assemblage of fossils, revealing ancient food webs frozen in stone. Invertebrates also contribute to this bone forest. Ammonites, with their coiled shells, and belemnites, with bullet-shaped guards, are scattered among the bones, adding to the complex mosaic of life. Crustacean carapaces, echinoid tests, and mollusk shells weave into the sediment, filling gaps and creating habitats for other organisms. Together, these fossils narrate an ecosystem teeming with life, energy, and interaction. The Bone Orchard's formation is tied to several geological and ecological factors. Areas of oceanic upwelling brought nutrient-rich waters to the seafloor, sustaining dense populations, but also concentrating organic matter that, upon death, sank rapidly. Periodic anoxic events, times when oxygen levels in seawater plummeted, led to mass die-offs and limited decomposition, preserving bones and soft tissues alike. Sedimentation rates, tectonic stability, and ocean currents also influence the accumulation and preservation of fossils. Paleontologists study the Bone Orchard to understand patterns of extinction and recovery. Layers within the sediment reveal pulses of mortality linked to climatic shifts, volcanic activity, and asteroid impacts. Each layer captures a moment when life faltered, and the ocean floor became a repository of memories, bone by bone, fragment by fragment. These fossil deposits also offer clues about ancient ocean chemistry. Isotopic analyses of bones and shells reveal temperature fluctuations, salinity changes, and shifts in nutrient availability over millions of years. Through the Bone Orchard, scientists reconstruct past environments, tracing how life responded to natural challenges and adapted to changing seas. The Bone Orchard's haunting beauty has inspired both scientific inquiry and artistic imagination. Images of a seafloor, strewn with the petrified remnants of vanished giants, evoke a sense of awe and melancholy, a reminder of nature's power and impermanence. Yet this bone forest is not a symbol of decay alone, but also of continuity, where death feeds new life, and fossilized memories inform the living. Modern deep-sea explorations continue to uncover new sections of the bone orchard. Advanced submersibles and remotely operated vehicles map the seafloor in unprecedented detail, revealing fossil beds previously hidden beneath layers of sediment. Each discovery adds pieces to the puzzle of Earth's marine past, expanding our understanding of biodiversity, extinction, and evolution. The bone orchard also highlights the interconnectedness of marine life and geological processes. Tectonic movements that closed the Tethys Sea reshaped habitats and influenced ocean currents, driving evolutionary change. Fossil assemblages capture these shifts, documenting the transformation of marine ecosystems over vast spans of time. As we delve into the mysteries of the bone orchard, we confront the cycles of life, death, and renewal that have defined the ocean's history. This submerged graveyard is a silent archive, chronicling the triumphs and tragedies of marine creatures that once ruled the waves. Through their fossilized remains, the ocean's past speaks to us, inviting reflection, study, and awe. In the quiet depths of the modern seas, where bones rest beneath layers of sediment, the legacy of the Tethys endures. The bone orchard is both a monument and a mirror, revealing the fragility and resilience of life beneath the waves, and reminding us that every fossil tells a story of a creature, a moment, and a world forever changed. The bone orchard, resting silently beneath the once vast Tethys Sea, is not merely an underwater graveyard, but a sprawling, complex archive of evolutionary history. Here, the skeletal remains of ancient marine life tell tales of survival, extinction, and adaptation that stretch across tens of millions of years. Each bone, tooth, and shell fragment forms a chapter in the chronicle of a sea that once bridged continents and nurtured unparalleled marine diversity. The Tethys Sea, existing from the late Paleozoic through much of the Mesozoic era, served as a central artery of marine biodiversity. It connected the Proto-Atlantic and Indian Oceans, fostering a corridor for species dispersal and evolutionary innovation. The sea's warm, shallow waters were ideal breeding grounds and feeding areas for myriad organisms. However, its geological fate was equally dynamic. Tectonic plates shifted, sea levels fluctuated, and eventually, the sea closed, leaving behind sedimentary basins rich with fossils. Within this ancient seafloor, the bone orchard took shape over millennia. Unlike typical sedimentary deposits, this site is characterized by unusually dense concentrations of vertebrate fossils, whale-sized marine reptiles, giant fish, and smaller bony fishes, all interspersed with invertebrate remains. The abundance of these bones is attributed to several converging factors, including nutrient-rich waters fostering dense populations, periodic anoxic events, limiting decomposition, and sedimentation rates favorable for preservation. Among the most prominent inhabitants of the bone orchard were marine reptiles like ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs. These predators dominated the Mesozoic oceans with formidable adaptations, streamlined bodies, powerful fins, and sharp teeth, designed for hunting fast-swimming prey. Fossilized bones from these creatures lie scattered across the seabed, their massive vertebrae and limb bones creating an eerie forest of stone. In some locales, the concentration of remains suggests mass mortality events, possibly caused by environmental catastrophes or disease outbreaks. Fish fossils add another dimension to the bone orchard. Ancient teleosts, cartilaginous fish, and early sharks contributed to the assemblage, their skeletal elements smaller but no less important in reconstructing marine food webs. Delicate scales and fin rays preserved in fine sediment reveal the diversity of fish species, their ecological roles, and evolutionary trajectories. The bone orchard is also rich in invertebrate fossils, ammonites with their coiled shells, belemnites resembling underwater torpedoes, and crustaceans with delicate exoskeletons. These organisms formed the base of the food chain, supporting larger predators and contributing to the complex trophic dynamics of the Tethys Sea. Geological studies of the bone orchard sediments reveal a dynamic environment influenced by tectonics, ocean currents, and climate. The sediments bear signs of turbidity currents, underwater avalanches of sediment that periodically swept the seafloor, burying organisms rapidly and creating ideal conditions for fossilization. The presence of laminated shales indicates low oxygen conditions at times, reducing decay and scavenging. Chemical analysis of fossil bones reveals changes in ocean temperature and chemistry over time. Stable isotope studies show fluctuations in carbon and oxygen ratios, pointing to periods of warming and cooling, shifts in productivity, and episodes of ocean acidification. These environmental changes often coincide with shifts in species composition and abundance, highlighting the bone orchard's value as a paleo-environmental archive. Paleontologists use the bone orchard to study patterns of evolution and extinction. The assemblage captures transitions in marine faunas, including the decline of certain reptile groups and the emergence of others. It also records responses to mass extinction events, such as the Cretaceous-Paleogene boundary, where dramatic changes in species diversity are evident. The spatial distribution of fossils within the bone orchard suggests complex behaviors and ecological interactions. Clusters of bones may represent breeding grounds, feeding areas, or sites of catastrophic death. The orientation and articulation of skeletons provide clues about post-mortem processes, currents, and scavenging activities. In some cases, fossils preserve evidence of predation, bite marks, healed injuries, and broken bones, offering a window into the brutal realities of ancient marine life. Modern technology has revolutionized exploration of the bone orchard. Submersibles and remotely operated vehicles, equipped with high-definition cameras, map the seafloor in detail, revealing fossil concentrations and geological structures. Advanced imaging techniques allow non-invasive examination of fossil composition and internal features. These tools enable scientists to study the bone orchard in situ, preserving its delicate context and enhancing interpretation. The bone orchard also intersects with human history. Fossil-rich limestone from Tethys deposits has been quarried for centuries, used in construction and art. Many of these fossils entered museum collections before their scientific significance was fully understood, highlighting the evolving relationship between humans and the natural world's ancient heritage. Beyond its scientific value, the bone orchard captivates imagination. The image of an underwater forest of bones, massive vertebrae, rising like petrified trees, jawbones scattered like fallen logs, evokes both awe and melancholy. It reminds us of the impermanence of life and the vast timescales over which Earth's biosphere has transformed. In reflecting on the bone orchard, we confront the cycles of nature, creation and destruction, growth and decay, emergence and extinction. These patterns have shaped life's history and continue to influence ecosystems today. The fossil record beneath the Tethys Sea is a testament to these enduring processes. As research progresses, the bone orchard continues to reveal secrets, new species, ecological insights, and connections between past and present marine life. Each fossil adds depth to the story of a sea that once thrived between continents, and whose legacy echoes beneath the modern oceans. The bone orchard teaches us humility and wonder, reminding us that beneath the waves lies a history vast and intricate, a story of life's resilience and fragility, forever recorded in stone. Beneath the shadowy expanse of the ancient Tethys Sea, the bone orchard stretches as a sprawling testament to the intricate dance of life and death that defined one of Earth's most productive marine realms. This underwater landscape, a graveyard of fossilized remains, preserves a record of countless creatures, giants and small predators and prey, whose collective histories are etched into sedimentary stone. The bone orchard is not simply a collection of bones but a dynamic archive, reflecting the complex interplay between biology, geology, and time. The Tethys Sea existed for hundreds of millions of years, during the Mesozoic era, when the world's continents were arranged differently and global climates fluctuated dramatically. This vast ocean separated the northern supercontinent Laurasia from the southern Gondwana, creating a corridor of warm, shallow waters that fostered exceptional biodiversity. Over time, the shifting tectonic plates narrowed and eventually closed the Tethys. But before that, its depths collected the remains of marine life in remarkable concentrations. The bone orchard's fossil assemblages are rich and varied. Among the most prominent remains are those of marine reptiles, ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, and mosasaurs, that ruled the seas with predatory dominance. Their skeletons, often disarticulated but abundant, reveal evidence of their life histories. Vertebrae show signs of healed fractures, indicating injuries survived. Teeth bear marks of combat or feeding, and fossilized embryos, within adult bones, attest to reproductive behaviors. The bone orchard, therefore, is not just a graveyard, but a record of resilience and survival. Fish fossils are equally abundant. From early bony fishes to primitive sharks, these remains illustrate the evolutionary radiation of vertebrates in marine ecosystems. Scales, fin spines, and jawbones testify to a diverse assemblage, with species adapted to a variety of ecological niches, from swift pelagic hunters to benthic foragers. The presence of diverse feeding strategies highlights the complexity of trophic interactions and food webs within the Tethys. Invertebrate fossils add further depth to the bone orchard. Ammonites, with their characteristic coiled shells, provide valuable biostratigraphic markers and insights into evolutionary dynamics. Belemnites, squid-like cephalopods, left behind their bullet-shaped guards, frequently found alongside marine reptile remains. Crustaceans, echinoderms and mollusks also form part of this vibrant assemblage, their fossilized shells and exoskeletons scattered among vertebrate remains. The formation of the bone orchard is a product of multiple overlapping factors. Oceanic upwelling brought nutrient-rich waters, fostering dense populations and enhancing organic productivity. Episodic anoxic events, where oxygen levels in seawater plummeted, limited scavenger activity and slowed decay, preserving remains. Rapid burial by turbidity currents and sediment slumps covered carcasses before decomposition or disturbance could occur. Together, these processes created the ideal conditions for exceptional fossil preservation. Geological studies reveal that the bone orchard sediments contain layers corresponding to distinct environmental episodes. Some represent quiet, deep-water deposits, others rapid sediment influx following storms or seismic activity. These layers not only preserve fossils, but also capture changes in ocean chemistry, temperature, and circulation over millions of years. Isotopic analyses of fossil bones contribute to reconstructing paleoclimate and paleoceanography, providing a window into ancient Earth systems. Taphonomic studies, the investigation of how organisms decay and become fossilized, help interpret the bone orchard's complex record. The orientation, articulation, and fragmentation of bones suggest transportation by currents, scavenging, and post-mortem decay patterns. These insights illuminate the processes shaping fossil assemblages and aid in distinguishing between life assemblages and death assemblages. The bone orchard also offers perspectives on ancient ecosystems' responses to environmental stressors. Mass mortality layers coincide with events such as volcanic eruptions, sea level changes, and climatic shifts. These snapshot moments capture ecological upheaval, extinction pulses and recovery phases, underscoring the dynamic nature of marine life in the Tethys. Beyond scientific study, the bone orchard has inspired cultural fascination. The image of a seafloor, strewn with the petrified bones of titanic creatures, evokes both awe and reflection on the transient nature of life. It connects us to a deep past where life's fragility and tenacity played out against vast geological forces. Modern exploration technologies have enhanced our ability to map and analyze the bone orchard. Deep-sea submersibles and remotely operated vehicles, equipped with high-resolution cameras and sampling tools, uncover fossil-rich areas and collect data without disturbing fragile sediments. Advances in geochemical and imaging techniques enable detailed characterization of fossils and sedimentary matrices. The bone orchard study also intersects with resource exploration. Fossiliferous limestone formations derived from Tethys deposits serve as reservoirs for hydrocarbons, Understanding the distribution and characteristics of these fossil beds informs exploration and extraction strategies, linking paleontology with economic geology. As the Tethys Sea gave way to new ocean basins through tectonic shifts, its fossil record remained as a timeless archive. The Bone Orchard preserves a narrative of ecological complexity, evolutionary innovation, and the enduring cycles of life and death. Contemplating the Bone Orchard invites reflection on our place within Earth's history. It reminds us that the seas are ancient repositories of life's triumphs and tragedies, and that beneath their surface lies a story written in stone, waiting to be read. The Bone Orchard beneath the ancient Tethys Sea is a vast repository of history, where the skeletal remnants of countless marine creatures lie interwoven in stone. This underwater necropolis is a silent witness to the rise and fall of species, the shifting tides of ecosystems, and the relentless march of geological time. As the ocean's sediment slowly settled, it buried the remains of a once vibrant marine community, preserving their stories for modern scientists to unravel. One striking aspect of the Bone Orchard is the staggering diversity represented in the fossil record. Marine reptiles, such as ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs, loom large in this landscape, their bones scattered like giant pillars across the seafloor. These creatures, adapted to life in water with streamlined bodies and powerful limbs, were apex predators of the Mesozoic seas. Their remains tell tales of fierce hunting, rapid growth, and reproductive strategies that allowed them to thrive for millions of years. The fossilized vertebrae of these marine reptiles sometimes show signs of trauma, broken bones that healed over time, evidence of intraspecific combat, or injuries sustained from prey or environmental hazards. These marks offer a glimpse into the harsh realities of prehistoric life beneath the waves. The presence of fossilized embryos in some specimens further enriches the narrative, hinting at complex reproductive behaviors and care. The Bone Orchard is not solely dominated by reptiles. Fish fossils abound, representing a continuum from early jawless fishes to more derived bony fishes and sharks. Their skeletal remains, while more delicate, paint a detailed picture of evolutionary progression in marine vertebrates. The diversity in size, shape, and feeding adaptations among these fishes reflects a vibrant ecosystem, with niches ranging from swift predators to benthic scavengers. Invertebrate fossils provide additional texture to this underwater symmetry. Ammonites and belemnites, both cephalopods, are particularly abundant. Their distinctive shells, often preserved intact, contribute to our understanding of marine biostratigraphy, allowing scientists to date sediment layers and correlate them across regions. Their extinction, alongside other groups, marks significant transitions in marine ecosystems, underscoring the Bone Orchard's role as a chronicle of environmental change. The geological context of the Bone Orchard is equally revealing. Sedimentary studies show that the accumulation of bones occurred in settings influenced by turbidity currents, underwater landslides, that transported vast amounts of sediment and organic material downslope. These rapid burial events were critical in preserving the fossils, shielding them from decay and physical disturbance. The fine layers of mud and silt formed anoxic conditions, slowing microbial activity and enabling exceptional fossilization. Chemical analyses of bones and surrounding sediments provide insights into paleo-environmental conditions. Isotope ratios indicate fluctuations in ocean temperature, salinity, and nutrient availability. Patterns of elemental concentrations hint at episodic events, such as volcanic ash falls or shifts in ocean chemistry. These data help reconstruct the environmental pressures, shaping marine life, and influencing mass mortality events. The spatial distribution of fossils within the Bone Orchard reveals complex paleoecological patterns. Clusters of bones may correspond to feeding grounds, migratory corridors, or breeding sites. The arrangement and articulation of remains inform about post-mortem processes, including current transport, scavenging, and sedimentation rates. Understanding these patterns aids in distinguishing between life assemblages, organisms that live together, and death assemblages, remains transported or accumulated after death. Human interaction with the Bone Orchard's fossil deposits has a long history, Limestone quarried from these ancient seafloors has been used for construction, sculpture, and industry for millennia. Many fossils entered collections during the early days of paleontology, sometimes without proper documentation, highlighting evolving scientific methods and ethics. Contemporary efforts emphasize conservation and responsible study to preserve these invaluable records. The Bone Orchard's haunting landscape has inspired countless stories and artistic interpretations. Its image as a petrified forest of bones evokes a poignant reminder of life's impermanence and the relentless forces shaping existence. This underwater ossuary embodies themes of memory, decay, and renewal that resonate across cultures and epochs. Technological advancements continue to open new windows into the Bone Orchard. Deep-sea exploration tools allow detailed mapping and sampling without disturbing delicate sediments. Imaging techniques reveal internal bone structures and chemical compositions. Computational models simulate ecological dynamics, extinction scenarios, and evolutionary trends, enhancing our understanding of ancient marine worlds. The Bone Orchard also serves as a natural laboratory for studying the effects of past climate change and extinction on marine ecosystems. By examining fossil assemblages, before, during, and after significant environmental shifts, scientists glean insights applicable to contemporary challenges, such as ocean warming, acidification, and biodiversity loss. This underwater repository reminds us that the ocean is both cradle and grave, a place where life flourishes and fades, where every creature's story is inscribed in stone and sediment. The Bone Orchard connects us to a deep past, illuminating the intricate tapestry of life that precedes us and shapes our present. In contemplating the Bone Orchard, we are invited to reflect on the cycles that govern existence, the emergence of species, their rise to dominance, and eventual decline. The fossilized bones beneath the Tethys Sea speak not only of death, but of life's enduring persistence, adaptation, and transformation across eons. As ongoing research uncovers new fossil sites and refines interpretations, the Bone Orchard will continue to enrich our understanding of Earth's marine history. Its silent stones bear witness to the interplay of biology, geology, and time, a testament to the ocean's vast memory and the fragile beauty of life beneath the waves. Long before the familiar continents drifted apart to carve the modern world, Earth's surface was dominated by a supercontinent known as Pangaea, a vast landmass surrounded by a singular global ocean called Panthalassa. Above this immense ocean, currents of colossal scale spiraled and swirled, shaping the climate, ecosystems, and the very course of life itself. These were the spiral currents that once spun over Pangaea, invisible giants of motion and force, whose echoes are etched deep in the geological and fossil records. The existence of these spiral currents is not merely speculation. It is inferred from multiple lines of evidence. Geological formations, sediment patterns, and paleoclimatic data converge to paint a picture of oceanic gyres, massive, rotating systems of water movement that governed heat distribution, nutrient cycling, and atmospheric interactions during the late Paleozoic and early Mesozoic eras. These gyres were immense, extending thousands of kilometers, and driven by Earth's rotation, wind patterns, and the unique configuration of the supercontinent. Unlike the modern system of multiple ocean basins and interconnecting currents, Panthalassa's single, global ocean provided a vast canvas for uninterrupted, persistent spiral motions. These currents likely functioned as planetary-scale conveyor belts, transporting warm equatorial waters poleward and returning colder waters toward the tropics. The effect was a global redistribution of energy that influenced weather patterns, monsoons, and climate stability. Sedimentary deposits along the ancient continental margins offer clues to these currents' power. Thick sequences of sandstones and shales show evidence of current-driven deposition, cross-bedding, ripple marks, and graded layers shaped by swirling waters. These sediments capture snapshots of turbulent interactions between spiral currents and the continental shelves of Pangaea, where life flourished and died. The spiral currents' ecological influence was profound. By circulating nutrients from deep waters to surface layers, they sustained high levels of primary productivity, phytoplankton blooms that formed the foundation of marine food webs. These blooms supported diverse communities of zooplankton, fish, and larger predators, fostering evolutionary radiations that are recorded in the fossil record. Fossils of marine reptiles, ammonites, and fish from this era are often found in sedimentary layers influenced by spiral currents, suggesting these animals exploited the productive waters and complex habitats generated by gyre-induced upwelling and mixing. The currents also acted as migratory pathways, guiding the movements of pelagic species across vast distances. Climate models of the Pangaean world incorporate these spiral currents to explain patterns of aridity and humidity observed in the fossil and sedimentary records. Interior regions of the supercontinent were arid and desert-like, shielded from moisture by vast mountain ranges, while coastal areas experienced monsoonal rains modulated by ocean-atmosphere interactions linked to these massive ocean gyres. Geochemical analyses support the presence of oxygenated surface waters and anoxic deeper basins, a stratification maintained and modified by the spiral currents. These conditions influence sediment chemistry, organic carbon burial, and the preservation of fossil fuels, connecting the currents' physical dynamics to Earth's long-term carbon cycle. The spiral currents likely fluctuated in strength and position over geological timescales. Tectonic activity, volcanic events, and shifts in Earth's orbit induced changes in wind patterns and sea level, altering the gyre's behavior. These variations impacted marine ecosystems, driving episodes of extinction and diversification that shaped the evolutionary trajectory of marine life. Modern oceanographers draw parallels between the ancient spiral currents and present-day gyres such as the North Atlantic and Pacific subtropical gyres. Studying these modern analogues provides insights into the physical principles governing large-scale ocean circulation and its biological consequences, offering a window into Earth's past oceans. The legacy of the spiral currents that once spun over Pangaea extends beyond oceanography and paleontology. They remind us that Earth's climate and life are deeply interconnected with the dynamic movement of water masses. The currents acted as arteries of the planet, carrying heat, nutrients, and life across the globe in a grand dance choreographed by physics and geology. As continents fragmented and new ocean basins formed, these massive spiral currents dissipated, replaced by more complex and fragmented circulation patterns. Yet their imprint remains, in sedimentary layers, fossil distributions, and the very climate cycles that governed life's unfolding. The story of the spiral currents is a tale of motion and stillness, of unseen forces shaping the visible world. It invites us to contemplate the ocean's power as a dynamic system, and the intricate ways it has sculpted Earth's environment over deep time. In the vastness of Panthalassa, where one could traverse thousands of kilometers without touching land, the spiral currents spun ceaselessly, silent giants weaving the fabric of ancient oceans. Their song, heard faintly in geological whispers and fossilized memories, calls us to listen and understand the deep connections between water, life, and time. The giant spiral currents that once swirled over the vast ocean surrounding Pangaea were more than mere movements of water. They were the lifeblood of the ancient planet, orchestrating climatic rhythms and nurturing ecosystems in a way both subtle and profound. These colossal gyres, shaped by the unique geography of the supercontinent, played a decisive role in distributing heat, nutrients, and life across the globe's earliest oceans, setting the stage for evolutionary revolutions hidden deep within the fossil record. At the heart of these currents' power was the configuration of Pangaea itself, a sprawling landmass stretching from pole to pole, encircled by the seemingly endless Panthallassic Ocean. Unlike today's ocean basins fragmented by continents and shaped into multiple gyres, Panthalassa presented a singular vast expanse where oceanic circulation was dominated by immense uninterrupted spiraling flows. The planet's rotation, combined with prevailing winds, generated these massive persistent eddies, whirling belts of water thousands of kilometers in circumference. Geological evidence reveals their ancient paths. Thick sedimentary sequences along the margins of Pangaea bear witness to powerful, sediment-laden currents that carved submarine canyons and deposited layers of sand and mud in characteristic patterns. Cross-bedding and ripple marks tell tales of shifting flow directions and variable energy levels, while fossil assemblages within these layers capture snapshots of marine communities, responding to the current's influence. The current's impact on marine life was multifaceted. Warm surface waters carried nutrients from equatorial regions toward higher latitudes, fostering zones of high biological productivity. Nutrient upwelling along the margins of these gyres fueled phytoplankton blooms, microscopic plants that formed the foundation of marine food chains. These blooms attracted myriad small animals, which in turn supported larger predators, creating a cascade of life fueled by the current's ceaseless motion. Fossil evidence underscores this vibrant web of life. The remains of ammonites, a group of shelled cephalopods, are abundant within the sediments influenced by spiral currents, suggesting their populations thrived in these nutrient-rich waters. Similarly, the diversity and distribution of early marine reptiles, fish, and invertebrates correspond with current-influenced habitats, indicating the currents shaped migratory routes, breeding grounds, and feeding areas. The physical dynamics of these spiral currents also created complex marine landscapes. Areas of convergence and divergence generated zones of nutrient concentration and sediment deposition, forming underwater features like banks, shoals, and ridges. These structures provided habitats for benthic communities, organisms living on or near the seafloor, fostering biodiversity hotspots within the vastness of Panthalassa. Paleoclimate reconstructions integrate the currents as key drivers of atmospheric conditions over Pangaea. By redistributing heat from equatorial to polar regions, they moderated temperature gradients, influencing weather patterns and precipitation. Monsoonal climates developed along coastal margins, their intensity and seasonality linked to ocean-atmosphere interactions mediated by the currents. Evidence from sedimentary deposits reveals episodes of climatic shifts, warming and cooling cycles, that affected ocean circulation and marine ecosystems. The spiral currents likely fluctuated in strength and position in response, impacting nutrient availability and biological productivity. Such variability contributed to evolutionary pressures that shaped the adaptive responses of marine organisms. One fascinating aspect of the spiral currents was their role in biogeography. By acting as corridors and barriers, they influenced species dispersal and isolation. Some organisms used the currents to traverse vast distances, expanding their ranges, while others found themselves confined to specific gyres, leading to speciation and localized evolution. This dynamic fostered both connectivity and diversity across the ancient oceans. Comparisons with modern ocean gyres provide valuable insights. Today's North Atlantic and Pacific subtropical gyres exhibit similar rotational patterns, nutrient cycling, and ecological effects, albeit on a more fragmented planetary scale. Studying these modern analogues helps reconstruct the behavior and impacts of the ancient spiral currents, revealing universal principles of ocean dynamics. The closure of the Tethys Sea and the breakup of Pangaea disrupted these ancient gyres. The formation of new ocean basins, Atlantic, Indian, and Southern Oceans, created multiple smaller currents and complex circulation patterns. These changes reshaped global climate, marine ecosystems, and evolutionary pathways, marking the end of an era dominated by a singular global ocean. Technological advances continue to enhance our understanding of these ancient currents. Seismic imaging reveals sedimentary structures indicative of past ocean flows. Isotopic studies decipher water temperatures and chemistry. Computational models simulate circulation patterns under varying continental configurations. Together, these tools reconstruct the spiral currents' life and influence with increasing fidelity. The spiral currents that once spun over Pangaea were engines of life and change. Their ceaseless motion shaped oceans, climates, and ecosystems, knitting together the planet's marine realms. Their legacy is inscribed not only in stone but in the evolutionary trajectories of countless species whose ancestors rode these watery highways. As we reflect on these ancient currents, we glimpse the profound interconnectedness of Earth's systems, how land, sea, atmosphere, and life coalesce in a dynamic dance across deep time. The ghostly spirals beneath the waves remind us that our planet is ever-changing, its history written in motion and memory. The story of the spiral currents invites us to listen to the rhythms of Earth's heartbeat, the swirling pulse of the ocean, and the endless flow of life shaped by forces beyond sight but felt through time. It is a story of vastness and detail, mystery and revelation, woven into the fabric of the ancient seas that once embraced a supercontinent and the life that flourished upon its margins. The mighty spiral currents that once swept over the vast Panthalassic ocean surrounding Pangaea were colossal forces of nature, massive, swirling water systems that shaped not only the climate and ecosystems of their time, but also influenced the geological and evolutionary course of life on Earth. While much of their power lies buried in the sedimentary record and the traces of ancient climate patterns, their effects ripple through time in ways scientists are only beginning to fully grasp. These spiral currents acted as planetary conveyor belts, moving vast volumes of seawater in circular patterns across the globe. Driven by the Coriolis effect and fueled by persistent winds, they redistributed heat from equatorial zones to higher latitudes. The scale of these gyres was unmatched, dwarfing even the largest modern ocean currents, extending for thousands of kilometers uninterrupted around the margins of the supercontinent. One of the key roles of these currents was regulating Earth's climate during the late Paleozoic and early Mesozoic eras. By transporting warm tropical waters poleward, they helped moderate the planet's temperature gradients, preventing extreme contrasts between equator and poles that might have otherwise led to more severe climatic instability. This moderation fostered conditions favorable for diverse ecosystems, both in marine and terrestrial realms, influencing patterns of precipitation and aridity across Pangaea's enormous landmass. Geological evidence for these spiral currents can be found in sedimentary deposits along Pangaea's margins. Thick sequences of cross-bedded sandstones and turbidites reveal dynamic water movements consistent with the presence of large-scale gyres. The orientation of ripple marks and sediment grain sizes provide clues to current directions and velocities, allowing geologists to reconstruct the paths and behaviors of these ancient water flows. Moreover, the fossil record reflects the biological consequences of these spiraling waters. Rich marine faunas flourished in zones of nutrient upwelling driven by the currents. The gyres facilitated vertical mixing, bringing minerals from the ocean depths to the sunlit surface, fueling blooms of phytoplankton, the primary producers that supported complex food webs. Abundant microfossils of these plankton, along with preserved remains of zooplankton, fish, and larger predators, underscore the productivity fueled by these currents. The spiral currents also influenced patterns of species distribution and migration. By creating stable, predictable flow paths, they acted as both conduits and barriers for marine organisms. Some species dispersed widely along these currents, leading to broad geographic ranges and genetic exchange. Others became isolated in eddies, or along boundary currents, promoting speciation and endemism. During periods of tectonic upheaval, when volcanic activity, mountain building and continental drift altered the geography, the spiral currents adapted, shifting their courses, intensities, and extents. These changes had profound ecological consequences. For example, disruptions in nutrient flow could cause local or regional collapses of marine productivity, triggering extinction events or shifts in dominant species. Fossil assemblages across stratigraphic boundaries reflect these dynamics, showing turnovers correlated with inferred changes in ocean circulation. The eventual fragmentation of Pangaea and the opening of new ocean basins dissolved the singular gyre system into the complex pattern of currents we observe today. Yet the legacy of those ancient spiral currents persists in Earth's climate system, influencing long-term ocean circulation patterns and sediment deposition. The study of their past behavior informs models of current and future ocean dynamics, highlighting the interplay between tectonics, climate, and life. Understanding these spiral currents involves integrating multiple scientific disciplines. Paleoceanography uses isotopic proxies in fossil shells to infer water temperatures and salinity gradients affected by circulation. Sedimentology analyzes grain size and layering to interpret depositional environments shaped by currents. Paleobiology examines fossil distributions in relation to inferred current patterns. Together, these approaches piece together a vivid picture of a dynamic ocean system. The currents' influence extended beyond physical and biological realms, affecting the chemical cycles essential for life. Their mixing actions played a crucial role in the global carbon cycle, regulating the sequestration and release of carbon dioxide through biological productivity and sediment burial. These processes influenced atmospheric composition, climate feedback loops, and evolutionary pressures on marine organisms. From a modern perspective, the spiral currents that once spun over Pangaea provide an invaluable analogue for understanding how large-scale ocean circulation governs planetary health. They remind us that ocean currents are not mere movements of water, but vital arteries carrying heat, nutrients, and life, shaping ecosystems and climate on a global scale. The mystery of these currents is a reminder of Earth's deep history, a time when the planet's surface was unified in a single great continent, and the ocean was one vast and powerful system. Their spiraling paths, long vanished, continue to inspire scientists and explorers to unravel the secrets of ancient Earth, connecting past and present in a continuum of discovery. As the vast supercontinent of Pangaea dominated Earth's surface, the spiral currents weaving through the Pantalassic Ocean dictated the rhythm of marine life, climate, and geological transformation in profound and far-reaching ways. These immense rotating systems were not merely conduits of water flow. They were dynamic architects of Earth's past, shaping environments on scales both vast and intimate, crafting the conditions under which evolution and extinction played their ancient roles. The spiral currents formed stable, planetary-scale gyres that persisted for millions of years, driven by a combination of the Earth's rotation, wind patterns, and the unparalleled geography of Pangaea. Unlike today's complex ocean circulation, divided among multiple basins, the singular ocean surrounding this supercontinent allowed for uninterrupted water movement over thousands of kilometers. This created immense whirlpools and belts of circulation that funneled heat, nutrients, and sediments in predictable yet powerful patterns. One of the current's critical functions was the regulation of global climate. By transporting tropical heat poleward, they moderated the extreme temperature gradients that might have otherwise characterized a world dominated by one massive landmass. This tempering effect influenced weather systems, precipitation cycles, and atmospheric circulation patterns, which in turn affected terrestrial ecosystems. Evidence from sediment cores and paleosol analysis reveals fluctuations in rainfall and aridity consistent with the gyre's influence on climate zones. The interaction between ocean and atmosphere was especially significant along Pangaea's extensive coastlines. Monsoonal systems, driven by differential heating of the landmass and the adjacent ocean, depended heavily on the timing and intensity of these currents. The spiral gyre's patterns controlled sea surface temperatures and humidity, modulating the strength and duration of monsoons that nourished vast regions and supported diverse biotas. Ecologically, the spiral currents sculpted marine habitats by fostering zones of upwelling and downwelling, where nutrient-rich waters rose to the surface or sank into the depths. Upwelling zones became hotspots of primary productivity, fostering blooms of phytoplankton that fueled complex food webs. These nutrient dynamics are reflected in fossil assemblages concentrated in areas corresponding to ancient upwelling zones, abundant microfossils, nectonic organisms, and benthic communities thrived here. Sedimentary evidence reveals that the currents also influenced the deposition of organic-rich shales and carbonate platforms. The circulation patterns affected the distribution of oxygen and organic matter, facilitating preservation conditions that led to the formation of significant fossil fuel reserves. Understanding these ancient currents thus contributes to both paleobiology and economic geology, linking life's history with the planet's resource legacy. From an evolutionary standpoint, The currents provided dispersal corridors and isolated niches that drove speciation and diversification. Marine organisms navigated these gyres for food, breeding, and migration. Some species achieved wide distributions, facilitated by current-driven dispersal of larvae and juveniles. Others adapted to localized conditions within gyre boundaries, resulting in evolutionary radiations and endemism. The spiral current's influence extended to tectonic and volcanic processes. As oceanic plates shifted beneath Pantalassa, the interaction of currents with undersea topography shaped sediment transport and erosion. Turbidity currents, massive underwater avalanches of sediment, were guided by gyre dynamics, redistributing materials across basins. These processes sculpted the seafloor, creating channels, fans, and sedimentary layers that record oceanic circulation patterns. Climatic events, such as the Permian-Triassic extinction and later Mesozoic climate fluctuations, altered the behavior of these spiral currents. Changes in temperature, sea level, and atmospheric composition disrupted circulation, affecting nutrient transport and oxygenation. The fossil record shows correlations between these disruptions and biological crises, indicating the current's central role in ecosystem stability. The eventual fragmentation of Pangaea into smaller continents fundamentally altered ocean circulation. New ocean basins, continental shelves, and seaways created more complex and localized current systems. The planetary scale gyres dissipated, replaced by multiple interacting currents such as the Gulf Stream, Kuroshio, and Antarctic Circumpolar Current. This transition reshaped climate zones, habitats, and evolutionary pressures, paving the way for modern oceanography. Modern ocean circulation models draw from the understanding of these ancient spiral currents. Studying Pangaea's gyres offers insight into the fundamental physics governing Earth's ocean-atmosphere system. It highlights how continental arrangement and ocean basin size influence climate and life, informing predictions about future changes in ocean circulation under anthropogenic influences. Technological advances allow scientists to simulate ancient ocean dynamics with increasing accuracy. Supercomputer models integrate paleogeographic reconstructions, sedimentary data, and climate proxies to visualize the spiral currents' behaviors and effects. These simulations aid in interpreting the fossil and geological records, bridging the gap between past and present knowledge. The spiral currents that once spun over Pangaea remain a testament to Earth's interconnected systems. They remind us that the ocean is not a static backdrop, but a dynamic force shaping climate, life, and geology in concert. Their ancient whirlpools whisper the story of a planet in motion, a stage upon which life's grand drama unfolded. As we continue to explore these ancient oceans, we uncover the threads linking water, wind, earth, and life. The legacy of Pangaea's spiral currents challenges us to see our planet as a whole, complex system, ever-evolving, endlessly intricate, and intimately connected. In the silent depths of geological time, these vast currents spin on, their influence woven into the fabric of Earth's history. They call us to listen to the rhythm of the ocean's past, the pulse of climate and life, and the enduring dance of change beneath the waves. In the vast, sun-dappled shallows of prehistoric seas, where waves whispered secrets to the coral reefs, and sunlight danced through crystalline waters, an extraordinary evolutionary marvel was born, the coral that learned to remember light. This was no ordinary coral. Unlike its contemporaries, whose existence was dictated solely by the immediate glow of the sun, this coral species developed an uncanny ability to retain and respond to patterns of light, long after the sun had slipped below the horizon or been obscured by shifting clouds. This coral's emergence marked a subtle yet profound shift in the relationship between life and light, a dynamic that would ripple through marine ecosystems and influence evolutionary trajectories. For countless generations, corals depended on sunlight to fuel their symbiotic algae, zooxanthellae, which provided essential nutrients through photosynthesis. The ebb and flow of day and night, the seasonal cycles, and the rhythms of lunar illumination all governed coral behavior and growth. But the coral that learned to remember light transcended this immediate dependence, integrating a form of biological memory into its life processes. The mechanism behind this memory was not a conscious awareness, but a molecular and cellular adaptation, an ability to register, store, and utilize light information over extended periods. Through complex biochemical pathways, the coral's cells retain traces of light exposure, modulating physiological processes like growth rates, spawning times, and pigment production. This temporal integration allowed the coral to anticipate environmental changes, optimizing its responses to fluctuations in light availability. Fossil evidence of this coral's unique biology is subtle yet compelling. Growth rings preserved in fossilized skeletons show rhythmic patterns extending beyond daily cycles, suggesting responses to longer-term light variations. Chemical signatures within these rings, such as changes in isotopic ratios, align with historical shifts in water clarity and solar radiation. These patterns indicate a sophisticated interaction between the coral's biology and the light environment, revealing an ancient capacity to remember and adapt. This adaptation offered profound ecological advantages. By anticipating periods of diminished sunlight, such as seasonal storms, turbidity from river runoff, or lunar cycles, the coral could regulate its metabolism, conserve energy, and synchronize reproductive events with optimal conditions. Such timing increased survival chances for both coral polyps and their symbiotic algae, enhancing reef resilience and productivity. Moreover, this coral's ability to integrate light information likely influenced reef community dynamics. It may have allowed for more stable reef growth in fluctuating environments, supporting diverse assemblages of fish, invertebrates, and microorganisms dependent on coral habitat. The evolutionary success of this coral type may have contributed to the expansion of reef ecosystems during the Paleozoic and Mesozoic, shaping marine biodiversity patterns for millions of years. Researchers have drawn parallels between this ancient coral's light memory and modern biological clocks found in plants, animals, and other marine organisms. Circadian rhythms, internal biological timers, synchronized to daily light cycles, are fundamental to life's organization. The coral's adaptation represents an early and unique manifestation of such temporal regulation, underscoring the deep evolutionary roots of biological timekeeping. Understanding how corals learn to remember light provides insight into broader evolutionary strategies for coping with environmental variability. It highlights the interplay between genetics, physiology, and ecological context that drives adaptation. This coral's story challenges simplistic views of early marine life as passive and reactive, revealing a nuanced capacity for anticipation and regulation. Modern corals exhibit similar temporal responses, adjusting bleaching thresholds, spawning events, and photosynthetic activity based on light history. Studying ancient corals expands our comprehension of these mechanisms' origins, and may inform conservation efforts amid contemporary climate challenges threatening coral reefs worldwide. The fossilized remains of the coral that learned to remember light continue to inspire scientists and storytellers alike. They remind us that the ocean is not merely a physical environment, but a realm of dynamic interactions between life and light, memory and change. As you envision these ancient corals, bathed in shimmering waters yet attuned to the invisible rhythms of light, consider the profound evolutionary leap they represent, a bridge between the ephemeral glow of the sun and the enduring pulse of life's biological clocks. The remarkable coral that learned to remember light represents one of the earliest examples of life integrating environmental cues into its biological rhythms. This evolutionary leap went far beyond mere reaction to immediate conditions. It involved encoding, retaining, and responding to temporal patterns in light, a capability that profoundly influenced coral physiology, behavior, and ultimately reef ecosystems. At the heart of this ability was a complex molecular network involving photoreceptor proteins sensitive to specific wavelengths of light. These photoreceptors triggered cascades of biochemical signals that modified gene expression, cellular metabolism, and pigment synthesis in the coral's symbiotic algae and host polyps, Crucially, the coral cells could maintain a memory of light exposure, altering physiological processes even after the light source had faded. This biological memory functioned as a kind of natural clock, enabling the coral to anticipate daily and seasonal light cycles. For instance, during periods when light was predictably scarce, such as seasonal storms or increased sedimentation, the coral reduced its metabolic rate to conserve energy. Conversely, during expected periods of abundant light, it ramped up photosynthetic activity, growth, and reproductive output. These adaptive responses were vital in an era marked by environmental fluctuations. The Paleozoic and Mesozoic oceans experienced variations in turbidity, solar insolation, and climatic shifts that could dramatically alter underwater light regimes. Corals equipped with light memory had a competitive edge, sustaining growth and reproduction where others faltered. Fossil evidence supports this interpretation. Growth banding in fossil coral skeletons reveals cyclical variations not explainable solely by tidal or daily cycles. Instead, these bands correspond with longer-term environmental changes inferred from associated sediments and isotopic data. Chemical markers embedded within these skeletons indicate shifts in symbiont activity and host metabolism linked to changing light conditions. Further evidence arises from studies of modern corals, whose physiological responses echo those of their ancient ancestors. Contemporary coral species exhibit circadian rhythms that regulate pigment production, photosynthesis, and spawning behavior, entrained by light and temperature cues. Experiments demonstrate that corals exposed to altered light cycles adjust these processes accordingly, indicating a deep evolutionary conservation of light memory mechanisms. The symbiotic relationship between coral polyps and their photosynthetic algae, zox and tele, is central to this phenomenon. The algae convert sunlight into energy, fueling coral growth and reef building. In turn, the coral provides shelter and nutrients. The memory of light availability helps synchronize this partnership, optimizing photosynthesis during favorable periods and protecting the algae from stress during low light or darkness. This synchronization extends to coral reproduction. Many reef-building corals spawn in tightly timed events, often linked to lunar cycles and seasonal light changes. The capacity to remember light patterns enables precise coordination, increasing fertilization success and larval survival. Fossil records hint at similar reproductive timing in ancient corals, suggesting that light memory played a role even millions of years ago. The ecological implications of this adaptation were far-reaching. Coral reefs are biodiversity hotspots, supporting complex food webs and providing habitat for countless marine species. By stabilizing coral growth and reproduction amid fluctuating light environments, the light-remembering corals contributed to reef resilience. This stability fostered ecosystem complexity, facilitating the radiation of diverse marine life. Moreover, these corals likely influence sediment dynamics. Their skeletal growth shapes reef architecture, affecting water flow, sediment trapping, and nutrient cycling. Anticipatory growth patterns regulated by light memory could have enhanced reef formation during optimal periods and slowed it during adverse conditions, modulating the reef's physical and ecological structure. From an evolutionary perspective, the coral's ability to remember light illustrates the importance of environmental predictability as a selective force. Organisms capable of integrating temporal information into biological processes gain fitness advantages by anticipating changes rather than merely reacting. This principle extends beyond corals, underpinning circadian rhythms and seasonal behaviors across the tree of life. Research into the molecular basis of light memory in corals reveals conserved photoreceptors such as cryptochromes and opsins, proteins that detect blue and ultraviolet light. These proteins initiate signaling pathways that regulate gene expression patterns involved in metabolism and development. Similar photoreceptors are found in plants, animals, and other marine organisms, indicating a shared evolutionary heritage. Understanding how ancient corals encoded and utilized light information can inform modern conservation efforts. Coral reefs worldwide face unprecedented threats from climate change, ocean acidification, and pollution. Insights into their intrinsic biological clocks and stress responses could guide interventions aimed at enhancing reef resilience. For example, restoring or protecting reef areas that maintain stable light environments might support corals' natural rhythms, improving their capacity to cope with environmental stress. Additionally, studying how symbiotic algae adapt to variable light conditions informs efforts to cultivate stress-resistant coral-algal partnerships. Beyond scientific importance, the coral that learned to remember light captivates the imagination. It embodies a poetic harmony between life and the sun's eternal cycle, a delicate interplay where an organism's very survival depended on weaving the threads of time and light into its biology. As you envision the ancient coral reefs, vibrant and alive with shimmering polyps attuned to the patterns of dawn and dusk, consider the depth of this evolutionary wisdom. Life here was not a passive recipient of environmental forces, but an active participant in the dance of light and shadow, memory and anticipation. The legacy of these corals persists in today's reefs and in the molecular rhythms that orchestrate life's cycles. Their story connects us to the enduring power of light, the resilience of life, and the timeless beauty of nature's memory. The story of the coral that learned to remember light is more than an evolutionary curiosity. It is a profound testament to the intimate relationship between life and the environment. In the shallow tropical seas of the Paleozoic and Mesozoic eras, corals faced a world in constant flux. Sunlight, their primary energy source, waxed and waned with seasons, weather, tides, and even the distant pull of the moon. To thrive, these organisms needed more than a passive response. They required a biological memory, a way to anticipate and prepare for the changes that light would bring. This coral's ability to remember light relied on sophisticated cellular machinery. At its core were specialized photoreceptor proteins embedded in coral cells, cryptochromes and opsins, sensitive to subtle variations in light quality and duration. These receptors activated complex signaling cascades that influenced gene expression, circadian rhythms, and metabolic pathways. But the true marvel was how the corals sustained these signals over hours, days, and even weeks, effectively encoding a biological memory of prior light exposure. This memory allowed corals to predict forthcoming light conditions. For example, approaching seasonal shifts, such as the onset of monsoons or dry seasons, altered water turbidity and sunlight penetration. The coral could modulate its physiological state accordingly, enhancing photosynthetic efficiency, adjusting pigmentation, and timing reproductive cycles to coincide with optimal environmental windows. This level of anticipation elevated coral fitness, especially in marginal or variable habitats. The fossil record provides tantalizing evidence for these capabilities. Growth bands in ancient coral skeletons display cyclical variations in thickness and density beyond daily or tidal patterns, suggesting responses to longer-term environmental rhythms. Chemical proxies preserved in the skeletons reveal changes in symbiotic algal activity correlated with inferred light conditions. These data support the hypothesis that ancient corals possessed mechanisms for light memory far earlier than previously recognized. Modern corals serve as living analogues, illuminating the physiological underpinnings of this phenomenon. Research shows that coral polyps exhibit robust circadian clocks, regulating processes such as calcification, photosynthesis, and gamete release. Experimental manipulations of light cycles demonstrate corals' ability to entrain to artificial rhythms, confirming their cellular machinery can encode and act upon temporal information. The symbiosis with zooxanthellae is central to this relationship. These photosynthetic algae not only provide nutrients, but also influence coral physiology through signaling molecules responsive to light. Together, host and symbiont form a dynamic system finely tuned to environmental cycles. The coral's memory of light helps maintain this delicate balance, optimizing energy acquisition while minimizing stress from fluctuating conditions. Ecologically, the capacity to remember light shaped reef community dynamics. Coral spawning events, often synchronized with lunar phases, depend on accurate timing to maximize reproductive success. This timing ensures that larvae are released when currents favor dispersal and food availability supports survival. Ancient corals with enhanced light memory could coordinate spawning more precisely, influencing reef resilience and genetic diversity. Furthermore, the ability to anticipate low light conditions may have buffered corals against environmental disturbances such as sediment runoff, storms, or algal blooms. By reducing metabolic demands and modulating symbiont density in advance, corals could survive periods of stress that might otherwise lead to bleaching or mortality. The evolutionary origins of light memory in corals likely arose from selective pressures imposed by environmental variability. Shallow marine habitats are inherently dynamic, with light intensity changing daily, seasonally, and with weather patterns. Organisms that could integrate these signals into anticipatory behaviors gained significant advantages, promoting the development and refinement of molecular clocks and memory systems. Genomic studies reveal that coral genomes harbor extensive repertoires of clock genes homologous to those in other animals and plants. This genetic toolkit suggests that fundamental mechanisms for timekeeping and memory evolved early in the Metazoan lineage. The coral's sophisticated expression and regulation of these genes underscore their ecological importance. Beyond light, corals also integrate other environmental cues, temperature, nutrient availability, and chemical signals into their biological rhythms. The interplay of these factors, modulated by light memory, orchestrates coral physiology and behavior in a complex environmental dance. Modern challenges facing coral reefs highlight the importance of understanding these mechanisms. Climate change, ocean acidification, and pollution disrupt natural light regimes and thermal cycles, undermining coral health. Insights into how corals process and remember light provide avenues for conservation strategies, such as identifying resilient genotypes or optimizing artificial lighting in restoration efforts. The coral that learned to remember light stands as a symbol of life's remarkable capacity to adapt and thrive amidst change. Its story bridges the ancient past with pressing contemporary concerns, reminding us that biological memory is fundamental to survival. As we gaze upon vibrant coral reefs today, alive with color and motion, we glimpse the legacy of those ancient organisms that first encoded the rhythms of light. Their evolutionary journey teaches us about resilience, adaptation, and the deep connections binding life to its environment. In the silent underwater gardens shaped by light and time, corals continue their quiet, patient dance, keepers of an ancient memory, enduring and luminous. The coral that learned to remember light was not simply adapting to its environment. It was pioneering a new way of life, a biological innovation that would ripple through the ages and shape marine ecosystems for millions of years. This evolutionary breakthrough involved the intertwining of sensory perception with internal biochemical clocks, enabling these ancient corals to synchronize their physiology and behaviors with the rhythms of the natural world in unprecedented ways. Fundamentally, these corals developed molecular mechanisms capable of tracking and integrating light exposure over extended periods. Photoreceptor proteins within coral cells, sensitive to specific wavelengths, acted as the interface between external environmental cues and internal cellular responses. But more than mere light detection, the coral systems involved feedback loops and gene regulation networks that could store information about past light conditions, effectively creating a biological memory. This memory was encoded in oscillations of gene expression, protein activity, and metabolic cycles, collectively known as circadian rhythms. These rhythms allowed the coral to anticipate daily light-dark cycles, as well as longer seasonal variations. When environmental cues changed gradually, such as the approach of winter or shifts in tidal patterns, the coral adjusted its internal state accordingly, preparing for periods of low light or stress. One of the most remarkable manifestations of this capability was in reproductive timing. Coral spawning is famously synchronized, with many species releasing gametes simultaneously during specific lunar phases or seasonal windows. This synchronization increases fertilization success and larval survival, The coral that remembered light could track subtle changes in day length and moonlight, aligning spawning events with optimal environmental conditions. Physiologically, the coral's ability to retain light memory impacted pigmentation, photosynthetic efficiency, and energy allocation. During prolonged periods of low light, due to storms, turbidity, or seasonal darkness, the coral modulated its metabolism to conserve resources, reducing the activity of symbiotic algae and limiting oxidative stress. Conversely, anticipation of increasing light prompted upregulation of photosynthetic machinery and calcification processes, promoting growth and reef building. At the cellular level, calcium signaling played a critical role. Fluctuations in intracellular calcium concentrations linked photoreceptor activity to gene expression, controlling biomineralization, the process by which corals build their calcium carbonate skeletons. This tight coupling ensured that skeletal growth synchronized with favorable light conditions, optimizing resource use and structural integrity. The coral's symbiotic relationship with zooxanthellae and telealgae further amplified the benefits of light memory. These algae provide essential nutrients through photosynthesis, but are sensitive to light intensity and quality. By anticipating light changes, corals regulated symbiont-intensity and pigment production, maintaining photosynthetic balance and reducing susceptibility to bleaching during environmental stress. Environmental variability in the ancient oceans was significant. Sediment records and isotopic proxies indicate frequent shifts in water clarity, turbidity, and nutrient levels. The coral's memory systems allowed it to navigate these challenges by integrating past and present light information, adjusting physiology accordingly to maintain homeostasis and resilience. From an evolutionary perspective, this adaptation opened new ecological niches. Corals capable of maintaining growth and reproduction, despite fluctuating light regimes, could colonize environments previously inhospitable to less adaptable species. This expansion likely contributed to the diversification of reef ecosystems, creating complex habitats supporting vast biodiversity. The fossil record of these corals reveals evidence of this adaptability. Growth bands exhibit cyclical patterns consistent with environmental rhythms, and chemical signatures reflect symbiotic activity modulated by light exposure. These findings support the idea that the coral's biological clocks were finely tuned and evolutionarily conserved. Modern studies of coral circadian biology provide further insight. Experimental manipulations of light cycles demonstrate corals' ability to entrain internal rhythms, adjusting gene expression and physiological processes. Molecular analyses identify conserved clock genes homologous to those in other animals and plants, underscoring the deep evolutionary roots of these systems. Understanding the coral's light memory has practical implications today. Coral reefs face unprecedented threats from climate change, pollution, and habitat destruction. Insights into their intrinsic timing mechanisms can inform conservation strategies, such as optimizing the timing of restoration efforts, predicting bleaching events, or developing assisted evolution approaches to enhance resilience. Moreover, the coral's example illustrates broader biological principles: the importance of temporal integration in adapting to environmental variability, the interplay between sensory systems and gene regulation, and the evolutionary significance of biological clocks. The coral that learned to remember light stands as a symbol of life's ingenuity, a living archive of how organisms harness time and light to survive and thrive. Its legacy endures in modern reefs, biological rhythms, and the interconnectedness of life and environment. As you imagine ancient reefs shimmering with corals attuned to the sun's dance, consider the profound wisdom encoded in their cells, a timeless memory bridging past and present, light and life. The Devonian period, often called the Age of Fishes, marks a pivotal chapter in Earth's aquatic history. Deep beneath the surface of ancient seas, ecosystems flourished with an astounding variety of fish species: jawless pioneers, armored placoderms, early sharks, and the ancestors of modern bony fish. Among the many enigmatic features unearthed by paleontologists, the discovery of hidden teeth in the Devonian deep has opened a window into the evolutionary intricacies of early vertebrate life, revealing surprising adaptations and ecological strategies long buried in stone. These hidden teeth are not simply fossilized jaws or obvious dentition. Instead, they are microfossils, tiny isolated teeth and dental plates that were once part of complex feeding apparatuses, but have often been overlooked in traditional fossil assemblages. Embedded within sedimentary rocks formed on ancient seafloors, these dental remnants are key to understanding how early fish processed food, competed for resources, and adapted to varied niches. One group central to this story is the placoderms, armored fishes, whose bony plates and jaw structures represent some of the earliest vertebrate feeding innovations. Unlike modern fish with replaceable teeth set in jaws, many placoderms possessed grinding plates and tooth-like projections embedded in their armor. These plates, fossilized as isolated dental elements, provided powerful crushing surfaces that allowed placoderms to prey on hard-shelled invertebrates, shaping the trophic dynamics of Devonian ecosystems. Microscopic examination of Devonian sediment cores has uncovered abundant placoderm dental plates, often fragmented but exquisitely preserved. These fossils reveal the morphology and wear patterns of feeding surfaces, indicating dietary preferences and functional capabilities. By analyzing tooth shape and microwear, paleontologists reconstruct feeding behaviors, whether crushing mollusks, shearing soft prey, or filtering plankton. Early sharks, ancestors of the modern chondrichthyes, also contributed to the hidden teeth assemblage. Unlike placoderms, sharks evolved true teeth arranged in rows, continuously replaced throughout life. Devonian shark teeth, often isolated and scattered, provide critical clues to shark evolution. Their diversity in shape, from sharp piercing forms to broad crushing plates, reflects ecological diversification during this period. Notably, many Devonian shark teeth remain hidden within sediments, too small or fragmentary for easy detection. Advances in microfossil extraction and identification have unveiled previously unknown species and lineages, expanding our understanding of early shark radiation. Some teeth exhibit an unusual morphologies, suggesting novel feeding strategies and adaptations to deep or benthic environments. Another intriguing group linked to the hidden teeth phenomenon is the acanthudians, spiny fishes sometimes called spiny sharks. Though their exact phylogenetic placement remains debated, acanthudians possess teeth that varied widely in size and shape. Isolated acanthudian teeth found in Devonian deposits complement the record of vertebrate dental evolution, illuminating the mosaic of feeding adaptations. The Devonian deep, characterized by varied habitats, ranging from shallow reefs to deep basins, hosted a multitude of niches. Hidden teeth assemblages offer a fossil record of this ecological complexity. Changes in tooth morphology across stratigraphic layers correspond with environmental shifts, such as transgressions, regressions, and anoxic events. These patterns reveal how vertebrates adapted their feeding apparatus to survive and thrive amid dynamic oceanic conditions. Taphonomic factors, processes governing how organisms decay and fossilize, have often obscured the full picture of Devonian dentition. Teeth, being harder and more durable than soft tissues, tend to fossilize preferentially. Yet their isolated nature complicates interpretation. Researchers employ statistical methods, morphological analyses, and comparisons with modern analogues to piece together incomplete dental records into coherent evolutionary narratives. Chemical analyses of teeth provide additional insights. Isotopic compositions reflect diets, habitat preferences, and water chemistry. Trace element distributions reveal growth rates and environmental stresses experienced by these ancient fish. Such data deepen our understanding of how Devonian vertebrates interacted with their environments. The evolutionary significance of hidden teeth extends beyond feeding mechanics. Teeth are subject to intense selective pressures, shaping species divergence and survival. Variations in tooth structure reflect adaptive radiations, competitive interactions, and responses to predation and resource availability. The Devonians' hidden dental record thus chronicles a critical phase in vertebrate evolution, when jawed fishes diversified rapidly and ecosystems became increasingly complex. Discoveries of hidden teeth also influence paleobiogeography. Isolated teeth found in widely separated deposits reveal patterns of dispersal, migration, and faunal exchange. Correlating these findings with plate tectonic reconstructions helps map the movement of ancient marine faunas across prehistoric oceans. Technological advancements continue to revolutionize this field. High-resolution microscopy, 3D imaging, and geochemical fingerprinting uncover details invisible to earlier researchers. These tools enable precise identification of tooth microstructures, aiding species differentiation and functional interpretation. Beyond science, hidden teeth inspire wonder about the hidden layers of history beneath our feet. Each tooth, no matter how small or fragmented, is a tangible remnant of life's ancient diversity, a piece of a grand evolutionary puzzle, spanning hundreds of millions of years. As we delve deeper into Devonian sediments, the hidden teeth whisper stories of ancient seas teeming with life, of evolutionary experimentation, and of the relentless drive of organisms to adapt and endure. The Devonian period, often called the Age of Fishes, marks a pivotal chapter in Earth's aquatic history. Deep beneath the surface of ancient seas, ecosystems flourished with an astounding variety of fish species: jawless pioneers, armored placoderms, early sharks, and the ancestors of modern bony fish. Among the many enigmatic features unearthed by paleontologists, the discovery of hidden teeth in the Devonian deep has opened a window into the evolutionary intricacies of early vertebrate life, revealing surprising adaptations and ecological strategies long buried in stone. These hidden teeth are not simply fossilized jaws or obvious dentition. Instead, they are microfossils, tiny, isolated teeth and dental plates that were once part of complex feeding apparatuses, but have often been overlooked in traditional fossil assemblages. Embedded within sedimentary rocks formed on ancient seafloors, these dental remnants are key to understanding how early fish processed food, competed for resources, and adapted to varied niches. One group central to this story is the placoderms, armored fishes, whose bony plates and jaw structures represent some of the earliest vertebrate feeding innovations. Unlike modern fish with replaceable teeth set in jaws, many placoderms possessed grinding plates and tooth-like projections embedded in their armor. These plates, fossilized as isolated dental elements, provided powerful crushing surfaces that allowed placoderms to prey on hard-shelled invertebrates, shaping the trophic dynamics of Devonian ecosystems. Microscopic examination of Devonian sediment cores has uncovered abundant placoderm dental plates, often fragmented but exquisitely preserved. These fossils reveal the morphology and wear patterns of feeding surfaces, indicating dietary preferences and functional capabilities. By analyzing tooth shape and microwear, paleontologists reconstruct feeding behaviors, whether crushing mollusks, shearing soft prey, or filtering plankton. Early sharks, ancestors of the modern chondrichthyes, also contributed to the hidden teeth assemblage. Unlike placoderms, sharks evolved true teeth arranged in rows, continuously replaced throughout life. Devonian shark teeth, often isolated and scattered, provide critical clues to shark evolution. Their diversity in shape, from sharp piercing forms to broad crushing plates, reflects ecological diversification during this period. Notably, many Devonian shark teeth remain hidden within sediments, too small or fragmentary for easy detection. Advances in microfossil extraction and identification have unveiled previously unknown species and lineages, expanding our understanding of early shark radiation. Some teeth exhibit unusual morphologies, suggesting novel feeding strategies and adaptations to deep or benthic environments. Another intriguing group linked to the hidden teeth phenomenon is the acanthideians, spiny fishes sometimes called spiny sharks. Though their exact phylogenetic placement remains debated, acanthideians possessed teeth that varied widely in size and shape. Isolated acanthideian teeth found in Devonian deposits complement the record of vertebrate dental evolution, illuminating the mosaic of feeding adaptations. The Devonian deep, characterized by varied habitats ranging from shallow reefs to deep basins, hosted a multitude of niches. Hidden teeth assemblages offer a fossil record of this ecological complexity. Changes in tooth morphology across stratigraphic layers correspond with environmental shifts, such as transgressions, regressions, and anoxic events. These patterns reveal how vertebrates adapted their feeding apparatus to survive and thrive amid dynamic oceanic conditions. Taphonomic factors, processes governing how organisms decay and fossilize, have often obscured the full picture of Devonian dentition. Teeth, being harder and more durable than soft tissues, tend to fossilize preferentially. Yet their isolated nature complicates interpretation. Researchers employ statistical methods, morphological analyses, and comparisons with modern analogues to piece together incomplete dental records into coherent evolutionary narratives. Chemical analyses of teeth provide additional insights. Isotopic compositions reflect diets, habitat preferences, and water chemistry. Trace element distributions reveal growth rates and environmental stresses experienced by these ancient fish. Such data deepen our understanding of how Devonian vertebrates interacted with their environments. The evolutionary significance of hidden teeth extends beyond feeding mechanics. Teeth are subject to intense selective pressures, shaping species divergence and survival. Variations in tooth structure reflect adaptive radiations, competitive interactions, and responses to predation and resource availability. The Devonians' hidden dental record thus chronicles a critical phase in vertebrate evolution, when jawed fishes diversified rapidly and ecosystems became increasingly complex. Discoveries of hidden teeth also influence paleobiogeography. Isolated teeth found in widely separated deposits reveal patterns of dispersal, migration, and faunal exchange. Correlating these findings with plate tectonic reconstructions helps map the movement of ancient marine faunas across prehistoric oceans. Technological advancements continue to revolutionize this field. High-resolution microscopy, 3D imaging, and geochemical fingerprinting uncover details invisible to earlier researchers. These tools enable precise identification of tooth microstructures, aiding species differentiation and functional interpretation. Beyond science, hidden teeth inspire wonder about the hidden layers of history beneath our feet. Each tooth, no matter how small or fragmented, is a tangible remnant of life's ancient diversity, a piece of a grand evolutionary puzzle spanning hundreds of millions of years. As we delve deeper into Devonian sediments, the hidden teeth whisper stories of ancient seas teeming with life, of evolutionary experimentation, and of the relentless drive of organisms to adapt and endure. The Devonian seas were a theater of evolutionary innovation, where the hidden teeth scattered across ancient seafloors narrate stories of adaptation, survival, and ecological transformation. These minute fossils, often overlooked in the vastness of geological time, unlock secrets about the diversity and complexity of early vertebrate life, illuminating the shadowy depths of the Devonian deep. Among the most captivating discoveries are isolated dental elements belonging to diverse groups of early fishes. Unlike the spectacular, well-preserved skeletons displayed in museums, these teeth often emerge from sediment as small sharp fragments, yet their significance is immense. Each tooth serves as a silent witness to feeding habits, evolutionary experiments, and environmental changes that shaped the course of marine life. Placoderms, the armored pioneers of jawed vertebrates, dominate much of this record. Their jaws were equipped with bony plates functioning as teeth, allowing them to crush and shear prey. Fossilized plates exhibit wear patterns that reflect diets of hard-shelled invertebrates, such as mollusks and arthropods. This crushing ability opened new ecological niches and intensified predator-prey interactions, driving evolutionary arms races that sculpted Devonian ecosystems. Beyond placoderms, early sharks left an indelible mark through their true teeth, small razor-sharp structures arranged in rows and continuously replaced throughout life. The isolated teeth of these sharks, preserved in deep-sea sediments, reveal a remarkable variety of forms. Some possessed slender needle-like teeth suited for piercing soft-bodied prey, others had broader flattened crowns adapted for crushing shelled animals. This diversity indicates rapid diversification and specialization in response to ecological opportunities. Microfossil assemblages also contain teeth attributed to acanthodians, enigmatic fishes sometimes described as spiny sharks. These creatures exhibited dental morphologies distinct from both placoderms and sharks, hinting at complex evolutionary relationships. Their teeth vary from simple cones to elaborate shapes, reflecting diverse feeding strategies and ecological roles within Devonian marine food webs. The distribution of hidden teeth is uneven, reflecting environmental gradients and depositional settings. In shallow reef-associated sediments, abundant teeth from predatory placoderms and reef fishes dominate. Deeper, low-oxygen basins yield teeth from more specialized and often smaller species adapted to challenging conditions. This stratification offers a window into habitat partitioning and ecosystem structure. Isotopic analyses of tooth enamel provide insights into the paleoecology of Devonian fishes. Oxygen isotope ratios reveal water temperatures and salinity, indicating that many species adapted to a range of environmental conditions, from warm, shallow lagoons to cooler, deeper waters. Carbon isotopes inform on diet, trophic level, and carbon cycling within ecosystems. The hidden teeth also record responses to global events. The late Devonian extinction, one of Earth's major biodiversity crises, left imprints in the fossil record. Changes in tooth diversity and abundance across stratigraphic boundaries reveal declines in certain groups and the rise of others. This turnover illustrates the resilience and vulnerability of marine life to environmental perturbations. Taphonomic studies shed light on the processes affecting the preservation of teeth. Teeth, composed of durable enamel and dentin, resist decay better than softer tissues, but their fossilization depends on rapid burial and favorable chemical conditions. Sediment composition, water chemistry, and microbial activity influence the likelihood of tooth preservation and discovery. The study of hidden teeth involves interdisciplinary approaches. Paleontologists collaborate with sedimentologists, geochemists, and biomechanical engineers to reconstruct feeding mechanics and evolutionary relationships. Computational modeling of jaw function based on tooth morphology provides insights into bite forces, prey handling, and ecological niches. Advances in technology have transformed the field. Scanning electron microscopy reveals microscopic surface wear patterns, indicating feeding behavior and prey types. Micro-CT scanning allows 3D visualization of internal tooth structures without damaging specimens, facilitating detailed taxonomic studies. These tools have led to the identification of new species and the revision of phylogenetic relationships. The hidden teeth also inform biogeographic patterns. Comparative studies across Devonian basins worldwide reveal faunal exchanges and regional endemism. These patterns align with reconstructions of continental positions and ocean currents, illustrating the interconnectedness of life and Earth's shifting geography. Beyond their scientific value, hidden teeth capture the imagination as tangible connections to ancient life. Each tooth, a tiny relic of predatory encounters and survival struggles, embodies the continuity of life through deep time. They remind us that the story of evolution is written not only in grand fossils but also in the smallest fragments preserved in stone. In contemporary science, hidden teeth continue to inspire questions about the origins of vertebrate dentition and feeding strategies. Understanding how teeth evolved in form and function sheds light on the success of jawed vertebrates, including humans. The Devonian period, with its rich dental record, remains a fertile ground for such explorations. As research progresses, new discoveries of hidden teeth in previously unexplored deposits promise to deepen our understanding of Devonian ecosystems. These tiny fossils serve as keys to unlocking the mysteries of ancient oceans, illuminating the evolutionary pathways that have shaped the diversity of life in our seas. The hidden teeth of the Devonian deep open a remarkable window into a world long vanished, where early vertebrates experimented with myriad forms and feeding strategies beneath the shifting waves. These tiny remnants, often overlooked in favor of larger fossilized skeletons, carry immense significance. Each tooth a fragment of a larger narrative about adaptation, competition, and survival in one of Earth's most formative epochs. The Devonian period, spanning roughly 419 to 359 million years ago, witnessed unparalleled evolutionary radiations among jawed fishes. Placoderms, cartilaginous fishes, early bony fishes, and enigmatic groups like the acanthodians populated diverse marine environments, from shallow reefs to deep basins. Their teeth, often small and isolated, reflect a dazzling array of morphological specializations that highlight evolutionary innovation. Among placoderms, early jawed vertebrates characterized by armored plates, teeth were not true teeth, but modified bony plates and projections. These crushing and shearing dental plates enabled placoderms to exploit hard-shelled prey such as trilobites and mollusks, creating new ecological niches. The microfossils of these dental elements, preserved in sediment layers, provide detailed clues to dietary habits and predator-prey dynamics. The earliest sharks developed true teeth with distinct enamel and dentin layers. These teeth, often recovered as isolated microfossils, reveal remarkable diversity. Some possessed sharp, blade-like teeth designed for slicing soft flesh, while others bore broad, flattened crowns suited for crushing armored prey. This diversity points to ecological specialization and complex food webs in Devonian seas. Acanthodians, sometimes dubbed spiny sharks, contributed unique tooth morphologies. Their small pointed teeth differ from those of placoderms and sharks, suggesting different feeding strategies, including suction feeding and micropredation. Isolated acanthodian teeth have been found in deep marine sediments, offering insights into their distribution and habitat preferences. Fossil assemblages of hidden teeth demonstrate clear spatial and temporal patterns. In reef-associated environments, tooth diversity tends to be higher, reflecting the abundance of prey and habitat complexity. In contrast, deeper, oxygen-poor basins yield fewer species, but include specialized forms adapted to challenging conditions. These patterns reveal habitat partitioning and the ecological pressures shaping evolution. Taphonomy, the study of processes affecting remains from death to fossilization, plays a critical role in interpreting hidden teeth. Teeth, due to their hardness, often survive transport and decay better than soft tissues. However, fragmentation, abrasion and selective preservation can bias fossil assemblages. Careful analysis and statistical modeling help reconstruct accurate paleoecological scenarios. Chemical signatures within teeth provide powerful paleo-environmental proxies. Oxygen isotopes inform on water temperature and salinity, while carbon isotopes reflect trophic levels and diet. Trace elements reveal growth rates and metabolic changes. These data illuminate how ancient fishes responded to environmental fluctuations and stresses. The Devonians' hidden teeth record evolutionary responses to major events, such as the Kellwasser and Hangenberg extinction pulses, which reshaped marine communities. Changes in tooth morphology and abundance across these boundaries demonstrate selective pressures and adaptive radiations. Some groups declined sharply, while others diversified, filling vacated ecological niches. Technological advances have revolutionized the study of these microfossils. Electron microscopy reveals ultrastructural details, wear patterns and microwear textures, indicating diet and feeding mechanics. Three-dimensional imaging allows virtual reconstruction of dental apparatuses, providing insights into jaw function and biomechanics. Genetic and developmental studies on modern fishes complement fossil evidence. Understanding the genes regulating tooth development and replacement informs interpretations of early dental evolution. The Devonian record serves as a crucial calibration point for molecular clocks, estimating divergence times. Biogeographically, hidden teeth uncover patterns of dispersal and endemism. Correlations between tooth assemblages and paleogeographic reconstructions elucidate the connections between marine basins, migration pathways, and environmental barriers. This enhances understanding of Devonian ocean circulation and habitat connectivity. Beyond their scientific importance, hidden teeth evoke a profound sense of connection to Earth's deep past. These small fossils embody the continuous thread of life, linking ancient seas to present oceans. They remind us that evolutionary history is recorded not only in grand skeletons, but also in the smallest fragments, preserved against time. As exploration of Devonian deposits continues worldwide, new discoveries promise to expand the known diversity of early vertebrate teeth. These finds will further illuminate the intricate tapestry of life in the Devonian deep, enriching our appreciation of evolutionary innovation and the resilience of life in changing worlds. The hidden teeth of the Devonian deep thus stand as enduring sentinels of an ancient ocean, whispering tales of adaptation, survival, and the relentless drive of life to explore and conquer new frontiers. In the silent sedimentary archives of the Devonian deep, the hidden teeth tell stories far richer than their size suggests. These minuscule fossils, scattered across vast expanses of ancient seafloor, represent more than remnants of ancient mouths. They are keys to understanding how vertebrate life transformed the oceanic world, adapting to shifting ecosystems and driving evolutionary leaps in complexity. The hidden teeth illuminate the rise of jawed vertebrates, a group that revolutionized marine ecosystems. Prior to their emergence, early fishes were predominantly jawless, relying on suction or filter feeding strategies. The advent of jaws and associated dentition opened new possibilities. Powerful biting, grasping, and processing of diverse prey. Teeth evolved rapidly in form and function, adapting to different diets and environmental conditions. Placoderms, the armored giants of the Devonian seas, showcase the early stages of this dental evolution. Their bony plates, often mistaken for mere armor, served as sophisticated feeding tools. Some species developed robust dental plates capable of crushing shells, while others evolved sharp cutting edges for slicing soft tissues. The microfossils of these plates reveal not just morphology, but functional adaptations, reflecting ecological niches occupied by these ancient predators. The early sharks, though less abundant than placoderms in the Devonian fossil record, display remarkable dental diversity. Their continuously replaced teeth evolved into specialized forms, some needle-like and slender for piercing, others broad and serrated for cutting. Isolated shark teeth found in deep-sea deposits often bear distinctive wear patterns, revealing dietary habits and prey preferences. These teeth help trace the evolutionary trajectory of sharks, whose descendants dominate today's oceans. Acanthodians add another layer of complexity. Their teeth, ranging from simple cones to intricate shapes, indicate varied feeding strategies, including micropredation and benthic scavenging. The hidden teeth record suggests that acanthodians occupied diverse habitats, adapting their dentition to exploit available resources effectively. Patterns of tooth distribution in Devonian sediments reflect environmental gradients. Shallow, reef-associated deposits yield a rich diversity of teeth, corresponding to complex habitats with abundant prey. Deeper, low-oxygen basins contain fewer species but include specialized forms adapted to harsher conditions. These distributions inform on habitat preferences and evolutionary pressures shaping the fauna. Taphonomic processes influence the hidden teeth record. Teeth's durable composition allows them to survive transport and decay better than soft tissues, but fragmentation and abrasion can complicate interpretation. Advanced analytical techniques help distinguish in situ deposits from transported assemblages, aiding paleoecological reconstructions. Chemical analyses of teeth provide crucial environmental data. Oxygen isotope ratios reveal water temperatures and salinity variations, while carbon isotopes inform on trophic levels. Trace elements shed light on growth rates and environmental stress. Together, these proxies paint a detailed picture of Devonian marine environments and organismal responses. The Devonian extinction events, such as the Kellwasser and Hangenberg crises, left indelible marks on the dental record. Shifts in tooth morphology and diversity correspond to these extinction pulses, reflecting selective pressures and ecosystem restructuring. Some lineages vanished, others radiated, reshaping the evolutionary landscape. Technological advancements have revolutionized the study of hidden teeth. High-resolution electron microscopy reveals microwear patterns, indicating feeding mechanics. Micro-CT scanning enables non-destructive 3D visualization of internal structures. These tools facilitate species identification and functional analysis. Comparative studies integrate fossil evidence with developmental biology. Modern research on tooth development genes elucidates mechanisms underlying dental diversity. The Devonian record provides critical calibration for evolutionary timelines and phylogenetic relationships. Biogeographically, hidden teeth reveal ancient dispersal pathways and faunal provincialism. Correlating tooth assemblages with paleogeographic reconstructions elucidates marine connectivity and barriers. This enhances understanding of Devonian ocean circulation and ecosystem dynamics. Beyond scientific insights, hidden teeth evoke a profound connection to Earth's evolutionary heritage. Each fossil fragment, no matter how small, embodies a chapter of life's enduring story, a narrative of innovation, adaptation, and survival across deep time. Ongoing exploration promises new discoveries, expanding the known diversity and ecological complexity of Devonian fishes. The hidden teeth of the Devonian deep thus remain a vital key to unlocking the mysteries of early vertebrate evolution and ancient marine ecosystems. As you contemplate these tiny fossils, consider their silent testimony, a legacy etched in stone, whispering the saga of life's relentless pursuit of survival in the ancient ocean depths. Deep beneath the restless waves, far from the sunlit surface, lies a realm shaped by titanic forces, an ocean floor that once rose in towering mountains, only to vanish beneath shifting tectonic plates and ceaseless sediment. This is the story of the ocean floor that swallowed its own mountains, a geological saga of creation, destruction, and transformation spanning hundreds of millions of years. It is a tale written in stone and sediment, telling of Earth's dynamic interior and the ever-changing face of the deep sea. Millions of years ago, vast underwater mountain ranges soared from the abyssal plains, rivaling the heights of today's tallest peaks. These submarine mountains, or seamounts, formed as volcanic islands along tectonic plate boundaries and hotspots, where molten rock surged upward from Earth's mantle. Unlike the familiar mountain ranges on continents, these peaks rose silently from the deep, shrouded in darkness and home to unique ecosystems, adapted to their isolation and steep slopes. Some of these ancient underwater mountains were born from volcanic activity related to mid-ocean ridges, the great underwater mountain chains marking divergent plate boundaries, where new oceanic crust forms. Here magma welled up as plates pulled apart, creating a spine of volcanic peaks, stretching for thousands of kilometers. Elsewhere, hotspots created isolated seamounts far from plate boundaries, where plumes of hot mantle material pierced the oceanic crust. Over time, these mountains shaped ocean circulation patterns, acting as barriers, conduits, and habitats. Ocean currents deflected around them, creating eddies and upwelling zones rich in nutrients. Their slopes hosted coral gardens, sponge fields, and diverse benthic communities, offering refuge and feeding grounds for myriad species. The ecological importance of these features echoes in today's deep-sea biodiversity hotspots. Yet, the ocean floor is not static. The relentless movement of tectonic plates reshaped these underwater mountains in dramatic ways. Subduction zones, where one plate dives beneath another into the mantle, swallowed seamounts and ridges whole. As the oceanic crust carrying these mountains was forced downward, the peaks were crushed, folded, and eventually melted, erasing their physical presence but leaving geological fingerprints in the mantle and arc volcanoes above. Seamount subduction is a powerful geological process, capable of altering the dynamics of plate interactions. The mass and shape of submerged mountains affect the angle and speed of subduction, influencing earthquake activity, volcanic eruptions, and the creation of island arcs. Evidence of past subducted seamounts comes from unusual geochemical signatures in volcanic rocks and seismic imaging, revealing disrupted slabs deep beneath the surface. In some regions, seamount chains have been completely consumed by subduction, their remnants buried beneath thick layers of sediment and volcanic deposits. In others, parts of the mountains accreted onto continental margins, contributing to mountain-building processes on land. These accreted terranes bear witness to the ocean floor's dynamic recycling. Sedimentation also played a role in swallowing these mountains. Over millions of years, sediments carried by rivers, currents and turbidity flows blanketed seamounts, smoothing their rugged peaks and filling valleys. This sedimentary burial altered habitats and geochemical cycles, impacting the biological communities that depended on the hard substrates of volcanic rock. The ocean floor's recycling through subduction and sedimentation forms a crucial part of the plate tectonic cycle. Oceanic crust is born at ridges, travels across basins carrying seamounts and islands, and is ultimately destroyed at trenches. This continuous renewal shapes Earth's surface and influences global geological and climatic processes. Geological studies using seismic tomography, deep-sea drilling, and geochemical analysis uncover the story of vanished mountains beneath the waves. Seismic waves reflect and refract off subducted slabs, revealing irregularities caused by swallowed seamounts. Deep drilling into accreted terranes exposes fossilized coral reefs and volcanic rocks that were once submarine mountains. These investigations help reconstruct past oceanic configurations and tectonic histories, informing models of mantle convection and crustal recycling. Understanding how the ocean floor swallows its own mountains aids in deciphering Earth's deep time evolution and predicting geological hazards associated with plate boundaries. Beyond geology, the disappearance of these underwater mountains impacts marine ecosystems profoundly. Their destruction removes habitats critical for many species, altering biodiversity and ecosystem function. Conversely, accretion onto continents creates new landforms and habitats, influencing evolutionary pathways. The ocean floor that swallowed its own mountains is a reminder of Earth's ceaseless transformation. Mountains rise and fall, continents drift, oceans open and close, yet life adapts and endures. The deep sea holds the memory of these changes, recorded in rock, sediment and the genetic legacies of its inhabitants. As we explore the abyss with advanced submersibles and remote sensing, we glimpse the dynamic processes shaping our planet's hidden landscapes. The vanished mountains whisper of power and impermanence, of cycles far beyond human timescales but intimately connected to the world we inhabit. In the ocean floor's silent depths, the story of swallowed mountains continues, a saga of creation, destruction and rebirth written across the vast ever-changing tapestry of Earth's interior. The tale of the ocean floor that swallowed its own mountains is a story of transformation on a scale difficult to fathom. Seamounts and underwater mountain ranges, once colossal structures rising sharply from the abyss, have disappeared beneath the shifting plates of the Earth's crust, swallowed by the very ocean floor that once supported them. This cycle of construction and destruction is not only a geological phenomenon, but a vital process shaping the ocean's landscape, chemistry and ecology over millions of years. Seamounts form as volcanic edifices, often in chains, rising thousands of meters above the surrounding seafloor. These underwater mountains influence ocean currents, create localized ecosystems, and serve as biological hotspots. Their rugged slopes are colonized by corals, sponges, fish and countless other species, many found nowhere else. The isolation and complexity of seamount habitats foster unique evolutionary pathways, making their destruction or preservation critical to marine biodiversity. Yet, the relentless forces of plate tectonics dictate the fate of these seamounts. Oceanic plates, carrying the volcanic mountains, drift slowly but inexorably towards subduction zones, trenches where one plate descends beneath another into the mantle. As seamounts enter these zones, they are subjected to immense pressures and deformation. The collision alters the subduction angle and can cause seismic activity, influencing earthquakes and tsunamis. Subduction of seamounts is a complex process. Their massive rigid structure resists bending, leading to fractures and faulting in the overriding plate. This interaction can uplift portions of the seafloor, creating accretionary wedges, fragments of oceanic crust and sediment, scraped off and thrust onto continental margins. These wedges preserve fossil records of seamount ecosystems and provide insights into deep-sea environments, long vanished. In some regions, such as the Pacific Northwest of North America, accreted seamount terranes contribute to mountain building on land. These fragments are part of the dynamic processes assembling continents, demonstrating the interconnectedness of oceanic and terrestrial geology. Fossilized corals and marine sediments, embedded within these terranes, tell stories of ancient ocean depths transformed into towering mountain ranges. The destruction of seamounts affects ocean chemistry as well. Subducted materials release fluids into the mantle, influencing magma generation and volcanic activity. Volcanic arcs formed above subduction zones are fed by these processes, contributing to Earth's surface renewal and atmospheric composition. Thus, the swallowing of mountains beneath the sea feeds the planet's geological engine. Sediment accumulation further conceals the fate of seamounts. Fine particles from rivers, coastal erosion, and marine organisms settle slowly, burying these underwater mountains under layers of mud, sand, and organic material. This sedimentation alters habitat structures, influences nutrient cycling, and affects biological communities. Over geological timescales, sediment can obscure or preserve traces of these vanished mountains, aiding scientific reconstruction. Exploration technologies have advanced our understanding of seamount subduction. Seismic imaging reveals irregularities in subducted slabs indicative of swallowed seamounts. Ocean drilling projects recover cores containing volcanic rocks and fossils from accreted terranes. These data allow scientists to piece together the life cycle of oceanic mountains, from their fiery birth at mid-ocean ridges or hotspots to their gradual demise in trenches. The ecological consequences of these geological processes are profound. The loss of seamount habitats removes critical refuges for marine species, potentially reducing biodiversity. However, accretion and uplift can create new habitats on continental margins, promoting terrestrial and shallow marine ecosystems. The dynamic nature of these processes highlights the ocean's role as a cradle and crucible of life. The swallowing of oceanic mountains exemplifies Earth's ongoing renewal. The seafloor is not a static platform, but a living, breathing system, creating, destroying, and recycling the very foundations of life. This cycle reminds us that the planet is shaped by forces beyond human scale, yet intimately tied to our existence. The story of the ocean floor that swallowed its own mountains also carries lessons about vulnerability and resilience. Marine species adapted to seamount environments face threats from deep-sea mining, climate change, and pollution. Protecting these fragile habitats requires understanding their geological context and evolutionary significance. As we deepen our exploration of the ocean's hidden landscapes, we uncover the vastness of Earth's geological orchestra, mountains rising and falling, oceans shifting and reshaping, life adapting and persisting. The swallowed mountains whisper of power and impermanence, of cycles that define our planet's past and future. In contemplating these vanished peaks beneath the waves, we connect with the deep time forces shaping Earth's surface, a reminder of nature's ceaseless motion and the delicate balance sustaining life on our blue planet. Beneath the tranquil surface of the oceans lies a dynamic and ever-changing landscape, shaped by forces far greater than human comprehension. The ocean floor, vast and seemingly immutable, is in reality a place of ceaseless transformation, where mountains rise and fall, only to be consumed by the very earth beneath them. This process, unfolding over millions of years, exemplifies the cycle of creation and destruction that defines our planet. The story of the ocean floor that swallowed its own mountains is one of epic geological forces, biological resilience, and the deep interplay between life and Earth's shifting crust. Seamounts, underwater mountains formed primarily by volcanic activity, are the protagonists of this tale. Unlike terrestrial mountains forged by tectonic collisions or uplift, seamounts are born from eruptions on the ocean floor, building upward in isolation, or as chains marking hotspots or tectonic boundaries. These submerged giants can rise thousands of meters above the surrounding abyss, forming rugged peaks and complex terrains. Their isolated nature and unique conditions foster ecosystems, unlike any found on land or in shallow coastal waters. The life inhabiting these seamounts adapts to their distinctive environment. Without sunlight penetrating to these depths, many species rely on chemical energy and detritus descending from the surface. Yet some corals, sponges, and other filter feeders cling to rocky slopes, forming biological oases that support rich communities of fish, crustaceans, and other marine creatures. These habitats become centers of biodiversity and evolutionary innovation, their isolation driving unique adaptations. However, the permanence of seamounts is illusory. The ceaseless motion of tectonic plates carries these mountains on a slow voyage across the ocean floor, often leading them towards subduction zones, trenches where the oceanic crust plunges back into Earth's mantle. This journey marks the beginning of their inevitable consumption. As seamounts approach subduction zones, they encounter immense pressure and deformation. Their mass disrupts the otherwise smooth descent of oceanic plates, causing buckling, fracturing, and even uplifting of the overriding plate. This interaction produces geological features, such as accretionary prisms and phoric basins, where fragments of the ocean floor, including parts of the seamounts, are scraped off and added to continental margins. This process preserves geological and fossil evidence of seamount ecosystems long after the mountains themselves have vanished beneath the earth. Seamount subduction also influences seismic activity. The presence of these large rigid structures can cause irregularities in the subduction interface, leading to increased seismic hazard in some regions. Earthquakes and tsunamis associated with these zones highlight the intimate connection between ocean floor topography and geohazards. In addition to tectonic forces, sedimentation plays a crucial role in the fate of seamounts. Over millions of years, sediments delivered by rivers, coastal erosion, and biological detritus accumulate, blanketing seamounts and altering their physical and chemical environments. Thick sediment cover can reduce habitat complexity, but also preserve delicate fossil records of seamount life, enabling scientists to reconstruct past ecosystems. Deep-sea exploration technologies have revolutionized our understanding of these submerged mountains and their ultimate fate. Multibeam sonar mapping reveals the topography and extent of seamount chains, while remotely operated vehicles collect samples and images, documenting biological communities and geological structures. Seismic imaging and submersible dives uncover the remnants of subducted seamounts within trenches and accretionary complexes, providing a glimpse into the dynamic processes consuming these ancient giants. The geological and biological cycles associated with seamount subduction have broad implications. They contribute to the formation of volcanic arcs and island chains, shape ocean circulation patterns, and influence nutrient cycles critical to marine productivity. The recycling of crustal material through subduction sustains the mantle's convection and drives plate tectonics, fueling Earth's geological engine. From a biological perspective, the loss and transformation of seamount habitats impact marine biodiversity. Many species specialized to live on these isolated peaks face habitat loss as mountains sink beneath the sea. Conversely, the accretion of seamount material onto continents can create new habitats and influence evolutionary pathways. The balance of destruction and creation underscores the resilience and adaptability of life in the deep sea. The ocean floor's swallowing of its own mountains reminds us that Earth is a living planet, its surface sculpted by forces invisible to the casual observer. Mountains that once pierced the dark waters now rest hidden beneath sediment and mantle, their stories preserved in rock and fossil. This cycle of birth, migration, subduction, and rebirth forms the pulse of planetary change. In contemplating these vanished seamounts, we glimpse the vast timescales and powerful processes shaping our world. The ocean floor is not a static stage, but a dynamic arena, where mountains rise, ecosystems flourish, and then quietly disappear, only to be transformed and reborn in new forms. This continual reshaping challenges us to appreciate the deep interconnections between geology and biology, between Earth's interior and the surface oceans. It calls for stewardship of marine environments, recognizing that human actions today intersect with these ancient ongoing processes. As exploration and research continue, the hidden mountains beneath the waves will reveal more secrets of ancient ecosystems, geological forces, and the resilience of life. Their stories enrich our understanding of Earth's past and inform our vision of its future. The ocean floor that swallowed its own mountains stands as a testament to nature's power and impermanence, a monument to cycles beyond human time, echoing in the depths, shaping the world we know. The saga of the ocean floor that swallowed its own mountains culminates in a remarkable synthesis of geological forces, oceanic processes, and ecological transformations that continue to reverberate through time. While seamounts rise and fall, they weave intricate connections between Earth's mantle, crust, oceans, and life, a dynamic interplay that defines the restless nature of our planet's surface. As seamounts approach subduction zones, the transformation is neither swift nor simple. The process unfolds over millions of years, beginning with the oceanic plate, bearing these underwater mountains, being slowly bent and fractured as it descends beneath another plate. The massive size and rigidity of seamounts create localized resistance zones, where the subduction angle fluctuates and stress accumulates. This resistance can trigger earthquakes, some reaching devastating magnitudes, releasing energy that shakes the surrounding regions. In the trench, where the plate descends into the mantle, seamounts undergo intense deformation. The immense pressure and temperature cause fracturing and shearing of the volcanic edifice. Parts of the seamount's upper structure may detach, forming debris avalanches that cascade down the trench slope, mixing with sediments, and creating chaotic deposits known as mass transport complexes. These processes reshape the seafloor morphology, influencing sedimentation patterns and habitats. A critical aspect of seamount subduction is the accretion of material onto the overriding plate. Fragments of the seamount, composed of volcanic rock, sediment, and sometimes fossil-rich limestone, are scraped off and thrust onto the continental margin. This accretionary process builds wedges of mixed material, called accretionary prisms, that can extend for tens to hundreds of kilometers. Within these prisms, paleontologists find fossil evidence of seamount ecosystems preserved in remarkable detail, providing rare glimpses into ancient marine life. The accreted seamount material often becomes part of the continental crust, contributing to mountain-building events far inland from the original trench. These geological terrains contain fossilized coral reefs, sponges, and benthic fauna once thriving on submerged volcanoes. Their presence within continental mountain belts reveals the vast journeys traveled by oceanic rocks before emerging as part of the land. Chemical interactions during subduction also have profound effects. As the oceanic crust and its seamounts are forced downward, fluids rich in water and minerals are released into the overlying mantle wedge. These fluids lower the melting point of mantle rocks, generating magma that feeds volcanic arcs. The chemical signature of this magma often bears the imprint of subducted seamount materials, linking surface geology to deep earth processes. The biological impact of the ocean floor swallowing its own mountains extends beyond geological cycles. Seamounts are biodiversity hotspots, home to endemic species and unique communities adapted to their steep slopes and isolated locations. Their destruction through subduction leads to habitat loss, with cascading effects on species diversity and ecosystem functions. However, the accretion of seamount materials onto continental margins can create new habitats, such as submarine canyons, cliffs, and platforms, that support rich biological communities. This transformation illustrates nature's resilience and capacity to recycle life-supporting environments, even amidst destruction. Human activities increasingly intersect with these ancient processes. Deep sea mining targets mineral-rich seamounts, threatening fragile ecosystems and altering geological structures. Understanding the dynamic fate of seamounts within tectonic cycles is vital for developing sustainable management practices and mitigating environmental impacts. The ocean floor that swallowed its own mountains offers profound lessons about the impermanence and interconnectedness of Earth's systems. Mountains that seemed eternal vanish beneath the waves, only to be reborn in new forms beneath the land, in volcanic arcs, or as sedimentary deposits. Life adapts, migrates, and evolves alongside these geological rhythms. Exploration continues to unveil the secrets buried within accreted terranes and subduction zones. Advances in seismic tomography, geochronology, and geochemistry refine our understanding of the subduction of seamounts and their contributions to crustal growth. Deep-sea exploration technologies map submerged landscapes and biological communities, bridging gaps between geology and ecology. In the vast dark depths where the ocean floor swallows its own mountains, the cycle of birth, destruction, and renewal unfolds, a process shaping the very face of our planet. This cycle connects the deepest parts of the ocean to the highest peaks on land, the microcosm of marine life, to the grand scale of plate tectonics. As we ponder these hidden mountains and their fate, we confront the immense forces sculpting Earth's surface and the fragile balance sustaining life. The swallowed mountains are monuments to time, resilience, and change, a testament to the ever-evolving planet beneath the waves. In honoring their story, we acknowledge the dynamic nature of the Earth and the intricate tapestry of geological and biological processes that define our world. The ocean floor that swallowed its own mountains continues its silent transformation, a reminder of the power and mystery held within the planet's depths. Drifting away from the depths where ancient oceans once thrived, we close this journey through the timeless mysteries etched beneath the waves. The stories of forgotten cities, swallowed by the sea, of creatures both strange and sublime, of mountains risen and devoured by Earth's restless crust. All remind us of a planet in perpetual motion, shaped by forces beyond our sight, yet intimately tied to our existence. Beneath every ripple and shadow lies a memory, layers of history, life and transformation written in stone, salt, and water. As you let these tales of the deep ocean wash over your mind, may you feel connected to the vast, enduring pulse of Earth's hidden realms, where time folds and mysteries whisper beneath the silent tides. Thank you for joining this voyage into the unspoken depths. Subscribe and stay curious, because beneath every wave, there's a story waiting to be discovered. Until next time, may your dreams sail peacefully on the currents of the deep.